propelling us towards a future where digital transformation knows no bounds. Through this platform, we are not just sharing ideas, we are building the future. We are forging collaborations that will transform Tamil Nadu into a global tech hub, a place where technology is not just a tool, but the heartbeat of progress. We have gathered today to not only explore the future of technology, but also to shape it together. This is where ideas will meet action, where visionaries will collaborate, and where the seeds of tomorrow will be sown today. Before we proceed, let us take a moment to thank our event organizers, attendees, and media representatives for making this event a reality. Your participation and support have been integral to bringing this event to life. But no journey of transformation is ever undertaken alone. It requires the leadership, vision, and guidance of exceptional individuals. And today, we are privileged to be in the presence of such outstanding luminaries whose contributions have shaped and will continue to shape the future of Tamil Nadu and India. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of having such dignitaries for this event today. Let's welcome them all to this Umagine TN 2025. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and honored guests, welcome to this highly anticipated Umagine TN 2025, a global stage that exemplifies the innovation, ambition, and collaborative spirit of Tamil Nadu. Over the next 2 days, we are bringing together 100 plus experts, 4,000 plus delegates, 10,000 plus visitors, and 150 plus exhibitors representing cutting-edge industries and pioneering ideas. Umagine TN stands as a celebration of technology's transformative power and its role in driving Tamil Nadu's ambition, vision of becoming a $1 trillion economy. From exploring the role of artificial intelligence in governance to Tamil Nadu's emergence as a global hub for space tech startups, every session on our agenda reflects a commitment towards solving real-world challenges and scaling new heights of progress. Whether it is building skilled talent, fostering deep tech investments, or positioning India as an AI powerhouse, this event is the confluence of thought leadership of groundbreaking action. Today, we witness the embodiment of Kalaignar Karunanidhi's visionary leadership, who envisioned technology as a tool for inclusive development. His dream of empowering Tamil Nadu has been carried forward by our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal, whose transformative vision has set the state on a path to global prominence. In a few moments, we will have the privilege of welcoming our visionary vibe setter, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal, to officially inaugurate this transformative event. Together, let us celebrate innovation, ignite inspiration, and prepare to chart a future brimming with possibilities. அடுத்த 2 நாட்களில் 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட நிபுணர்கள், 4000த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகள், 10,000த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட பார்வையாளர்கள் மற்றும் 150க்கும் மேற்பட்ட கண்காட்சியாளர்கள், அதிநவீன தொழில்கள் மற்றும் முன்னோடி யோசனைகள் பகிரப்பட உள்ளன. Umagine TN $1 trillion பொருளாதாரமாக மாறுவதற்கான தமிழ்நாட்டின் லட்சிய பார்வையை இயக்குவதில் ஒரு முக்கிய பங்கு வகிக்கிறது. திறமைகளை உருவாக்குவது, டீப் டெக் தொழில்நுட்ப முதலீடுகளை வளர்ப்பது அல்லது இந்தியாவை ஒரு AI அதிகார மையமாக நிலைநிறுத்துவது என நிர்வாகத்தில் செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவின் பங்கை ஆராய்வதில் இருந்து விண்வெளி தொழில்நுட்ப ஸ்டார்ட் அப்களுக்கான உலகளாவிய மையமாக தமிழ்நாடு உருவாவதற்கு Umagine TN நிகழ்ச்சி நிரலின் ஒவ்வொரு அமர்வும் நிஜ உலக சவால்களை தீர்ப்பதற்கும் முன்னேற்றத்தின் புதிய உயரங்களை அடைவதற்கும் ஆனது. இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் திரு மு க ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் விழாமேடையை வந்தடைவார்கள் என்பதை விழாமேடை மீண்டும் மீண்டும் பெருமிதத்துடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறது. எனவே அனைவரும் அவரவர் இருக்கையில் அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக் கொள்ளப்படுகிறார்கள். Ladies and gentlemen, kindly occupy your seats. Also, we request you to kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode, please. In a few minutes, we'll have the inaugural session started here.
Please. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to Umagine TN 2025. இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் விழா துவங்கவிருப்பதால் அனைவரும் அவரவர் இருக்கையில் அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளப்படுகிறார்கள். Ladies and gentlemen, we have enough seats on the hall. We request you to kindly occupy your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to announce that we will have the privilege of welcoming our Honorable Chief Minister to this event in a few minutes. Request you all to kindly occupy your seats. Good morning, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and honored guests. Welcome to this highly anticipated Umagine TN 2025, a global stage that exemplifies the innovation, ambition, and collaborative spirit of Tamil Nadu. Over the next 2 days, we are bringing together 100 plus experts, 4,000 plus delegates, 10,000 plus visitors, and 150 plus exhibitors, representing cutting-edge industries and pioneering ideas. Umagine TN stands as a celebration of technology's transformative power and its role in driving Tamil Nadu's ambitious vision of becoming a $1 trillion economy. From exploring the role of artificial intelligence in governance to Tamil Nadu's emergence as a global hub for space tech startups, every session on our agenda reflects a commitment to solving real-world challenges and scaling new heights of progress. Whether it is building skilled talent, fostering deep tech investments, or positioning India as an AI powerhouse, this event is the confluence of thought leadership and groundbreaking action. Today, we witness the embodiment of Dr. Kalaignar Karunanidhi's visionary leadership, who envisioned technology as a tool for inclusive development. His dream of empowering Tamil Nadu has been carried forward by our Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal, whose transformative vision has set the state on a path to a global prominence. In a few moments, we will have the privilege of welcoming our visionary vibe setter, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal, to officially inaugurate this transformative event. Today, let us celebrate innovation, ignite inspiration, and prepare to chart a future brimming with possibilities. அடுத்த 2 நாட்களில் 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட நிபுணர்கள், 4000த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகள், 10,000த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட பார்வையாளர்கள் மற்றும் 150க்கும் மேற்பட்ட கண்காட்சியாளர்கள், அதிநவீன தொழில்கள் மற்றும் முன்னோடி யோசனைகள் பகிரப்பட உள்ளன. மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை விழா மேடைக்கு வருக வருகவென்று வரவேற்பதில் விழா மேடை பெருமிதம் கொள்கிறது. உடன் மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் திரு பழனிவேல் தியாகராஜன் அவர்களையும் வருக வருகவென்று வரவேற்பதில் விழா மேடை பெருமிதம் கொள்கிறது. It is our immense honor to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal, as he makes his way through this vibrant pavilion. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, let us officially start this event with Tamil Thai Vaalthu. Tamil Thai Vaalthu பாட மாணவ மாணவிகளை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். அனைவரும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தரக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, and innovators from around the world, welcome to this grand inauguration of Umagine TN 2025, a platform where technology meets vision and innovation drives progress. We'll have the Felicitation Ceremony now. மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் திரு மு க ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களுக்கு மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை மரியாதை செய்யுமாறு பணிவோடு அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறையின் கூடுதல் தலைமைச் செயலாளர் திரு குமார் ஜெயந்த் IAS அவர்களை மரியாதை செய்யுமாறு பணிவோடு அழைக்கிறோம். May I request Thiru Kumar Jayanth IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Information Technology and Digital Services, to kindly felicitate our dignitaries, Mr. C. Vijayakumar, Chief Executive Officer of HCL Technologies, Ms. Ipsita Dasgupta, Senior Vice President and Managing Director, HP. Also, I request him to kindly felicitate CII Chairperson for Southern Region. Also, I request him to kindly felicitate Mr. Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI. Thank you, sir. To officially commence this event, as we have the privilege of having with us the leader who has been handpicked by the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, the Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan avargal, who has seamlessly blended global expertise with local aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Honorable Minister Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan.
மூன்றாவது ஆண்டு யூமேஜின் கான்ஃபரன்ஸை துவக்கி எங்களை எல்லாம் சிறப்பிக்கும் வகையில் வருகை தந்திருக்கும் மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களே, the Additional Chief Secretary of the IT Department, the Managing Director of ELCOT, the Director General of STPI, the Chairman of the Southern Region of CII, who has been a valuable partner to us in this conference, our distinguished guests, the CEO of HCL Technologies and the India CEO of HP. I welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, students, teachers, many of our distinguished guests, to this third edition of Umagine, titled Umagine TN 2025. It is my duty at this point to pay respects to our former Chief Minister and leader, Thalaivar Kalaignar, who 25 years ago had the vision to create a separate department for the IT sector and to repurpose the ELCOT, otherwise in the manufacturing of components, into a software and IT park developer promoter, establishing what was then the largest park in India, or in Asia in fact, through the Tidal Park, Chennai, which stands as an icon even today. 25 years later, our Honorable Chief Minister had the vision as soon as we came to office. He said his ambition was to ensure that Tamil Nadu was the best source of human resources for the entire world, not just for India. In pursuit of that dream, he has followed innumerable programs, schemes for the development of our children, from nutrition, like the morning breakfast scheme, to enhanced enrollment, like the Pudumai Pen or Tamil Pudalvan scheme, to greater skilling and finishing and bridging of the gap through a scheme called Nan Mudalvan. Tens of lakhs of students have benefited from these schemes, and his focus on human resources is truly visionary in an era where India in general and Tamil Nadu in particular are going to be the greatest source of human resources for another generation. We have gotten ahead of the curve. It is interesting to note that today, no other place in the world produces as many people in the tech sector as Tamil Nadu. No state, no country. We produce about 20% of India's engineering and tech talent. We are the #1 source of patent filing anywhere in India, and roughly 75% of the patents in the areas of deep tech and innovation get filed in Chennai alone. No other place in India, though they are famed as tech centers like Mumbai or Bangalore or Pune or Hyderabad or Delhi, Gurgaon, no other place can boast of one statistic that we are very proud of, More than 85% of the people working in the tech sector in Tamil Nadu are of Tamil origin. We are producing that much human capital that we are able to sustain our own industry. In fact, significant portions of the tech talent in places like Bangalore, Hyderabad, NCR, Pune are of Tamil origin. Since the Chief Minister is focused on getting people to the right level, nutrition, education, basic skilling, it is our job in the IT department to help them move up the value chain, up from services to products, up from products to innovation. And such conferences, which we started 3 years ago after our government came to power, are exemplary of this effort. Our slogan of Inform, Inspire, Innovate is squarely targeted at our youth. And our ambition in such conferences is to bring people from around the world, particularly those of Tamil origin, who have been there, done that, blazed trails, led the way, and let them inspire our youth. In this event, in this edition of our conference, to name but a few, we have global tech companies, including HP on the stage here, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, which is at the cutting edge of the GPU revolution, Elevendi, GNFT. We have Indian tech giants like TCS, HCL, Hexaware. We have representation and speakers from the major global capability and innovation centers, Renault, Nissan, Caterpillar, Bosch, AstraZeneca across many fields. We have senior representatives from the Government of India. The Director General of STPI is here, the Director General of the DRDO, representatives from ISRO. We have other from global aerospace companies like Embraer and Intelsat. And we have our own senior officers, Thiru S. Krishnan and Thiru Neeraj Mittal, to join us tomorrow. We even have a Chennai flavor to this, where we have a panel on climate change with somebody called Raj Bhagat, who's one of the more interesting satellite mapping and utilization professionals from the World Resource Institute, our own weatherman of Chennai. And sadly, we couldn't be joined today by some officials from FEMA of the United States because they have an official mourning period due to the passing of the late President Carter. In addition, we have an exhibit hall downstairs where our sponsors, including educational institutions like VIT, like OP Jindal, like Sairam. We have global tech companies, HP, Honeywell, Qualcomm, Wesco, SolarWinds. We have Indian tech giants, Mahindra, Infosys, Wipro, Hexaware, TCS. And we have a major innovation arena like last time where we have many startups, many funders, many founders, and people like my good friend Alagu from Madurai who have built and sold companies for hundreds of millions of dollars and are here to help our youth chart such a course for their own future. I would like to add that following in our Chief Minister's footsteps, we have a very magnanimous approach to growth, to inclusion, to sharing knowledge and helping everybody progress together. In that sense, the proceedings of this conference are being streamed or zoomed across the country, not just in Tamil Nadu, but also to states Maharashtra, Karnataka in the west, Assam in the east, and as far as Jammu and Kashmir in the north. We want everybody to grow together, and we want our talent to inspire the whole country and help India's progress. I want to thank the many people who made this conference feasible, who have tirelessly worked for many weeks, months to get this together. If I start naming, it'll take too long. But I place on record my deep appreciation for all of their efforts. I welcome you all. I hope you have a wonderful conference with a lot of debate, a lot of questions, a lot of thought-provoking discussions. And I thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring words that set the tone for today's event. It is now our privilege to welcome one of the global leaders in technology and innovation, Thiru C. Vijayakumar, CEO of HCL Tech. a pioneer in digital transformation and driving force behind HCL's global success. Please join me in welcoming Mr. C. Vijay Kumar.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் திரு M.K. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, Honorable Minister Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, other honorable members of the government, esteemed members of the academia, a number of my industry peers, and most importantly, dear students. Thank you for inviting me to this gathering of great minds, giving me the opportunity to be here and speak at Umagine 2025. Tamil Nadu is the state where I was born and raised. It gives me so much pride to see that Tamil Nadu is the second largest economy in India today, contributing to 8.8% of the national GDP. It has clocked in an incredible growth rate of over 8% over the last 3 years and stands as the third largest state in terms of exports. What an amazing achievement. Tamil Nadu is a very strategic location for HCL Technologies. I'm sure many of you know that HCL Technologies was founded by Honorable, highly respected Mr. Shiv Nadar. He hails from Tamil Nadu. This is a state which is so dear to him. Okay. Tamil Nadu is a very strategic location for us with an expansive presence in Chennai and Madurai. Of the 220,000 people globally that we have, about 160,000 people are in India, and of that, more than a third of them are based in Tamil Nadu. And as Honorable Minister said, a very large percentage of them were born and raised and educated in Tamil Nadu. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Tamil Nadu government for all the support that they've given us over the last many years. We have a very large facility at ELCOT. The ELCOT administration has been amazingly helpful in continuing our growth journey in Tamil Nadu. As I look back and draw parallels, what has made Tamil Nadu so successful? I personally believe it is the same things that a business enterprise, which we follow every day in the business life. There are a number of parallels. And I would want to call out about 6 things. I mean, having run a large technology company for many years, there are 6 key points which really drive the success. First is to really get all the stakeholder objectives well understood and work towards meeting the objectives of all the stakeholders, whether it is employees, in government's case it is citizens, it is the clients, it's the partners, the ecosystem, and the planet, the community. If you are focused on all the stakeholders, and eventually your shareholders would be definitely taken care. So that's very important. The second big thing is building human capital. Right? I think in every business or any initiative, skilling, prioritizing education, well-being of people, health, all of them become extremely important in a business as well as in governance. The third is to really build a global community. And I think the Umagine 2025 is a forum which is truly building a global community, bringing them to Chennai. And this is a platform which is going to become a very, very powerful platform in the long run. I think it's taken off in an extremely solid manner. And if we continue to focus, we all contribute, this is going to be an amazing platform. And the fourth is about being fiscally responsible. Evaluating and tracking investments, budgets, performance, building a culture of identifying the right opportunities and investing in them is again important. And governing without bias, putting the right measures in place to enforce laws, regulate action, nurture ethical behavior, and establish a very peaceful environment. And last but not the least, like in any business, it is about really measuring performance. Building a strategy, identifying the priorities, creating a set of actions, and then measuring performance very diligently. I believe Tamil Nadu has done all of this and has done it very well. Tamil Nadu is a hub for diverse industries, a key hub for IT, manufacturing base, a lot of professional services, both in IT and financial services, and also a very good agriculture and horticulture environment here. Additionally, one very important thing is Tamil Nadu's development has been much more broad-based. There are at least 10 cities which have the capabilities to deliver very high-quality talent, very good infrastructure for any business to really build and flourish. Today, Tamil Nadu is poised to become a $1 trillion economy. I think it has all the right building blocks required already in place. The basic ingredients are in place. Each one of them have to be nurtured to the next level. We have a thriving industry, one of the best labor forces in the world, including the highest percentage of working women. We have a robust infrastructure, including the second largest coastline in the country with 3 of the major ports in the state. It's a key hub for exports. It has a prominent presence in IT, attracting a lot of good global companies to deliver services from India, from Chennai and other locations in Tamil Nadu, and a lot of capability centers. It's probably among one of the highest number of capability centers that are coming into the country. We are present in Chennai and Madurai as HCL Technologies, and we've been able to attract highly skilled talent and very stable talent, people who are very rooted and really build their careers, which has helped us build very innovative solutions and products end-to-end, whether it is medical devices or automotive sector. We've built a lot of products end-to-end, and we deliver services to about 400 large global corporations from the talent pool which is located here. The state has also launched robust policies on developing data centers, harnessing AI and digital policy at a macro level for accentuating growth of the IT sector. And I'm really glad that for the 1 trillion economy, the government recognizes the technology and IT as a very big enabler. I'm very proud to be here, not just physically, but at this moment when everything is firing on all cylinders in Tamil Nadu. And I wish everyone all the very best in this whole journey of realizing this vision of a $1 trillion economy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived. It is our utmost honor to have with us here our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru M.K. Stalin avargal, to address this distinguished gathering. Known as the visionary vibe setter and the architect of tomorrow's Tamil Nadu, his leadership is driving the state towards becoming a $1 trillion economy. உள்ளுவதெல்லாம் உயர்வுள்ளல் என்ற வள்ளுவன் வாக்கினுக்கிணங்க $1 trillion economy என்ற உயர்ந்த லட்சியத்தை உருவாக்கி தந்த மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் தற்போது விழா பேருரையாற்றுவார்கள்.
அன்புள்ள Imagine Tamil Nadu 2025 தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப உச்சி மாநாட்டிற்கு வருகை தந்துள்ள அனைவரையும் வரவேற்று மகிழ்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் முனைவர் பிடிஆர் பழனிவேல்ராஜன் அவர்களே, கூடுதல் தலைமைச் செயலாளர் குமார் ஜெயந்த் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, தமிழ்நாடு மின்னாளுமை முகமை தலைமை நிர்வாக அலுவலர் திரு கோவிந்தராவ் அவர்களே, எல்காட் மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் திருமதி ரமண சரஸ்வதி ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, இந்திய தொழில் கூட்டமைப்பின் தென்மண்டல தலைவர் திருமதி நந்தினி அவர்களே, HCL முதன்மை செயல் அலுவலர் திரு விஜயகுமார் அவர்களே, HP இந்தியா துணைத் தலைவர் திருமதி யஸ்விதாஸ் குப்தா அவர்களே, இந்திய மென்பொருள் தொழில்நுட்ப பூங்கா இயக்குனர் திரு அரவிந்த் குமார் அவர்களே, பல்வேறு நாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய தூதரக அலுவலர்களே, அரசு உயர் அலுவலர்களே, தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பத்துறையை சார்ந்த வல்லுநர்களே, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்துறையை சார்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கம். இமேஜின் தமிழ்நாடு 2025 மூன்றாவது முன்னணி தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப உச்சி மாநாட்டில் கலந்து கொண்டு பேசுவதில் நான் மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். இந்த மாநாட்டோட சிறப்பம்சம் என்பது இது தொழில்துறை சார்ந்த கல்வியாளர்கள், தொடக்க நிறுவனங்கள், முதலீட்டாளர்கள் மற்றும் உலகளாவிய தலைவர்களை ஒரு கூரையின் கீழ் ஒருங்கிணைக்கவும் ஒன்றிணைக்கவும் துடிப்பான தளமாக செயல்பட்டு வர்றதுதான். ஏஐ தான் இன்னைக்கு எல்லா இடத்துலையும் பேசப்படுகிற நெக்ஸ்ட் பிக் திங். அமைச்சர் பழனிவேல் தியாகராஜன் அவர்களே பல முறை சொல்லி இருக்கிறார், ஏஐ இதனால் வேலைவாய்ப்புகள் குறையாது, மேலும் வேலைவாய்ப்புகள் பெருகத்தான் செய்யும்னு தெளிவாக பேசியிருக்கிறார். அந்த வகையில் சரியான திசையை நோக்கி இந்த மாநாட்டை ஒருங்கிணைச்சிருக்கக்கூடிய அவருக்கு என்னுடைய பாராட்டுக்களையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த மாநாடு தொழில்நுட்ப தொடர்பானது மட்டுமல்ல, இது தொலைநோக்கு கொண்ட மாநாடு. தமிழ்நாட்டின் நீடித்த மற்றும் நிலையான எதிர்காலத்திற்கு வழிவகுக்கிற மாநாடு. அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களையும் உள்ளடக்கின வளர்ச்சியை தொழில்நுட்பத்தின் உதவியோட இன்னும் எப்படி மேம்படுத்தலாம்னு வழிகாட்டுகிற மாநாடு. நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு தொழில்நுட்பம் என்பது புத்தாக்கம் மற்றும் தொழில்துறை வளர்ச்சியில எப்பவும் முன்னோடி மாநிலம் தான். வணிகத்தையும் தொழில் முனைவரையும் ஊக்குவிக்கிறதுல மற்றவங்க விட நாம் எப்போவுமே ஒரு அடி அட்வான்ஸ் இன்னைக்கு இருந்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறோம். அந்த வகையில தான் ஏஐ எனப்படும் செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு, பிளாக் செயின் இணைய கருவிகள், மின்வாகன உற்பத்தி மற்றும் வளரும் தொழில்நுட்பங்களில் மாற்றங்களை ஏற்படுத்துகிற முன்னெடுப்புகளை நாம் மேற்கொண்டு வரோம். அதுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய எடுத்துக்காட்டா சொல்லணும்னா, நம்ம ஆட்சிக்கு வந்ததிலிருந்து ஜிசிசி எண்ணிக்கை அதிகரிச்சுட்டு வர்றத சொல்லுவேன். ஆனா என்னதான் முன்னிலையில் இருந்தாலும் இதுவே போதும்னு நான் நினைக்க மாட்டேன். இன்னும் கூடுதலான வளர்ச்சியை நோக்கி தமிழ்நாடு செல்லணும்னு தான் நினைப்பேன். அதை சரியா புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு நம்முடைய பிடிஆர் அவர்கள் இந்த மாநாட்டை ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கிறார். 1999ஆம் ஆண்டு முத்தமிழறிஞர் தலைவர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் சென்னையில டைடல் பூங்காவை உருவாக்கினார். இன்னைக்கு நாம அடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு போயிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். கோவை, சேலம், மதுரை, திருச்சி, ஓசூர், திருநெல்வேலி, வேலூர், விழுப்புரம், தூத்துக்குடின்னு 2ஆம் கட்ட 3ஆம் கட்ட நகரங்களில் கூட எல்காட் தொழில்நுட்ப பூங்காக்களும் சிறு தொழில்நுட்ப பூங்காக்களும் நிறுவப்பட்டிருக்கு. இதுக்கு காரணம் என்ன? வளர்ச்சி நகரத்தில் மட்டும் குவியக்கூடாது. உண்மையான வளர்ச்சின்னா அது சமச்சீரானதா, பரந்துபட்டதா இருக்கணும். இதனாலதான் சென்னை மட்டும் இல்லாம மற்ற நகரங்களை சுத்தி இருக்க இளைஞர்களுக்கும் அவங்க பகுதிகளிலேயே வேலை வாய்ப்புகளை மாபெரும் உந்து சக்தியை நாம உருவாக்கி கொடுத்துட்டு வரோம். இந்த வரிசையில ஏஐக்காக கோவையில பப்ளிக் பிரைவேட் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப், அந்த முறையில 2 மில்லியன் சதுரடியில தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப வெளியே நிறுவ போறோம். அது மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழ்நாடு முழுவதும் இருக்கக்கூடிய 900க்கும் மேற்பட்ட புத்தொழில் நிறுவனங்கள் பயனடையக்கூடிய வகையில நம்ம அரசு செயல்பட்டு வருது. 2000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டியாக இருக்கிறோம். இதுக்கான தொழில்நுட்ப கொள்கை ஒன்றை உருவாக்க போறோம்னு ஏற்கனவே அறிவிச்சிருக்கிறோம். அதுவும் விரைவில் வெளியிடப்படும். ஐடி துறை வளர மனித வளங்கள் மிக முக்கியம். அதுக்காகத்தான் என்னுடைய கனவு திட்டமான நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தை உருவாக்கினேன். வேறு மாநிலத்திலிருந்து இங்க இருக்க பலரும் அதை பத்தி கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கலாம். தமிழ்நாட்டு இளைஞர்களுக்கு சாஃப்ட் ஸ்கில்ஸ், தொழில் சார்ந்த திறன்களை அளிக்கிறதுல அந்த திட்டம் பெரும் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கு. மற்ற மாநில இளைஞர்களோட ஒப்பிடும்போது நான் முதல்வனால நம்ம பசங்களுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய லெவரேஜ் கிடைச்சிருக்கு. அதே போல ஐசிடி பயிற்சி நிறுவனம் மூலம் கடந்த ஓராண்டுல 10,435 ஆசிரியர்கள் மற்றும் 34,267 மாணவர்கள் தொழில் சார்ந்த நிறுவனங்களுக்கான பயிற்சி பெற்றிருக்காங்க. ஐடியிலேயே எந்தெந்த துறைகளில் டெவலப் ஆகிற ஸ்கோப் அதிகமாக இருக்குன்னு கவனிச்சு அந்த துறைகளில் நம்ம ஆசிரியர்கள் மற்றும் மாணவர்களோட திறன்களை மேம்படுத்த பல்வேறு தொழில் பிரிவுகளோடு 78 கோடி ரூபாயில 13 MOU சைன் பண்ணப்பட்டிருக்கு. இது ஒரு பக்கம்னா தமிழ் மென்பொருள்கள் உருவாக்கவும் மிகுந்த முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுத்துட்டு வரோம். தமிழ் கணிப்பொறிக்கான டிஜிட்டல் வடிவங்களை தரப்படுத்தப்படுகிற யூனிகோட் கன்சார்டியத்தில் நிறுவன உறுப்பினர் நிலையில தமிழ்நாடு அரசு என்பது பிரதிநிதியா இன்றைக்கு தமிழ் இணைய கல்விக் கழகம் விளங்குது. இன்டர்நெட்ல தமிழ்மொழி குறித்த தமிழ்மொழி குறித்த பொருண்மைகளை மேம்படுத்த உதவணும்னு பிழை திருத்தி, கிராம அனலைசர், உரை திருத்தி போன்ற நிறைய மென்பொருள்களை தமிழ் இணைய கல்விக் கழகம் உருவாக்கியிருக்கு. தமிழ் பொருண்மைகள் அடிப்படையில் ஏஐ தொடர்பான முயற்சிகளுக்கு NLP கருவிகளும் உருவாக்கப்பட்டு வருது. இதெல்லாம் பண்ணா மட்டும் போதுமா? இல்லை. அதனால தான் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டிக்கும் முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுக்கிறோம். இதுக்காக 2024ஆம் ஆண்டுல சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி பாலிசி 2.0 வெளியிட்டோம். MSME-க்கான சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி தொழில்நுட்ப உதவி பிரிவையும் ஏற்படுத்துவோம். அனைத்து மாவட்டங்களையும் மின் ஆளுமையை மேம்படுத்தவும், பொதுமக்களுக்கு சேவைகளை வழங்கவும் தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் திறம்பட பயன்படுத்தப்படுது. அரசோட அனைத்து சேவைகளும் ஆன்லைன்ல வழங்கப்படணும். மக்களின் நேரமும் அலைச்சலும் மிச்சமாகணும். நம்ம அந்த நோக்கத்தோடு தான் நம்ம திராவிட மாடல் அரசு சேவை மையங்களோட அமைப்பு முறையை வலுப்படுத்தி இருக்கு. 2021ஆம் ஆண்டுல 14,927 இருந்த சேவைகள் மையங்கள் 2024ஆம் ஆண்டு முடிவில் 33,554 என்ற அளவுக்கு 2 மடங்குக்கு மேல உயர்ந்திருக்கு. இன்னைக்கு நாம கலைஞர் மகளிர் உரிமை திட்டம், புதுமை பெண், தமிழ் புதல்வன் திட்டங்கள், இது போன்ற திட்டங்களை தொடங்கி மாசம் மாசம் கோடிக்கணக்கான மக்களுக்கு நேரடியாக வங்கி கணக்கில் பணத்தை போடுறோம்னா அதுக்கும் இந்த டேட்டாவும் தொழில்நுட்பமும் தான் காரணம். அப்படித்தான் 1,28,00,000 பயனாளிகளுக்கு இதுவரை மொத்தம் 13,522 கோடி ரூபாய் வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. எது இல்லைனாலும் பரவாயில்ல, இன்டர்நெட் எல்லா இடத்துலையும் இருக்கணும் என்கிற நிலையை உருவாக்கிடுச்சு. அதுக்காகத்தான் சென்னையில் இருக்க கடற்கரைகள், பேருந்து முனையங்கள், பூங்காக்கள் போன்ற பொது இடங்கள்ல பொதுமக்கள் இணைய வசதியை எளிதாக பயன்படுத்த 1,204 இலவச ஒய்ஃபை பாயிண்ட்ஸ் நிறுவி இருக்கிறோம். தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க அனைத்து தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப நிறுவனங்களுக்கும் ஒத்துழைப்பு மற்றும் உதவிகளை வழங்க சிறப்பு உதவி மையம் ஒன்ற எல்காட் நிறுவ இருக்கு. இப்போ நான் பட்டியலிட்ட இந்த எல்லா பணிகளையும் ஆர்வத்தோட ஒரு பெரும் கனவோட முறைப்படுத்தி செயல்படுத்திட்டு வர்றார் நம்முடைய தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பத்துறை அமைச்சர் PTR தியாகராஜன் அவர்கள். இந்த பணிகள் எல்லாம் தொய்வில்லாமல் தொடரணும்னு தான் இந்த மாநாட்டை உரிய காலத்தில் அவர் ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கிறார். இது டிஜிட்டல் யுகம். இனி மக்களோட எல்லா பயன்பாடுமே டிஜிட்டல் வழியாகத்தான் இருக்கும். இந்த பயன்பாடு சிம்பிளா எல்லாரும் பயன்படுத்தக்கூடியதா இருக்கணும். அதே நேரத்தில் முறைகேடுகள் செய்ய நினைக்கிறவங்களை தடுக்கிற அளவுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு அம்சங்களும் இருக்கணும். டிஜிட்டல் தொழில்நுட்பம் பரவுற அதே வேகத்தில் டிஜிட்டல் குற்றங்களும் பரவி வருது. அவை தடுக்கப்படணும். அதற்கேற்ப தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் வடிவமைக்கப்படணும், வலுப்படுத்தப்படணும். ஐடி மற்றும் புதுமைக்கான அடுத்த யுகத்தை நோக்கி வளமான வாய்ப்புகளை கண்டறியவும், அறிவார்ந்த கருத்துக்களை பரிமாறிக்கவும், கூட்டாண்மை நிறுவனங்களை உருவாக்கவும் இந்த மாநாட்டை இங்கே வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய வல்லுநர்கள் பயன்படுத்திக்கணும்னு நான் உறுதியாக நம்புகிறேன். ஒளிமயமான டிஜிட்டல் காலத்தில் எதிர்காலத்தை நோக்கி நாட்டையும் உலகையும் வழிநடத்துறதுக்கான நம்மோட ஒருங்கிணைந்த தொலைநோக்கு பார்வைக்கு சான்றா இமேஜின் 2025 திகழட்டும். புதுமை மற்றும் மேன்மையின் உலகளாவிய மையமா தமிழ்நாட்டை நாம் எல்லோரும் சேர்ந்து உருவாக்குவோம். எந்த புதுமை வந்தாலும் அதை முதலில் முயன்று பார்க்கும் மாநிலமா தமிழ்நாடு எப்பவும் இருந்திருக்கு. முன்னை பழமைக்கும் பழமையாய் பின்னை புதுமைக்கும் புதுமையாய் இருப்பது நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு. அந்த வழியில நம்முடைய அனைத்து செயல்பாடுகளும் இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லி இந்த மாநாடு பெரும் வெற்றி பெற வாழ்த்தி, இதை இவ்வளவு சிறப்பாக ஒருங்கிணைச்சிருக்கக்கூடிய நம்முடைய அமைச்சர் PTR அவர்களையும் அவருக்கு துணை நின்ற அரசு அலுவலர்களுக்கும் மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை பாராட்டி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for your inspiring address that has filled us with renewed sense of purpose and pride. To conclude this inaugural session, may I now invite Mr. Kumar Jayant IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please welcome, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I convey my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister for inaugurating this event despite his very busy schedule. I convey my sincere thanks to Honorable Minister for IT and CEO HCL for their insightful address. And I convey my sincere thanks to the dignitaries on dais and all the other partners and all the doyens of industry who are there, academia, faculty, leaders of the industry, and not the least, media. And I also thank all the inaugurating team and the event team which has set up such a hugely successful inaugural ceremony. And I am sure we will have good deliberations across 2 days. And at the end of 30 hours when we meet for valedictory, we will have a lot of paths to go ahead. Once again, I thank all of you. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we officially commence Umagine TN 2025. Let's make the most of the opportunities to connect, collaborate, and create as we embark this transformative journey together. I thank all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have other sessions listed in this hall. I request you all to kindly be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. As we set the stage for our upcoming session, may I please invite all the students who are seated at the back to occupy the front row seats. We have a very interesting session coming up on leveraging the power of IT to pave the path to a $1 trillion economy in Tamil Nadu. A lot of interesting conversations and perspectives being shared right here on this very stage. To make the most of the session, I'd like to invite our attendees, our students in particular, to join us in the front row seats. We'll be beginning our on-stage proceedings shortly. Thank you very much. For all our students at the back, if I may please take the opportunity before we begin our on-stage proceedings to invite you to join us up front. We have multiple perspectives on a very interesting topic, leveraging the power of IT to pave the path to a $1 trillion economy in Tamil Nadu. As we begin and set the stage, I'd like to invite our students, our attendees, to occupy as many of the front rows as possible. Thank you very much. We'll be beginning shortly.
Check test 1 2 3. Check test. Check test. Test. Check test.
We begin our first session in a few minutes. As we prepare, if I may please invite all our attendees to take a seat. If I may also take the opportunity to request all of us in the auditorium to switch our phones to silent mode. As we know, there are going to be a lot of thought-provoking conversations here on stage, and we'd love to have your complete attention and participation. In order to facilitate that, if I may please request all our attendees to switch your phones to silent mode and to take a seat. We'll be beginning very shortly. Thank you.
I request all the delegates to kindly be seated, please. I request all the dignitaries, all the delegates to kindly occupy your seats, please. We are about to start this event in a few minutes. I request all of you to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start this event in a few minutes. I request all of you to kindly be seated. We have our speakers and delegates ready for the next event. I request all the ladies and gentlemen in this hall to kindly be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are about to commence this highly anticipated event, and we kindly request all our esteemed delegates to kindly occupy your seats, please.
Our first session here, ladies and gentlemen, at Umagine TN 2025, where we are truly building the future, one bold idea at a time. Our first session on stage focuses on a very crucial topic of leveraging the power of IT to pave the path to a $1 trillion economy in Tamil Nadu. Of course, today we also explore with this session the pivotal role of information technology in driving Tamil Nadu's vision of achieving a $1 trillion economy. It highlights the strategic initiatives in digital transformation, innovation, and the integration of emerging technologies to enhance economic growth. The key areas of focus during this session, you will see, include fostering IT-enabled industries, enhancing digital infrastructure, promoting skill development, and leveraging e-governance to boost efficiency and inclusivity. This particular discussion that we have coming up will feature insights from experts, policymakers, and industry leaders, all of which will emphasize the importance of technology as a catalyst for sustainable economic progress. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite our panel moderator to join us on stage, Mr. Govindarao IAS of the 2011 batch serving in the government of Tamil Nadu. He's also currently serving as the Director of E-Governance and CEO of Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency. With a reputation for effective leadership and dedication, he has held key administrative positions, including Project Director for World Bank-funded TN Health Systems Project. He's also been the Managing Director for Chennai Smart City Limited, the Managing Director for Tamil Nadu Urban Habitat Development Board, and also the District Collector Tanjavur, contributing the state's development across various sectors. Mr. Govindarao IAS has also been instrumental in driving transformative e-governance projects in areas such as education, health, and social welfare. His efforts, as we all know, have significantly enhanced service delivery mechanisms, ensuring transparency and efficiency in public administration. Please join me as I extend a welcome to our moderator. Welcome, sir. It is also my pleasure to invite our speaker, Mr. C. Vijay Kumar, ladies and gentlemen, very widely known as CVK, who is the CEO and Managing Director of HCL Tech. A loud round of applause for our speaker, who holds a degree in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from PSG College of Technology, Tamil Nadu. Of course, an MBA from IIM Calcutta as well. He joined HCL Tech back in 1994, and from there on, he went on to become the COO in 2016 and further CEO. Pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. It's also my absolute privilege to invite our next speaker to join us on stage, Ms. Ipshita Dasgupta, Senior Vice President and Managing Director of HP, a senior executive in digital media and sports, and of course, focused on growing an international entertainment and sports app. Ladies and gentlemen, her career spans the US, China, India, and Southeast Asia, with expertise across high-tech, digital, industrial, and consulting sectors. This is going to be a very interesting conversation. I'd like to hand the floor over to our session moderator.
A very good morning to all the delegates, students, and my esteemed panelists who have come here. Today, our panel is on leveraging the power of IT for realizing the dream of $1 trillion economy of our state government. So before we go into the panel discussion, I just want to give a brief on the context and how the state government has come out with this aspiration. As we all know, Tamil Nadu is the most urbanized state in our country, and we are the second largest economy. The GDP size is $346 US billion in financial year 23-24, and we contribute significantly to the country's economy. And we are the third largest exporter of the software, and Chennai is the SaaS capital of India. Our state, in the GDP, the services sector alone contributes to more than 50%, which is quite significant. And within the services sector, 15% of it is contributed by the IT sector. So IT sector plays a pivotal role in the economic growth of the state, and it contributes immensely to the employment. More than 1 million people are working in the IT sector, and we have a very good number of establishment. More than 130 of the Fortune 500 companies are located in Tamil Nadu, and we have more than 5,000 IT establishments that are working here in the state. As I said, and it was told by the speakers and Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Minister also in the inaugural remarks, that we contribute to the highest number of female workforce in the country. So to enable all this to happen, the government is very proactively taking various measures, various policy initiatives to facilitate the ease of doing business. If you see in the last couple of years, the ease of doing business ranking has improved from 14 to number 3. So we are number 3 in the country. Similarly, in taking various service delivery initiatives to make it hassle-free for the citizen and to deliver good governance, state has been taking various measures. Because of all those initiatives, now the Tamil Nadu government ranks number 1 in the Good Governance Index released by the Government of India. So all this has been possible because of the various initiatives of the government, also because of the availability of skilled talent pool. We have a very good ecosystem of education. We have 59 universities and more than 750 research institutions. And to add that, we have 10 national institutes of importance in Tamil Nadu and more than 3,000 colleges. Honorable CM was also mentioning in the morning, and Honorable Minister mentioned, we almost contributed 20% of the engineering graduates. And if we see in this hall also, we have a sizable number of students who are participating actively to listen to all of us and to learn from all of us. That is the talented skill pool we are having. And added to that, the state government has come up with a path-breaking scheme, non-Mudurvan scheme. Over last couple of years, we have trained more than 20 lakh students, teachers, and various stakeholders to facilitate the job in the emerging sectors. So with all these backgrounds, the state is now, like it was mentioned by Honorable Minister, we are planning to move from services to products to innovation. That is the key. To facilitate the innovation ecosystem, Tamil Nadu government has started the Tamil Nadu Technology Hub, ITNT, which is hand-holding the startups and facilitating them to move up to the next level. Also, the state has come out with the Tamil Nadu AI mission to expedite the faster adoption of the AI in various sectors. So having all this background and with the firm industrial foundation that the state enjoys, with a very good IT robust infrastructure and very good telecom connectivity and network availability, seamless connectivity that is available, and the mobile penetration that is there, and very good education ecosystem that I have mentioned that is available, and various skill development initiatives that the state government is taking, and the enabling policy framework. The state is in a very good position in the IT sector compared to other states, and it enjoys a very good picture at the global arena. So in this context, the state has set up and come out with a vision, and we aspire to achieve $1 trillion economy by to 2030. So in that context, I am very happy to have the esteemed panelists who bring with them rich experience in this sector. So now my question to you, Vijay Kumar sir. So how do you think the state, and what are the major focus areas do you think the state should focus to leverage the power of IT to achieve the $1 trillion economy by 2030?
Thank you, Govind, and it's my pleasure to be here again. State like Tamil Nadu has a lot of basic ingredients to really get to $1 trillion economy. Tamil Nadu has a very diverse economic environment, starting from manufacturing to services. Services are also quite broad-based between IT, technology services, financial services, and agriculture and products. All of that it's a very diversified environment. And another very important element is in Tamil Nadu, the economic development is much more broad-based. It's not just concentrated in Chennai. There are at least 10 or 15 cities which have good quality infrastructure, business environment, all of that is there. So for Tamil Nadu to get to a $1 trillion economy, if you really do some math, our per capita income should become somewhere between $10,000 to $15,000, which is really like a middle income country, right? That's where $10,000 to $15,000 kind of per capita income is possible. I think there are three very critical things that needs to happen. One is, of course, high quality talent. That's a very, very important dimension. The second one is, highly skilled talent is the first one. The second one is access to high quality jobs. I think that's a very important dimension. And then overall aligning the entire ecosystem from government to academia and the citizens, all of them to a very high productivity culture. I think these three are the most important ingredients to just emphasize high-end skills. We should not be just focused on a lot of low-end skills and volumes, focus on high-end skills and get access to high-quality jobs. It's not about any job which comes into Tamil Nadu. We need to really pick and choose and get the high-quality jobs and then really build a high productivity culture. I think these are the three things, and if we can get even two of them, the third one will automatically follow, right? If you have great talent, you will get high quality jobs. So I think if you have the both, you will be more productive. So I think if we can focus on these three dimensions, it'll be very beneficial.
I think you have mentioned about three important aspects. One is the development should be broad-based, and another is high-quality talent should be nurtured, and also high-quality jobs we should be seeking after. So for that, like one of the major objectives of this Umagine 2025 is to harness the power of emerging technologies. So when we come to the emerging technologies, obviously artificial intelligence is the center of innovation. So now my question is to Mrs. Ipsita. So now how do you think the AI, which is presently at the center of innovation, it is shaping our job roles, workflows and organizational structures, and how it will be useful to harness the productivity which Sir was mentioning about?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I completely agree with everything CVK just said. And if you just take a step back, before we even start to talk about technologies like AI, I want to just put forward 3 or 4 points for all of us to think about. The first one is how young we are as a population. Minister PTR was talking about how incredible the stats are in Tamil Nadu, with women participating in the workforce, the number of engineers and tech people coming out of the market. But in general, if you think about the fact that the average age in India today is 28.5, the US and Western Europe or the US and China is about 10 years older than us. Europe and Japan are even older. So if you think about the fact that we're talking about global capability centers, this country, and because of the role that Tamil Nadu plays in this country, as you've pointed out a couple of times and has been pointed out in the morning, is actually the workforce of an aging world. So that's one stat I want to put out there. The second one is the fact that we have about 1.5 million engineers graduating a year in India. In 2024, about 1.5 million engineers graduated. Only about 10% of them were employable. So that's another stat I want to put out there for us to just think about what are the gaps that we're dealing with. Again, Tamil Nadu is a great example of high participation of women in the workforce, but let me give you the national average again. 37% of women work in India. It is lower than almost any other country in the world. So again, and the number for men is about 74, 75%, and this includes all kinds of labor outside the house. Okay, so if you combine all of those things with the young demographic and my favorite fact about India, which is the way we adapt technology and adopt technology to suit our needs is phenomenal. And with that, I truly believe India is going to be the capital for the world in terms of AI use cases. And I want to take another step back. You mentioned mobile phone penetration. I want to talk a little bit about what it means to be a productive economy versus a consumption economy. One of the most important things about what's happening in India today and what's happening in Tamil Nadu today is the boldness of our ambitions. Without boldness, nothing comes. However, we really have to think about what it takes to be a production economy versus a consumption economy. Let me give you a sense of what I mean by that. On average, if you look at minute-to-minute comparisons of the amount of time watching entertainment per person in India, it matches the US. And it's the two highest countries in the world. But if you actually look at the stats on the amount of exposure that a child has to a computer in India, it's on the other end of the spectrum compared to the US. PC penetration is less than 20%. Now I'm going to ask all of you to go through an exercise. Imagine yourselves walking into a room. You see a child on a tablet, you see a child on a phone, you see a child on a computer. Which one do you think is going to ace their exams the next day? Go through the same, and which one do you think is collecting Instagram likes? Go through the same exercise walking into one of your boardrooms. You see the same 3 devices. Which employee do you think is the most productive? So though AI is going to be a huge component in what we do, and I'll talk about that a little bit later on, I think utilizing productive devices and tools are going to be a very important part of our growth and development.
Okay. So you have touched upon a very important aspect of the employability. So the state government is taking keen interest, like it was mentioned in the initial remarks. Non-Mudalavan scheme is the one which is focusing on upskilling of all the student, the pool that is available. Like it is said, almost 20% of the engineering pool to the nation is contributed by the Tamil Nadu. So in that context, the education and skilling are the 2 areas which are of paramount importance to any government. So my question to you is, how can AI play a role in, ensuring that the students are properly skilled, and how these emerging areas can help to improve the employability of the students, and to identify the areas in which the students have to be trained so that they will get the high paid, high quality jobs which Vijay Kumar was mentioning.
Again, let me start with a gap to make this visual for everyone. Last year, a study says that about 2 million people were diagnosed with cancer. The belief is that at least 1.5 to 3 times is the actual number. It's just that there were no official diagnoses for a number of people. That means likely between 3 to 6 million people were diagnosed with cancer last year. We have 2,000 oncologists in the country, right? So 1.4 billion people, 2,000 oncologists, and cancer diagnosis for between 2 and 6 million people in the country in 1 year. There are 600,000 general physicians in the country. Now, if you think about the use case from a skilling perspective, if you could use AI, and we are already working on some of this with esteemed institutions, if you could think about AI upskilling a general physician in a tier 2, tier 3 city or a rural environment to, one, be able to start the process of detection early enough that there is hope, as well as after people, most of you are familiar because actually Chennai is one of the 2 or 3 places in India where people come for cancer care, and Tamil Nadu in general. The expenses people bear and the way they live their lives to show up to get treated, they go back only to find that there's no upkeep in care. So the upskilling that you can do to a general physician or even someone less qualified than that to be able to both detect and to be able to follow up on medical requirements, on treatment that can be done remotely is one example. I'll give another example really quickly. I already gave you the gap on women. What we find is that one study quoted, and I don't know if this is true, but I just want to give you the study because it's astounding. Apparently, the average number of hours of housework that an average woman does in India is 8.5 hours, okay? Add to a 12-hour workday 8.5 hours, and I don't know what's remaining. Now you can combine it to the 37% of women work. Now imagine the ability to provide a woman with a tool, a PC that enables her to be more productive in her work world, right? And to be able to be benefited by either mundane tasks or analysis or the ability to do something where a household starts to get used to an income and then starts to think about how to limit that woman's responsibilities in the house or amount of work done in the house. So the opportunities from a skilling perspective for the individual, both from a social sector perspective as well as more participation in the workforce is incredible. And if you think about getting to something like $1 trillion or the whole country getting to another $3.5 trillion is going to require workforce participation, is going to require health, it's going to require education.
Okay. So definitely the role of AI is undoubtedly very much important, and we have to focus on that. In connection with the upskilling of the students, we have many students participating in this panel. Like I have mentioned, we have 59 universities and more than 3,000 colleges, and every year in various streams almost 1 million students come out of the colleges. So in your experience, how do you think the industry should align with the education sector to train these students in the emerging technologies like IoT, AI, quantum computing, and other emerging technologies?
Yeah, Ipshita, you made some very, very good points, excellent examples, very, very relevant in Indian context. If you look at students or even people who are already employed in the technology field, I think the biggest challenge is people become redundant in their skills in a matter of 5 to 10 years. So we need to build a culture of continuous learning across the society. It's not just about students. It's a lot of people who are doing very good jobs. Their jobs will become redundant if they do not focus on upskilling themselves. And our education system and the curriculum is still very memory oriented and rote learning oriented. We need to build a curriculum which is more critical thinking, right? A lot of technologies can be taught, and now we have AI coming in, which will make a lot of routine things much more easily doable through AI and machine learning. So a little more critical thinking and trying to kind of situation analysis. So those skills are more important. And continuous learning mindset is also equally important. And the curriculums that we have today, probably it needs to be updated every 3 years or at least every 5 years. A lot of things which people studied maybe 10 years ago are not so relevant. There is definitely some relevance for some of the fundamental aspects, but a lot of applied aspects are changing so dramatically. So the curriculum that the colleges and schools have will have to get aligned a lot more to what the industry needs. So working closely with the industry and continuously fine-tuning the curriculum and keeping that as an ongoing process, I think will go a long way in making people relevant. And the need for upskilling, the fundamental quality will improve a lot.
I'm sure the students who are there, they are actively listening. And this kind of conference and panel discussion definitely will give them a good exposure and to have an idea of what are all the emerging technologies so that even during their training and discussion among themselves, they can focus. Your inputs are very useful, and definitely I'm sure they will follow. Connected to this, and as a continuation, we have seen the below there are lot of startups who have put their stalls, and they have shown very active participation in the event. So Tamil Nadu, like I have mentioned, has come out with IIT-NT, which has been hand-holding the startups and incubating them, and helping them to go to the next level. So because of which we see that in the last 3 years, almost the number of startups has tripled. So likewise, how do you think from the industry perspective, the state should develop an overall ecosystem in which the incubators, accelerators, and the investors, venture capitalists, the entire ecosystem is built so that the startup will bloom, and the startup are the engines for the innovation, no doubt. So what are your thoughts on that, sir?
Yeah, I think for innovation, cluster and collaboration are very, very important. And one great example is the IIT Madras Research Park. Maybe Tamil Nadu needs 20 such research parks, maybe 10 in Chennai, 5 in Coimbatore, all across the state. We need similar research parks, which can be either incubated by some of the leading academic institutions, which can be incubated by businesses or even government. I think that will really create a lot of opportunities for young people. Without too much of administrative hassles, they can kind of innovate and create new products, new solutions. And from a startup perspective, I think, while there is a lot of encouragement, there are a lot of startups, I think there's still significant concern about the rules and lack of flexibility for small startups. And sometimes they're being asked to comply with similar rules and regulations of an established business. So I think simplifying the rules, more flexibility, and really celebrate the successes in a very big way, because each one of these startups, every small success will lead to a big multiplier impact in the future. So celebrating that is also going to be a great way to encourage them.
Okay, sir. Moving on to the impact of the latest generative AI technologies and the Industry 4.0 that is to be adopted in the traditional sectors. In Tamil Nadu, like I have mentioned, the services sector contributes to around more than 50%. We have a strong manufacturing base, which contributes to 33% of the GDP, and the agri sector contributes around 13%. So focusing on these traditional sectors and going forward, how these sectors adopt to the new emerging technologies will be a significant move in contributing to the economic growth. So in this context, how do you see the emerging technologies adoption in the traditional sectors?
Let me start by answering the question from an industry perspective. And then I want to touch upon MSMEs, because I think they're actually the largest group of people to think about in even these traditional sectors who don't have the time or the resources to explore emerging technologies. But to give you a sense of the more traditional, like manufacturing or agricultural, technology has to meet people where they are at. They can't start with people where they are at, because one of the things we all realize when we think of all of these sectors and all of these smaller companies as our customers is that they are busy. They are busy tending to their businesses. And so we need to think about ways in which AI can help a farmer anticipate all of the changes that are happening from climate change, and then have expertise at their fingertips on what that would mean and what they would do differently. The same is true with manufacturing. But again, let me just go back to some stats around MSMEs in these sectors. Okay, there are about 60 million MSMEs in India today. If you even only take the 14 million that are urban, only 60% of them have even one PC, which means only 60% of them have any level of digitization today. So one of the things that we have started doing is we have partnered with CII to build an AI center where we are not working on innovation around AI or regulation, but on adoption of AI. So we are running immersion workshops to drive different use cases for MSMEs in AI to make a marketing person's work easier, a chartered accountant's work easier, a CFO's work easier, and just giving them exposure. I don't know about you guys, but the first time you got an AI tool in your hands, how long did you wait before you used it? I waited months, because just incorporating it into my schedule or figuring out how to do it was tiring in and of itself. In fact, I have two 10-year-old girls, and I find that they moved, they're coders, little bit. I've seen them move to prompting and using AI much more seamlessly in their lives than we do in ours. So I think a big part of this is going to be working on adoption and exploration with MSMEs and these sectors.
Your use, Ms. Vijay
No, I
Kumar.
think Ipshita covered this well. I think, I mean, all the industries, if you look at the three things that I mentioned, the productivity paradigm is going to significantly change with the adoption of IoT and AI and all the new technologies. So I think MSMEs also will adopt it the moment they see a value. They're really quick to adopt. And I think today the technology has become, for example, AI is very easily available for everybody to consume in a certain way. So I think that has really democratized the technology availability, which helps all the industries improve productivity.
Yeah, definitely improving the productivity by leveraging these emerging technologies in both manufacturing as well as agriculture and also the social sectors like health and education. Definitely it will go a long way. Your insights are very helpful. Moving on to the next area of focus for achieving the $1 trillion economy, you have mentioned in your inaugural remarks also. See how to make the growth inclusive. There is a huge divide between the urban and rural areas, and also the equitable access for the opportunities as well as the infrastructure, like you have mentioned. So how should the state, proactively ensure that, and in your view, how the industry should be engaged to achieve these two aspects of inclusive growth as well as providing the equitable access?
Yeah. So I think, I mean, there are two things that I want to call out. One is really increasing the women participation in the workforce, right? It's only 32%, even in a state like Tamil Nadu. I think that is a huge untapped potential. If we can get them into the mainstream of economy, then the GDP is going to increase in that proportion. So that's one. And which is again inclusive, which is really more broad-based. Diversity helps in so many different dimensions. And the second aspect is really broad basing it across the state or across the country, which I think Tamil Nadu has done very well. Across the state, there are many cities and centers which are really coming up well. But I think there needs to be a very deliberate focus to build all the cities outside of Chennai. Because I think because of the constraints that a big city has, I think the productivity levels are much higher in a lot of small cities. And we ourselves have centers in Madurai and Chennai, and we find the productivity of the work that happens in Madurai is much higher than even in Chennai. So I think to that extent, look at strengthening all the enablement in all the cities in Tamil Nadu. That'll go a long way.
So I agree with this completely, and I think if we again sort of take the problem national, there are 225 million students in India today. Only 46% of, actually 46% of the teachers don't have the necessary qualifications to teach the students they're teaching today. Just think about what that means. That's about half. 27% of the schools are struggling to even find teachers. Perfectly good schools can't find a physics teacher for class 9, 10, 11, and 12. So just to recognize how big a problem we have in terms of the gap in education. But there are two types of inclusion I want to talk about. One is this inclusion, where access to things like AI where you can translate language. Somebody can be teaching in one language, imagine from Tamil Nadu, to another student across the country who is listening and learning in that language. But secondly, and collaborative tools, being able to actually do these things virtually. But there's another kind of inclusion I want to talk about for any of you who have children. And that's the fact that people learn differently from each other. And we don't have the time as an economy for the bold ambitions that we all have to grow at the rate of bringing every student along without, again, utilizing technology to think about the ways people learn. Some children learn better by reading. Some children learn better by listening. And some children learn better by doing. And some by talking, as we're hearing in the back. But I think the combination of being able to recognize how someone learns and using our technology to be able to make devices quickly understand and learn the needs of a student and being able to deploy them the way we have done with mobile telephony. We are very good at this as a country. So I think those are the two ways I would think about inclusion from an education point of view.
Okay, so thanks for the insights, both the panelists. So we have touched upon the policy framework that is needed, the upskilling that is needed in the education ecosystem to suit the industry needs, and the startup ecosystem that has to be created, and also the bridging up of rural-urban divide. Now, to sum it up, we'll start with Ms. Ipsita. How do you think the government should take, which is the most impactful policy initiative or the reform the government should take to move towards the vision of realizing the $1 trillion economy, in your view?
You know, I'm going to say three things, and all of them have come up many times since this morning, and I'm going to borrow from CVK shamelessly before he speaks. The first one I'm going to say, and all of them are the state is well on its way and already doing it. One is bold ambition. You can't achieve anything without bold ambition. Two is productivity and utilizing everything within our ecosystems to achieve that productivity, right? Some of it is in creating collaboration, some of it is in utilizing technology. And the last one, the Honorable CM also touched upon, is public-private partnerships. The need to do this with both sets of players working together to solve for some of these really difficult problems and really bold ambitions.
Okay, thank you so much for these views. Now I request Vijay Kumar sirs to give your views on which are the most impactful things as a policy and initiative the government should take up so that we will realize and leverage the IT sector to realize the dream of achieving $1 trillion economy.
I think I have a slightly contrarian view here. Like while government is chasing a lot of investments to come into the state, which is really you are addressing the demand of work and things like that. But I think if you really focus on the supply, really find the right skills, get everybody skilling levels to be far above what it is today, then the investments will automatically come. That's one. The second aspect is investments also cannot be looked at, all the investments cannot be looked at with the same eye, right? Because if you look at countries like Japan and South Korea, while in the early years of their growth, they were very open for all kind of investments. As they evolved as economies, they started becoming much more selective. They cherry-picked the right kind of investments, which really creates a multiplier impact in their local economies. So I think government should really look at high quality investments and cherry pick the right level of investment, right kind of investments, which really creates a much bigger multiplier impact for the state.
Yeah, thank you so much for the valuable inputs. I'm sure the delegates attending here, the startup representatives and the students, they're able to get the points from the discussion. I just got a reminder from the organizers that our panel time is almost up. So if there are any questions from the audience, we will take. If there is any question from any of the participants, delegates, or yeah, please. Can somebody pass on the mic to him? Yeah, you, Dhananjay, can you please volunteer? You can take this. Okay. You please introduce yourself and then.
My name is Rajashekar. A question to both of you. You said there is a huge skill gap difference, right? There is 1.5 million engineers coming out of the engineering colleges and hardly 10% is deployable. What is that private sector, the corporate sector can do to improve that percentage?
The biggest value addition corporate sector can do is to really bridge the gap in the curriculum, right? At least in your, either in school or in the second and third year or fourth year of college, if the private sector can be involved in creating curriculums which are much more relevant, so that when they come out of their education, they're readily deployable for the right kind of work. I think that's the most important thing from my perspective.
Yeah, I think I agree with that completely. And I would say being able to utilize technology to manage for those skill gaps early and then be able to build. I think some of the issues are also softer skills. And so being able to, when CVK is talking about bridging that gap, those are some of the thoughts that we also have, which is how can we play a very different role in a market like India, where we can help build some of those softer skills as corporations rather than leave it in the university responsibility.
Yeah, that's a very important aspect you touched upon, and both the panelists have given a clear view. See, in Tamil Nadu, already non-Mudalavan scheme is attempting in a big way to do that. We have in IT department, we have ICT Academy, which is, upskilling the students across the country, not only in Tamil Nadu. Likewise, we are partnering with the firms, big firms like the top companies we are having in our state, and we are roping in them to identify the areas in which we have skill development corporation dedicatedly working on that, and we are identifying the areas and collaborating with the industry to do that. Definitely these inputs will be of great help to take it forward and skilling the students and improve the employability. That is the ultimate aim, and thereby we should it should result in the job creation. So with this, I am sure more people are willing to ask the question, but my organizations are pushing me to complete. So we will take one last question, then we will try to sum it up. Please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing your inputs. My name is Sid Ahmed. I serve as President and CEO of Vida Group of Companies. Our Global Capability Center is based out of Trichy. I did not hear Trichy at all in this entire conversation. We have close to employed about 10. Oh, sorry about that.
Just keep it closer.
Is it better? Okay, my name is Sid, and we run our Global Capability Center based out of Trichy. I did not hear Trichy in this entire conversation. In the last 16 years, we have created over 10,000 jobs just in Trichy, right? My key question is, what I find as the biggest challenge is around the communication skills. The college students, the employability of students is the biggest challenge where the biggest challenge what we have is just around the communication skills. The filtration process is so much that we are able to select only a handful of talent. Then we are able to upskill them with on-the-job trainings. Do you have any thoughts around that? Two areas. One is about Trichy. What are you all doing for Trichy? And the second thing is about communication skills. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Respond, then I'll sum it up.
So Madurai and Trichy is not far, right? So that way, a lot of people from Trichy also are big. We have big number of people from Trichy in our Madurai center. So we are almost there. We have a very, very large campus in Madurai, so that takes care of it. What was the other question? Communication skills is real, right? I mean, this is also part of the soft skills. But one thing I can foresee is, while communication skills needs to be much more developed, so the soft skills, all of that we need to do. But we should also think how AI can help improve communication, right? Each one of us, when we want to write an email, we can improve our emails through Copilot. So can we look at how the young people who are coming into the workforce can communicate better using AI? That's just one possibility which can be very disruptive in solving the problem that we have.
Yeah, I am 100% sure that AI is going to be a game changer on this. I think we are going to move more towards a world where people who don't necessarily speak English, for example, will be able to communicate the way they do at their dinner tables in their home, in workplaces, and it will be translated in real time through technology. With AI capabilities. It's already happening. We just need to adopt it much more wider scale. So I think that really, otherwise this problem has been one that's existed for decades. And it's damaging because it doesn't allow for the inclusiveness that we should have.
Yeah, thank you so much, both the panelists. I hope that answered your question. So TVK sir also mentioned about the broad-based development to ensure the inclusive growth. See, in Trichy, we have 2 institutes of national importance, IIM and NIT, and also IFPT, Food Processing Technology, is very nearby in Tanjavur. So likewise, our state is one of the role models in ensuring that the broad-based development is taken up by spreading and by taking a regional approach, by covering all the corners of the state in various sectors. And also an important aspect is the communication skills and the soft skills of the students. Like I mentioned, almost 1 million students come out of the higher education institutions, and as we all know, our gross enrollment ratio is more than 52%, which is the highest in the country. With that in the background, the soft skills impartment to all these students will become a topmost priority for the state as well. Definitely, of the overall discussion points, Mrs. Ipsita has mentioned about the bold ambition for the state to achieve the role. She has covered most focused approach is needed for improving the productivity, which is an important area. And also she talked about the employability of the students and improving the women representation in the workforce, which Tamil Nadu is already a pioneer. Definitely, our state will work towards that. And adapting and adopting the emerging technologies like AI and all is a very key input that is needed to leverage the power of IT sector. We thank you for all your valuable inputs. Definitely the audience and the government stakeholders here and various representatives, we have benefited a lot with the inputs. And coming to TVK sir's inputs, he mainly talked about broad basing the development, which is very important. And he very focusedly told about the high quality talent that is needed for the industry, and also seeking after high quality jobs and attracting the high quality investment that are very important for the state government to realize the dream. And he also mentioned about celebrating the success. That is very important. That goes into the very idea of conducting these kind of events wherein we call up the startups and we celebrate their successes so that the others get motivated and they become attracted to start up their own initiatives. Definitely all these inputs will be of great help. I am sure the esteemed panelists have shared their experience, and it has benefited and it helped many of the participants to get a good perspective, and also helped the government stakeholders to get an idea. Definitely we will take it forward, and I thank you both for your valuable insights. Thank you so much. And I thank audience for being actively participating in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, while we extend our heartfelt gratitude, we also would like to take the opportunity to present mementos to our guests on stage. May I please request Mr. G. Ramesh, Manager ELCOT, to present our panel moderator, Mr. Govind Rao, with a very special memento extending our heartfelt thanks. It's also my humble request to all our guests in the audience to please do take a seat as we prepare for our upcoming session. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator. Thank you so much, sir. I'd now like to invite Ms. Priya, Joint Director, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to present a very special memento to our speaker, Mr. C. Vijay Kumar. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts. If I may invite everybody in the audience to put your hands together and extend our thanks to our speaker. It's also my pleasure to invite Ms. Tina, Joint Director, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to present a memento to our speaker, Ms. Ipshita Dasgupta. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable ideas and, of course, I think candid thoughts as well here on this very stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may invite you to give our panelists and our moderator a round of applause, extending our heartfelt thanks. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we also set the stage for our upcoming session, which is going to be a fireside chat. Of course, this is on a topic that was spoken about in the inaugural session and reiterated in the panel that we just saw. This particular session is titled Powering Progress to the $1 trillion Economy with the Youth Leading the Digital Revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, this session focuses on the pivotal role of the youth and while we drive forward India's journey towards a wonderful digital economy. As digital technologies continue to evolve, the younger generation is at the forefront of this transformation, leveraging innovation, entrepreneurship, and tech skills to create new opportunities and disrupt industries. This particular session that we have coming up will focus how young leaders, startups, and digital natives are harnessing emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, and cloud computing to accelerate economic growth, foster job creation, and fuel digital inclusion. The attendees, the very attendees and students and all our guests in the hall, we're going to take a bright look at how the youth are leading the charge in India's digital revolution and opportunities that they hold in shaping the country's economic future. Joining us in this fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, we have two wonderful stalwarts, starting off with the Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services in the Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Payanivel Thiagarajan Avargal. Also joining us for this session is Mr. Ish Sundaram, who is the President and CEO at Utpata Ventures. So it's definitely going to be an interesting conversation as we set in motion this fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here at Umagine TN 2025. Of course, our stage is prepping for this fireside chat. If I may please invite all our guests who are right there at the back to take a seat as we prepare for a very candid, very straightforward conversation on the youth leading the digital revolution. We have a lot of ideas being shared here on stage. And as we prepare for our upcoming fireside chat, if I may please invite all our guests to take a seat. Umagine TN 2025, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, is a wonderful stage where innovation meets ambition, ideas shape the future, and of course, most importantly, we're looking at a day that's packed with inspiration, exploration, and transformation. Coming up on this stage with our next segment, we have exactly that. As we take forward this one-of-a-kind hub for visionaries, creators, disruptors, all of who dare to push the boundaries where technology and creativity converge. Ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming fireside chat focuses on youth leading the digital revolution. And as we set the stage, if I may please invite all our guests who are standing at the back to take a seat. Today also we set in motion conversations that not only shape the future, but also build it one bold idea at a time. Of course, we're truly excited to have our distinguished audience here with us, being an integral part of the journey. The upcoming segment, the fireside chat, is going to be focusing, like we all know, on the youth leading the digital revolution while also powering the progress to the $1 trillion economy. A conversation that we would all love to stay tuned to. So if I may please invite all our guests who are standing at the back to take a seat. Thank you. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to begin a fantastic conversation on powering progress to the $1 trillion economy with the youth leading the digital revolution. This particular session is going to focus on the pivotal role of the youth as we take forward India's journey. And alongside that, we also have this particular conversation started in the inaugural session, reiterated in the panel discussion. As digital technologies continue to evolve, the younger generation is at the forefront of this transformation, leveraging innovation, entrepreneurship, and tech skills to create new opportunities and disrupt industries. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular session and this conversation will explore how young leaders, startups, digital natives, all of them are harnessing emerging techniques such as AI, blockchain, and cloud computing to accelerate economic growth, foster job creation, and also fuel digital inclusion. We're going to gain valuable insights on how the youth are leading the charge into India's digital revolution, while also taking a look at the opportunities that they hold in shaping our economic future. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us for this fireside chat, we have the Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services in Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Payanivel Thiagarajan. We also are going to be joined by the President and CEO of Utpata Ventures, Mr. Ish Sundaram. This is going to be an interesting conversation. And as we set the stage and get ready to welcome our speakers, I'd also like to invite our students and guests to take a seat and maybe switch your phones to silent mode as well. This platform is also going to be focusing on the very important conversation of the digital revolution with a youth perspective. And having a lot of students in the audience, this particular session, we'd love to have your complete attention and participation. So if I may please invite all of you to take a seat as we prepare. Alongside that, if I may also take the opportunity to invite all our guests at the back, especially the students, to join us up front. We have a lot of empty seats to the sides, so please do feel free to occupy the front row seats. This is going to be a very candid conversation, and we'd love to have your complete participation. So if I may please invite all our students to take a few chairs forward or move a few rows ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is officially here. It's time for our fireside chat on powering progress to the $1 trillion economy, youth leading the digital revolution. We have the Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services in the Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Paranivel Thiagarajan Avargal, joining us on stage. A round of applause as we welcome Sir. It is also my pleasure to invite Mr. Ish Sundaram, President and CEO of Utpata Ventures, to join us for the fireside chat. Welcome, sirs. The Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, has been a visionary leader with a deep commitment to leveraging technology for public good and, of course, at the forefront of shaping Tamil Nadu into a global hub for innovation and digital excellence. We're also joined by Mr. Ish Sundaram, who is an early-stage venture fund and an operating executive at Tailwind Capital, who focuses on industrial and technological portfolios. This is going to be an interesting conversation, so if I may please request your complete attention. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank
Vanakkam,
you.
Chennai. Ready to go?
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
First of all, thank you, sir, for the third year of Umagine. It's fantastic. What an inspiring crowd of so much of Tamil Nadu youth being here, joining us from so many different cities. And a round of applause for our minister.
Thank you.
About 3 years ago, when I had an opportunity to listen to our CM, I was so inspired, the connection to economic growth and empowering our youth. Today, everything we hear is about $1 trillion economy. Almost, now I feel like 1 trillion is so near to us, we should set much more, bigger goals. My first question to you, sir, is very simple. 3 years ago, the technology space, and you were the finance minister then, was very different, right? And what has happened in 3 years is something I saw probably over 20 years, the acceleration. And historically, Tamil Nadu has been so focused on automotive, IT services, and different spaces. But 1 trillion is really not that far. But where do you see the new chapter of IT? And how do you see our youth can drive more than $1 trillion for us, seeing the speed at which change is happening now?
Well, I think in the evolution of any sector, there are always inflection points. It's never a steady state, as you know. There are periods of very rapid growth or very great transformation, and then there's, slower change or more kind of stable transitions. I think we were very fortunate that macroeconomically, there was a global kind of inflection point, independent of technology, because of, the post-financial crisis kind of stimulus era coming to an end. The pandemic, unprecedented, at least in our lifetimes and our fathers' lifetimes or mothers' lifetimes, and the recovery from that. And so, between that plus the geopolitical shift of the last 30 years of kind of the China manufacturing paradigm shifting, I think the world was ripe for a lot of change. And in this space, I think innovation, and now particularly the notion of autonomy in software or in program development, the ability to have large data centers with on-demand data and cloud computing in a significant way, all of them have come together. And so I certainly see this as an inflection point. Now, inflection point in a different way than we have seen previous inflection points, because it's not just technology. In the past, it was usually only about technology. This is also about geopolitics, about macroeconomics, about a lot of things together. In that sense, something that has been true around the world all the time is even more accentuated now, which is that it's always about the people. It's always about how many people you have, of what ability, of what perseverance, of what insight, of what ambition. And I think we're very fortunate. Our Chief Minister had the vision early on that Tamil Nadu, as you know, is at a kind of very interesting turning point of its own. We have been a declining birth rate society for decades now, almost 2 decades. And so this is when the peak of our youth are actually going to be entering. At some point, we're going to also be an aging society like much of the developed world. So it was an opportunity to be seized, and by the fortuitous coincidence of this, we doubled down on the human element of it in every aspect, from the elementary school up to the graduate school, and try to get people into the new paradigm as quickly as possible, or equipped for the new paradigm in the coming years. And in that sense, this conference, as you know, we never had a tech conference, of at least a state-sponsored tech conference in Tamil Nadu before. And so when I first supported it as finance minister, I was not even in this department, but the value of a tech conference, the value of aggregating a bunch of people together, of having a confluence of ideas, of having a transfer of ideas, was so immediately beneficial in my mind that we went ahead with it. In that sense, I would say every year we have grown from strength to strength in multiple ways. The conference gets better and easier and more quality. And I've just come from the startup arena downstairs. It's amazing to me. I'm sure we'll talk about that later. But it has to be about the people. And we are never going to have a greater ratio of young people than we do now. It's only going to go the other way. And so this was the moment to be seized, to focus a lot on our youth, to connect them globally, to connect them to ideas, to connect them to the internet through our TanfiNet project in every way possible, to accelerate their integration into this digital economy, and to leverage this inflection point, in some ways a democratizing inflection point, right? Because it's no longer about programming. It's no longer about having a particular skill. It's about innovation in many things, from IoT to data capture and analytics to autonomy to deep tech and other things. So this is new horizon, new energy, a lot of young people, best place to be.
One of the things that inspires me, back to your, grandparents and father, who gave so much to the society in terms of social justice and inclusivity, and the Dravidian movement, which is so fundamental in promoting youth from different backgrounds. When I think about my background, coming from a small town, Tuticorin, and you coming from Madurai, we were a little bit privileged to get that kind of access. But when you think about many second-tier city, third-tier city villages in Tamil Nadu, there's so many youth today, so many of them who have access to that technology today. Where do you see us in terms of driving that inclusive approach to bringing up, giving access to different, types of background, different, people in different places, leveraging technology today? 5 years ago, it was impossible, right? But today, that Dravidian philosophy of social justice and inclusivity can be supercharged. Where do you see that go, sir?
Well, I think, economically or mathematically, I think there is no greater competitive edge for any society or community than the weighted average productivity of your people. And because, people don't work till they're 80 many places, it starts with the youth. In that sense, I would say what we got right 100 plus years ago was making sure everybody was in the system, starting with compulsory elementary education for girls in 1921. And so, as CM pointed out, as many people pointed out, as CVK pointed out, the percentage of working women is very high, by far the best in India, probably, certainly of any large state. But I think it's more than that. Now, in the era of the internet, of course, we are quite happy that we have very high internet penetration on smartphones. I think it's above 75, maybe 80% in Tamil Nadu, one of the best in any, at least, state our size. But with the TanfiNet project, our ambition is to provide every single household in every one of, 12,600 villages of Tamil Nadu, at least 100 Mbps connection. Because again, it's now a social equity issue, because the amount of knowledge that is available on the internet and the amount of it that is very clearly available as video instruction or video knowledge transfer is so high, and is beyond a doubt that the easiest way to learn is not by reading, is not by listening to a lecture audibly, but by seeing a video of somebody, like as if you were in a classroom. So I think this era, the notion of inclusivity has changed its dimension. Now we need everybody to have access to the internet, step one. Step two, innovation centers, expertise should not be only in Chennai. It should be, at least to start, in second-tier cities, eventually third-tier cities. Step three, workplaces like the Tidal Park that was once in Chennai should be set up first in second-tier cities and now in third-tier cities. So this neo-tidal concept, which was introduced by our government after we came, now we have it in third-tier cities, 3,000-seater, 2,000-seater, 5,000-seater, small office spaces, or just, ensuring that innovators, startups, even service providers of small scale in a relatively small city in Tiruvannamalai, for example, should be able to access the global demand for work. We're not only talking about local now, global demand for work. And I think one of the big changes in the last 10, 15 years is that, the market for services has become so globalized that you can see MSMEs in India providing service to MSME in America or in Kansas or someplace, just because there's a person-to-person connection. And so we can actually leverage these and get multiplier effects. So the notion of inclusion, I think, started with equity in educational opportunity 100 plus years ago. We're still benefiting greatly from it, but that's not enough. As the Chief Minister says, we should never let enough, let good enough be enough. And so we keep ensuring that inclusivity means equality of access to information, of educational content, of access to job opportunities, of access to physical workspaces, of access to global marketplaces. Right?
One of the things last year when I was here, I was super inspired by Nan Mudalvan on skills development. Several thousands of youth have benefited from Nan Mudalvan and other schemes, supporting, women in education and many other things. But what really I saw a difference today was the level of private-public partnership in this, like Oracle and HCL and others being involved. Where do you see that evolve, sir? Like in terms of the next 3 to 5 years, are we seeing enough skills development? A lot of things have also changed in the last 2 years. Are we fast enough to adapt all these changes through a Nan Mudalvan program?
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, the way we started the Non-Mudalvan initiative back in the day, again, we're all playing to the circumstances we inherit as a government, right? So the primary problem we saw when we came is that enrollment in colleges had gone up so much in such little time. So when I graduated from REC Trichy, the state of Tamil Nadu produced about 4,000 engineers. Fast forward 40 years, it produces about 2 lakh engineers a year. Now the problem is, and that's a very good thing, but there's a problem. The problem is if you're producing that many engineers a year, surely the bulk of them don't have a mentor. Our first generation graduates or first generation engineering graduates don't have somebody who can help explain to them how the market works, where the employment is, you know, what parts of engineering or what parts of technology should work. So there was this gap because we were creating the raw talent and the kind of natural finishing touch that would have come from families, from communities was missing. So the state needed to step in and provide that kind of finishing touch. And not just non-Mudalvan, places like ICT. The phenomenon you point out is something completely different, I think. And I think it's a global phenomenon in the sense that the more there is demand for talent around the world, the more the focus is going to come to places like Tamil Nadu. Because there are very few places which have this scale of young people who have got at least the basic education. I'm not saying they're finished product, they're already, you know, certified in Oracle or whatever. But large companies, especially the large product companies that need to have a large workforce educated in their particular kind of product as a way of increasing their market share, or as a way of increasing penetration, they are going to need such people, and there's no better place to find them. So if you look at our ICT Academy, a significant portion of our business at ICT Academy, of our training programs, are large product companies across all aspects. And it could be, you know, something like Microsoft or Oracle, which is like relatively common. It could be something very unique, like Nemetschek Group that does building information modeling. But what they do is they pay us to train people in their product to a certain skill level, because they see that as the necessary complement to that product being widely used, right? Like if I sell a product and there are no people who are capable of using it, then nobody's going to buy mine, right? So I think the kind of paradigm has shifted around a bit. It used to be that if you had a great product, you could automatically sell it and everybody would learn it. Now there's a lot of competing products. And now the product's attractiveness is as much a function of the skilled labor pool available or talent pool available as anything else. And so a lot of people getting ahead of the curve. So there also we've benefited quite a bit. If you look at ICT Academy, I think we're now signed up with something like 1,750 colleges around the country. Wow. We're ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu, right? We're not of India. Right. And yet there are 1,750 colleges across India that have signed up with us. And because we have that big kind of reach, it becomes a network externality that a lot of companies come to us. So I think we are able to create employment opportunities multiple ways, through investment, but also through training, also through kind of bridging between academia and recruiters like we do. So, and Non-Mudalvan is bridging the kind of soft skill and gap between being a good engineering grade student and actually a good worker, because you need some other skills for that. Yeah.
Right. Switching a little bit of topic, you know, I spend a lot of time in Silicon Valley, and when you see Silicon Valley, we talk about the Stanfords and the Berkeleys and the Harvards, but what is amazing story that is happening in Tamil Nadu, and I shared this with you today. One of our own, you know, startup from Chennai, founded by two kids from Shastra, is now presenting in CES today in Las Vegas. It is such a big accomplishment for one of startups from Chennai being in CES, having that opportunity to present. That doesn't happen in many parts of the world. And I know the Tamil Nadu government has done an amazing job, like with, the Startup TN and ITNT Hub and so many programs. The government being an investor, not many places this happens, right? But the government being a sponsor for innovation is something truly that is inspiring. Can you talk about where that future is? Many of the kids, like the students here, one day they can be a unicorn CEO, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, I think, listen, I'd like to say there's 2-3 aspects of that also. This particular company, as you know, was part of the delegation to GITEX that we took. Similarly, just to go on a bit of a tangent, we took a delegation to Western Australia to the Westech Fest a month ago, and I already saw 2 companies downstairs who says they've got orders out of that and actual business out of that, right? So in that sense, I would say that part of the job of the government is to provide market access for these startups, because their market is no longer Tamil Nadu or India, it is a global market. And I must confess that as much as we do in the government, whether it's through ITNT, whether it's through Startup TN, whether it's through other initiatives, many of our educational institutions are doing a fantastically good job. So, the Crescent has its own incubator, PSG Tech has its own incubator. In my city, Tyagaraja College of Engineering has its own incubator. My alma mater, REC Trichy, NIT Trichy, has its own incubator. And so there are a lot of these brilliant startups, and it's amazing to me. At one time we used to think we can only write code or we can only do service. And I've just come from the arena downstairs, and there's like indigenously developed, 100% patented, unique, high-speed electric motorcycle manufactured in Chennai. They're waiting for their last road test clearance, right? So you think about these kinds of things. You think about, space components. You think about electric vehicles. You think about robots. I saw an underwater robot. This is part of the delegation we took to Western Australia. And they don't have anything similar. So they basically got an order to start selling their robots to go and help for ship repair and shipbuilding and stuff like that. And as you know, there's a lot of mining companies there. And so, again, there's like automation or creating autonomous mine vehicles. So you take existing mine vehicles and you retrofit them to become autonomous so they can be operated remotely to reduce human kind of risk and to, otherwise it takes a lot to skill people to operate a machine. You can sit at a computer and operate 4 machines at the same time. So all this technology is being developed here, hardware connected or actual hardware generating. And so, in a world of ideas, there's no monopoly, right? It's the environment, it's the ecosystem. Whoever gets the incentive, the encouragement, the support is able to kind of produce outcomes. And once they produce the outcome, you have to actually be able to connect them to the market so that they can actually sell their product. So really, we are just bridging those gaps, if you will. And I think there's a lot more of that to come. In fact, one of the sessions we'll have tomorrow is the products that were launched at Umagine 2024. We have a Where Are You Now, track. And many of them have made huge strides between 2024 and 2025. And so some of it is the government, some of it is our outstanding educational institutions. But all of it, I think, is about giving people the mindset that you can be whatever you want to be. And in that sense, I have to commend IIT Madras Research Park, because I think it's as unique a culture of kind of creative talent as I've seen in any incubator anywhere in the world. And there's just such brilliant companies there that are going to be world-changing. There's already many unicorns, 4 or 5 that have come out of it. I'm sure there'll be many more. Right?
Listen, no, I have to say, every time I come to Chennai, at least once a month, as you know, I find new companies to invest, which is so inspiring. I wish more and more people travel to Chennai and the suburbs. It's not just happening in Chennai. When I see startups in Madurai, in Tirunelveli, and other places, it's actually, that's really what, I feel the difference in our society here of that inclusive growth that's happening in different places. Switching a little bit different topic, this is probably the first year Umagine is focused on climate change. So I know you're very passionate about climate change and you wanted to have a separate vertical on climate change. And there are some fantastic speakers. Unfortunately, FEMA couldn't make it, but to me, there is so much opportunity for India to take, skip a generation in managing climate change, not just from a physical infrastructure standpoint, but from a digital connectivity and an infrastructure standpoint. Where do you see us in that space, and how do you see the youth here could participate in this and drive a whole, different generational shift in this?
Yeah, I mean, I was at the Singapore FinTech Fest last November, and I think the promise of Asia really is that we can, as you say rightly, leapfrog or skip the kind of development that happened in the West, right? Where you don't have to go through, I produce but I pollute, and I create all kinds of negative consequences, and then I figure out how to correct that. We can actually grow in a sustainable manner. In fact, that's the only hope, because if the large masses of people in the underdeveloped or not fully developed parts of the world were to go through the old cycle, then we can forget about any kind of net zero, carbon neutral and all that. There has to be another way. And if there's going to be another way, not only is there a kind of grow sustainability approach that is more likely and more realistic for us, start with the right approach, start with green, start with no waste, no contamination, start with energy efficiency because you're already energy constrained. But also that the youth will be much more likely to follow such a model. They don't have to unlearn anything to learn new things. And so I think developing world, Asia, Africa, and through the young people who will innovate is really where we can do a lot. In fact, I'll say one last thing. One of the startups I saw downstairs is a municipal waste to energy. Actually, I saw two of them. One, a liquid waste to energy and no sludge startup. And the other is a solid waste to segregated organic and inorganic waste. The inorganic waste of which can become energy pellets, and the organic waste of which can be used to generate natural gas or bio-natural gas. So these kinds of innovations, I think, will not only make the future better, but will help places like Madurai or Chennai, which are sitting on large piles of garbage, to put it crudely, actually not only recover the land, get out of this mass, but actually generate energy and get something positive from it. So I think it's a hugely important topic. And I think, the more people we expose to this, not only is it better for our future, it's better to retrospectively clean up our past backlog and improve our society.
We're going to take a few questions from the audience. Do we have a mic?
Good morning, sir. My name is Jagannath. Sir, I think Chennai is the first and foremost city in India and even in the world to adapt to AI, sir. It's because we have Chennai. It ends with AI. A moment to smile. Thank you, sir. And coming to the point, I liked it when you said democratizing the digitization, sir. As we move towards the digitization of everything, the technology is penetrating so much faster, but the threat that it brings in is penetrating even more faster, sir. Irrespective of the literacy that we all have, we see in the newspapers and in headlines, people are made as victims even more than the benefits are reaching out to them. What is that we do from the government standpoints to arrest and to make sure that these things are not happening in the future? As we expand the digitization, the threats are even more expanding faster. What is our measures? I want to hear from you, sir. Thank you.
It's a very good point. I mean, you heard the Chief Minister himself point this out, saying that as technology is going, the threats are growing even faster. So I think, we all have a role to play. Of course, we hope better awareness, better education. In our case, one of the announcements the Chief Minister made is that at ELCOT in the IT department, we are going to set up a cybersecurity support desk for MSMEs. I'm not yet talking about consumers, but I'm talking for MSMEs, which is some of the things we learned when we went around the world on invitation to various conferences or various places. Most advanced societies have a government-supported or government-sponsored support desk because large companies can take care of their own needs. A lot of small companies can't afford their own. But when it comes to the consumer, I think, of course, the Government of India regulations and the kind of broad legislation that comes under the criminal acts and all that, which is whatever it's called now, BNS or something. But in Tamil Nadu, I think I was surprised to find, and this is not, of course, prevention is better than cure. But a good friend of mine contacted me about 6 months ago saying that one of his relatives had been the victim of fraud. And through some, cyber fraud, or not through cyber fraud, through phone fraud, had basically lost her life savings. And I must tell you, as distressing as it was, I was so impressed that in less than 45 days or something, we were able to basically get all her money back and put it into bank accounts pending resolution of the case. So I think our policing and our kind of recovery systems have improved a bit. But of course, the government should invest a lot more efforts into awareness, into consumer education, and to consumer support against fraud. I think the RBI does a reasonable job compared to most central banks, but of course, there's a lot more to be done. And, based on the Chief Minister's guidance, we'll decide where it should be done in the government. Because for me, I'm only mostly looking at online fraud and cybersecurity. Most of the fraud that happens to the consumers that you're talking about is based on the phone. And so, that's not very clearly designated, but something that we have to keep in mind. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir. I am Anthony here from Lausanne and Toubro. The industry and academia collaboration in India has significantly improved over the period of years, transforming from the isolated efforts to a collaborative ecosystem. These are all aimed at bridging the gaps between the theoretical learning and the industry needs. We still see for the development of the enhanced student employability or the innovation part, or even for the nation building, there are certain gaps that needs to be bridged between the industry and academia. I would like to hear from you, what are the government's initiative to bridge these gaps and what are the guidelines for that?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a ideal state, but I'm glad you agree that it's better now than it used to be. I think through things like our non-Mudalan scheme and through our other industry connect programs, we are doing better. Through our Bridge conferences, for example, ICT runs a conference called Bridge about 10 times a year, and it brings together the biggest recruiters in India, campus recruiters, and hundreds of academic institutions at the conference. And the ambition is to help them adjust their curriculum, or at least adjust their finishing skill training to suit what industry is going to need, not just today, but 6 months from today, 1 year from today, 18 months from today, which the industries know and the academic institutions don't. So we get the curriculum designers, we get the placement officers, and we try to do this. But I must say the best example in the world that I'm aware of is the United States. And in the United States, this is not coordinated by the government. It is not kind of driven from some larger scheme. Where it really comes endemically is local companies and local universities are deeply connected, are connected at the hip. Every single city, state, county, there's a huge connect. and the industry sees these institutions as the breeding ground for their talent and for the cheapest and best way to get their research done, like special projects, and in return, these academic institutions benefit hugely from the financial support, the research support, and then the employment of their graduates. So at some level, this should be a kind of countrywide approach that integrates local industry to local academic institutions and has thousands of such or hundreds of thousands of such interactions rather than a government-sponsored scheme. And I think, you know, we're better than we used to be. We could do a lot more. Part of the problem here in India is that everybody focuses on the kind of large conglomerates, the L&Ts, you know, the big tech companies, the Tatas. And broadly, we don't do enough for the MSMEs. Broadly, we don't provide them enough support. We don't do enough single window clearance. We don't, I mean, we do more than we used to. And I'm not saying this politically, I'm saying it practically, that all governments at the union, at the state, we should focus a lot more, like in Western Europe, like in Australia, like in Canada, a much better government to MSME connect. And there I think we'll be able to get much better leverage and much better results. There was a gentleman there.
Right. We have one more question.
Thanks a lot for the...
No, he was already in line. 1 second. Can he just go first? Yeah. We'll take your question later, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thanks a lot for your leadership, sir, for this Umagine. In the earlier panel, Ms. Ipsita Das of HP was mentioning the skill gap availability of oncologists was the cancer patients. But AI can make a big difference in skilling the gap. But I am Sridhar, founder of GAME. We work in the higher management space. But recognizing the skilling program, for example, with AI or any other innovative initiatives, it becomes difficult even though we can, with the industry support, we can do the programs. But recognition from the educational institutions, it takes a lot of time. And there is a gap in this angle where we have to address it at the ministry level and at senior level of yours, we can make a big difference. Your thoughts on this?
Listen, I think skilling oncologists is not a trivial thing, right? You have to already be a medical doctor, you already have to be an oncologist, then the skilling. So skilling oncologists is different than skilling like surveyors or skilling, I don't know, draftsmen or software programmers, right? But at a different level, I'm saying there's a regulatory component to all of this. One of the best AI companies in healthcare I've seen is in radiology, right? The machine with its enough data and its learning can actually analyze X-rays and CT scans much, much better than probably 99.9% of doctors. And if you say, including the benefit of infinite memory, where it can look at 50 of this patient's previous X-rays, then better than any human being at any time. The problem is, after all that is done, can we just put the machine's result back into the patient's hand? Or does the medical regulatory system, the law, the health kind of framework require some certified doctor, some qualified doctor to actually sign off on that diagnosis? Otherwise, you know, can a machine basically replace a doctor? And what happens if there's a liability issue tomorrow? What happens if something was wrong? So, you know, there's also this whole regulatory component that the frame of society is dependent on people getting some government authorization or certification or self-certification by accredited body like a chartered accountant, and then having to take responsibility for the consequences of their signature or diagnosis or whatever. So I think that's really the place where we have to be very thoughtful. There will be naturally some limit on what the machine can do by itself. Not because of the machine's limitation, but because of the construct of society and the roles and responsibilities of people.
Sir, Ambika from HCL Tech. My question is mainly with AI coming in. How do you see, what's your perspective on productivity as a metric? How is that going to evolve? That's one question, sir. The other one was more a seeding thought because Tamil Nadu, the way we make investments, we've always tried to stay relevant and be ahead. So one other perspective I had is globally, there is a school which is growing increasingly around healthcare, which is actually care of health, which is preventive rather than detection and correction. So on that side, given that we're very high on medical tourism and there's enough data that we have, the role that IT can play in bringing in some very early on disruptions and transformation in care of health. So that was a perspective I wanted.
Yeah, I'm not nearly qualified enough to speak that much about healthcare. I'll just say that the evolution of technology from kind of cure to diagnosis to prevention to early indication is evident throughout, right? I used to have a Fitbit. I could only track my steps. Then I got all kinds of other things, heart rate monitor, sleep monitor, all this stuff. Now somebody gave me this ring, and it analyzes 60 different things that I didn't know were actually indicators of health, right? It analyzes all kinds of things like the gap between when your heart pumps and when it doesn't. It's like things that I never contemplated in my life. So I think the technology is going one way, and the amount of data it's collecting surely should be leading to more prevention than cure, and we should be training a lot more people. I would probably need like 2 weeks of training to figure out all the benefits of this thing, right? I got it, I wear it, does some basic things, but there's a lot of things that need matching development in human skill, in interpretation, in application, if you develop the technology. But what was the first question before she said healthcare?
Metric.
AI. No, I think productivity in the mundane tasks obviously is going to be much higher, right? Like all of us have seen auto generation of our emails and, assistants that can take care of a lot of things with some error. But the narrower the focus, the greater the error-free boost in productivity. But what I have to say, I think when you look at true autonomy or leave alone like AGI, I'm talking about very specific things like autonomous vehicles or healthcare, relatively autonomous diagnosis or surgical support while doing live, let's say, open heart surgery. It's amazing to me how much work is needed to actually train the machine, right? It's like hundreds and thousands of man-hours of work to parse, to annotate, to deconstruct, to tag existing data before it can be fed into the machine. And then the machine needs tens of thousands of cases before it can learn enough to be autonomous. So at some level, I agree that the application of AI is going to greatly increase productivity in almost every field. At some other level, I feel like the quality of the work has become much more rote. Like, I see people analyzing 1,000 frames, frame by frame, for hours just to feed a machine so it can learn, right? The amount of work that creates just manual effort is so high that clearly, in my view, that's not in the short term. It's actually productivity decreasing in the short term. In the long term, maybe someday this machine thinks for itself, right?
That's a nice way to close this session, sir. As our CM mentioned, your statement, we're not going to lose jobs. It just shifts to a different type of job, and that job is going to be a very high-paying job. So as we move into the next chapter, the youth here has so much opportunity for them to upskill through non-Mudalvan and other programs, really to move into a higher-paying job that is wide open for them. Closing thoughts. I wanted to thank our CM and our Deputy CM who's going to be here tomorrow, and your leadership, sir. I know how much effort you put in. Countless amount of hours in organizing Umagine, and your team, they've been fantastic to work with. The government, I am yet to see another country where a government can organize something like this, which doesn't happen anywhere. Great work in this.
I think a lot of people have come together. As I say, it gets a bit easier every year because the brand kind of is visible and known and people understand the impact of it. But of course, we wouldn't manage without our friends from around the world, from the US, from Europe, from Singapore, from Australia. So many people who come together. But at the end of it all, it's about the youth. It's about the future. And we're very pleased that we can do this, and it very much aligns with our Chief Minister's vision that really we want to be the human resource capital of the world. In many ways, we already are, but this is going to be, the next 20 years is going to be the era of Indian human capital globally, just mathematically, quantitatively. In that, we want to make sure our youth have at least their fair share of opportunity. And this is, these are the things we do to support that. Yeah.
Great. Round of applause, everyone, for our minister.
Before we officially draw the session to a close, if I may please request our speakers to remain on stage. We'd love to present them with mementos. I'd like to call upon Ms. Chitra Vijayan, IAS, to present the Honorable Minister. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Chitra Vijayan, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, is the joint CEO of the Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, extending our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Minister for taking time and joining us. I'd also like to invite Ms. Priya, Joint Director of TNEGA, to present Mr. Ish Sundaram with a memento extending our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with this conversation, we witnessed from climate change to healthcare to support of the medium-scale industries, a host of conversations with a youth perspective. If I may please invite all our attendees to put your hands together and extend our speakers with our thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, we now jump into our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may please request your attention as we talk about the hubs that truly accelerate Tamil Nadu's tech startup growth, the innovation centers that we know so much about that are critical to driving the growth of not just tech startups in the state, but also the entire dynamic regions when it comes to entrepreneurship. We're talking of focused when it comes to fostering creativity, collaboration, and cutting-edge solution, all of these driven by the innovation hubs that are empowering startups with the resources, mentorships, and networks, all of which are needed to scale and succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming session will highlight key initiatives, partnerships, a lot of success stories from Tamil Nadu's thriving startup ecosystem. We will also be taking a look at how these centers are accelerating technological innovation, supporting job creation, and contributing to the region's economic growth. Our stage is almost all set, and I am sure that the attendees are looking forward to the valuable insights when it comes to the opportunities, the challenges, all of which are faced by the startups, as well as the pivotal role that the innovation centers play when it comes to shaping the future of a technologically driven business when it comes to Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here at a very interesting juncture. Umagine TN 2025, our next session focusing on innovation centers, accelerating Tamil Nadu's tech startup growth. It is my pleasure to invite onto the stage our moderator for the session, Dr. Viveka Kalidasan, who is the founder and CEO of River Venture Studio. Welcome, ma'am. She's, of course, a visionary technopreneur who is also recognized as one of MIT's 35 innovators under 35. She's also one of Singapore's top 100 women in technology and a key leader in the creation of LetLab, which established Singapore's Industry 4.0 ecosystem. So we are going to be getting a lot of valuable insights. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please join me as I invite our speakers to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arvind Kumar, who is the Director General of Software Technology Parks of India. A pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Mr. Arvind Kumar, ladies and gentlemen, leads STPI's mission to make India a global technology hub, promoting IT exports, supporting startups, and most importantly, bridging the gap between technology and business. If I may please invite all of us in the audience to put our hands together as our speaker, Mr. Arvind Kumar, makes his way. Welcome, sir. We also have with us, joining us, Mr. Prabhu Rangarajan, who is the co-founder and COO of M2P FinTech, which he launched in 2014. He leads the operations, strategy, product development, compliance, and information security at the establishment. He is also a space enthusiast and a program management expert. We look forward to your thoughts, sir. Joining us in this particular session, we also have Mr. Kapildev Arulmuri, who is the co-founder and president of Entrance. With over 17 years in the software industry, he classifies himself as a serial entrepreneur, passionate about creating impactful solutions. He co-founded Entrance Technologies, a product engineering company with 500 plus engineers that specialize in AI, data engineering, UI, UX, and blockchain. Welcome, sir. Our final speaker this session, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite Mr. James Lee, the Managing Director and Chairman of A2000 Group. A pleasure to have you here with us, sir. The A2000 Group, ladies and gentlemen, is a prominent Singapore-based technology company that specializes in business software solutions, cloud computing, and digital transformation services. We're talking of over 3 decades of entrepreneurial and leadership experience and excellence being brought to the stage. Our stage is all set. If I may invite our moderator to drive this particular session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Welcome you all to the session. I think this session really has a very interesting topic, and it's such a pleasure to moderate with stalwarts who represent different facets of, managing a tech ecosystem in Tamil Nadu. So about myself, I'll come to a bit later, but I'm Dr. Viveka. I will be moderating this panel today. I would allow the gentlemen over here to introduce themselves, because I think I wouldn't be doing justice if I introduce them. They know themselves better. So let's start with James. Welcome to India. I'm sure this is not a new first time, but please introduce yourself, James.
Hello. Vanakkam. My name is James. I'm from A2000 Singapore. We specialize in software development training, and we have our business operations in Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Myanmar, and Thailand. And recently, we just started our business over here in Tamil Nadu, doing a future tech hub. I think if you go down to our booth H7, you can see all the information that we have. And we are very excited that things are moving very, very well in our endeavor in Tamil Nadu. And I'm looking forward to do more over here to be part of the $1 trillion economy. Thank you.
Kapil, you can introduce yourself.
This is Kapildev Arulmuri, basically from Chennai. Vanakkam, everyone. And I'm a co-founder of Entrance Technologies and groundbreaking product called IAM product called InfiSign. So both startup happens in Chennai, and we also trying to develop entire rural Tamil Nadu for the $1 trillion economy. And we kind of started our biggest operation, another center in Nazareth. It's in Thoothukudi. It's a very interior village where we have more than 70 plus folks started working for us. So that's it. And I play football. That's it.
That's impressive. Yeah, Mr. Arvind.
So I am Arvind Kumar, Director General, Software Technology Parts of India. Software Technology Parts of India is apart from promotion of IT/ITS services export from the country. Now we have created a very large startup ecosystem in the country, which is supporting more than 1,600 startups, tech startup generally in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prabhu.
Hey, Vanakkam. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to the TN government. It's a great event. Good morning to all of you. My name is Prabhu Rangarajan. I am the co-founder of M2P FinTech, Chennai Payana. So I was born and brought up in Chennai. Started up in 2014. M2P is a 10-year-old company. We are into the space called banking technology once upon a time when we started. Now it is called FinTech. And we work with a lot of banks, financial services institutions. We are more like the Android for the banks when I say that we are the operating system for banks. And on the other side, there are so many fintech companies, many startups that are actually built out of India and many other parts of the world. We are the play store for those fintechs, so to say. So yeah, I mean, it's a great journey. Honor to be here with fellow panelists. Thanks for having me here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. I'm Dr. Viveka. I'm the founder and CEO of River Venture Studio. We are Singapore-based, but not only limited to Singapore, incubator and accelerator. We focus on Industry 5.0. Just now, Mr. Ish, when he ended, he just summarized it, right? So we are not making people lose their job, but then upskilling them to work in liaison with the technology. So that is what Industry 5.0 is. So we support more startups in the ecosystem. We build and scale startups which are deep tech, Industry 5.0. So thank you so much. Okay, I will keep it very, I would like to be more, conversational. You can, if you have something very burning when we are having a chat here, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, after I do my round of 2 questions each or 3 questions, I will open the floor for more questions. So let me start with Mr. Arvind, right? So, because I wanted to start with you because what you have done and what you're doing is fundamental to, preparing or building a tech hub in any part of the world. So in your previous experience and also with what you're doing now, you are a visionary policymaker. You've been pivotal during your try times, in setting up broadband, in setting up the data privacy, the basic infrastructure. You set it up. And it doesn't mean that it's all done. It's always a work in progress. But then with the basic infrastructure in place, so how do you see this infrastructure is now all set to benefit the tech startup ecosystem, whether it's fintech or whether it's, any other deep tech? Where are we in terms of basic infrastructure to support the startups? And what do you think are the limitations that in the future or in the next 5 years we should be focusing on to overcome it?
Thank you. I think this is the most exciting and interesting time for the country. I mean, last speaker, when he was talking, he was saying, perhaps this is the only government of India who do such kind of the event. No government do such kind of the event for a startup or for techies in the world. Yes, we have created not only the Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, but Government of India has almost all organs, whether it is a IITs, whether it's a RECs, whether it is even a small engineering college, private engineering college. All are focusing to create incubation space for the startups. And lot of infrastructure is being developed across the country. And 1.25 lakhs startups are already registered with DPIIT. And the best part is that this startup is not only coming from tier 1 cities. Now, around 50% startups are coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities also. Same trend is also when it comes to women entrepreneurship. I think 40% startups, either 1 or 2 directors or founders are from women entrepreneurship. So this is a lot of change. We can see in terms of infrastructure. A lot of change we can see in terms of mindset. What is basically, what other part is perhaps missing is, you can say there is no dearth of, in fact today, if you see in terms of funding to the startup, anything which missing is now, you can say, access to the market, because the startup cannot directly go to B2C market. Number 1. Number 2, they don't have that much of the capacity to talk to each and every corporate in this world. So if the corporate and especially some PSUs, if they come forward to support startup, not only in terms of money I'm talking about, I'm talking about giving the right problem statement and acceptability of the solution which they produce. I think that could be one of the real game changer for the country to further boost morale of startup in the country.
Thank you so much. That's very impressive. So because I think that kind of basic things have to be sought out for people like James to come in and do what they intend to do. So welcome, James. Welcome in the literal sense, and also welcome to India and Tamil Nadu to try to do what you're doing through A2000, right? So now that Arvind told the kind of infrastructure and also the kind of facilities that are available, and you are the forerunner in digital transformation. You've done something very solid in Singapore, and you're now here entering even into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities of Tamil Nadu. So what is the plan, James? What do you plan to do? That's a very simple question.
Thank you, Viveka. You know, coming from Singapore, I know what is the impact of a knowledge-based economy. This knowledge-based economy transforms nations, it transforms life. And I think one of the things that is happening right now, where startups and so on are getting very hugely, they are coming out in a big way for startups. We know that in tier 1 cities like Chennai, there is no dearth of infrastructures and so on for businesses. So one of the things that we are moving into are the tier 2 and tier 3 and the rural cities, where opportunities are not very prevalent. And we think that there's a lot of things that we can do in this area to help our students and our youngsters from these areas to move into business, startups, and contribute to the overall economy of Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, that's a very important point. That I think that's what Tamil Nadu government is also trying to do through Nan Mudalvan and Skill India program and all that. So Kapil, you are a serial entrepreneur. It's not at all an easy joke to start one startup and then you are like doing many, and then you are doing it being here, centered here, not in Silicon Valley, not in Singapore, right? So you should be benefiting from this ecosystem. That's why you're doing what you're doing, apart from the fact that you're inherently an entrepreneurial person. So what are the advantages of starting a business in Tamil Nadu with regards to the technology business, not just FMCG or something like that? So that's my first question. And number two is, how do you think you can work with global ecosystem partners to take a startup from Tamil Nadu to the global arena?
I think that's a wonderful question, right? It sums up everything, right? We are one of the most innovative state in India, where, if you look at Chennai, is one of the most, it's a SaaS capital of India, correct? So any startup which brings in, it has to be in Chennai no matter what. And second thing, the advantages of building a startup in Tamil Nadu is, Tamil Nadu has amazing talents, right? If you look at any government, and the recent government also, if you look at it, we have a lot of, upskilling, programs to bring the rural and urban talent to, compete in the world stage. So for me, starting any startup in Tamil Nadu is very easy because you have a natural talents just flows in. And second thing is you have a lot of support. And the community and the networking in Tamil Nadu with tech talents is it's like a neighbor everywhere. Right? If you look at Prabhu, me and Prabhu play football many times. So it's like that. So you can easily meet a founder at any point of time in OMR, even in a tea shop. So the advantages are really high. The second thing is Tamil Nadu always focus on very sentimental values, where any engineers comes inside the company, they love and the passion for the company is huge compared to any other states. I'm not demeaning any states, but this state has a lot of sentimental values. We think anything high of what we have here. So that's what we wanted to build multiple companies out here and bring more talents from rural areas, urban or anything, to the world stage. For your second question, it's an amazing, right? How you leverage your technologies and network to go to the world stage. And if you look at I spoke in Silicon Valley a couple of times and New York, everywhere. So anywhere you go is right, they have a special attention for Chennai. And the second thing is the networking is very easy. When you build a proper platform, when you build a proper solution, when you address and the new technology and adopt to the new skills, and everybody will welcome you. And obviously, like Tamil Nadu and Chennai is one of the early adopters of AI, and including we are also launching our AI program very recently. So AI is the next bus, right? So we already adopted and started companies. Every website is changed from .com to AI already. So, so if you look at ask any founders, that's what the answer is. So that's what we believe in. Okay, we believe in culture, we believe in talent. So building companies is very easy here.
Wow, no entrepreneur ever said that. Building company is very easy. You make it sound like it's such a cakewalk. Okay, I will ask you a tougher question later. Let's go to Prabhu. So Prabhu, you are building a truly disruptive fintech solution, and you've been doing that for almost a decade now. And whatever you are trying to do really requires every bits of this proper infrastructure to come together. So how do you make use of this infrastructure to bring fintech to common man? More easily accessible in a vernacular, not just vernacular medium, but also easily accessible for a digitally transformed economy. Yeah.
Sure. So I'd like to quote a gentleman who I forgot his name, but that quote kind of stayed with me. Like how things are in Singapore. A country getting rich is not when everybody travels in a car. It is when the rich people use public transport. Exactly what happens in Singapore.
Yes, that's right.
That's the impact of infrastructure. So when we started up in 2014, I don't think we had the India stack in the form or mighty form that it is today. Thanks to the state plus central governments in cooperating, because the central government can come and do or say this is the direction that we are taking for user authentication, let's say Aadhaar. But it is also in the interests of the state governments to take it up, adopt it, and make sure they kind of follow suit and make sure every common man is able to access that. Because the last mile is happening in the state or in the city or in the town. Whereas the central government at a policy making level, they can bring in anything, but it is always about execution. So I think in the last 10 years, what has been a profound experience for all of us, not just me, there are a lot of fellow founders who have built fintech infrastructure along with us. We ourselves started calling ourselves as a fintech infrastructure company only after 3 or 4 years of founding the company. Till then, we were thinking we're a fintech company, right? But these two are very different terms. Fintech is when you actually solve a financial services problem or a use case using technology. That's fintech. Whereas fintech infrastructure is having a democratized way of doing that. When you asked about the common man, UPI, I know everybody would have spoken about UPI, but the success of UPI is in standardization. You open a HDFC bank app or an ICICI bank app or a City Union bank app. A City Union is a Tamil Nadu bank, right? The experience of opening the app, scanning a QR, entering your PIN and making a payment is the same, right? So that standardization is also very important when you talk infrastructure. How, take the example of taking a Chennai Metro or an MRT in Singapore. It's just the same experience. You take the Metro card, go through the boom barrier, go catch the train, whichever line it is, the blue line or purple line or whatever line it is, go to board the train. The experience is the same, and hence comes adoption. So I think for all innovators like us, it is about how can we actually standardize stuff, make sure it is idiot-proofed, make it as easy as using WhatsApp. Every Tom, Dick and Harry, or every from paperwala all the way till a CEO, all of us use WhatsApp in a democratic manner, right? It is the same. The app doesn't behave differently for each and every one of us. Similarly, every technology problem that we solve, I think we should apply the lens of how a common man would perceive this, how they would learn this, without actually having a lot of training. Can they, adapt and use it? That's the question that we should ask ourselves, and that's what we keep asking ourselves. So I'll finish with this. Every couple of years, we always ask a question to ourselves. Are we relevant? Are we really moving India FinTech forward? That's a question that we ask to each of ourselves in M2P. The moment and with the advent of AI, I think that 2 years has now become 1 year. Every year, the kind of pace of innovation, the pace of market moving forward is so high that you need to be always up on your toes, right? And how soon can we iterate and keep getting better is where the quest is. And that's the excitement of building a startup. So we are always on our toes. I think with limited bureaucracy and lot of hustle, I think we will get there.
Oh, actually, I totally agree with whatever you said, limited bureaucracy. That's why I also started my own stuff, you know, and also, yes, it's very exciting. And also what Kapil said in terms of, you know, this is such a vibrant ecosystem, and then everything is here for us to make use of. Every successful global startup ecosystem has the parameters that you just mentioned. So a very quick question to a Kapil and Prabhu for the benefit of audience. I think there are a lot of people who aspire to become entrepreneurs. Also, a tough question with regards to how easy you made it sound is, how is the funding ecosystem of Tamil Nadu?
Yeah, funding ecosystem is, you have a lot of ways to get funded, but, if you look at it, we are a bootstrap company, right? And why I'm saying easy is, I got an amazing partners as my founders, right? So that's what I initiated my initial conversation. Networking is the key. Even if you work somewhere right now, network with the right people and talk with everyone, right? Don't restrict yourself. If you want to become an entrepreneur, anyone can become an entrepreneur, right? The entire nation is all about guys coming from low to high. If you look at me, I'm not an engineering graduate and I failed my 10th standard. That's a very wrong example for you guys. I failed my 12th standard too. But if you look at it, I found 2 IT companies where I have IIM and IIT graduate working with me. But it's not about that, right? Education is the key. But at the same time, you have to network with so many people and upskill your knowledge. Then everything is easy. When I say easy, now being AI comes in, AI makes difficult and easy to nothing. So if you have a difficult problem, it will become easy. If you have an easy problem, it will become nothing. So AI will definitely take you to that level. Don't miss that bus. If you are an entrepreneur, you wanted to aspire to be an entrepreneur and build some company, adopt your AI right away. There are a lot of controversial statements comes on, but don't worry about it. Just try out everything, right? For me, I can even go on the road today and talk to anyone and see how we can network together. So networking is the key when you want to build a business. And if you are young, don't even hesitate. Don't be ashamed. Just go.
Absolutely. I'll just add a couple of points on top of what Kapil said. Yeah, networking is key. I think we believe community is everything. We all are, mammals that kind of group together with the community. It can be caste, it can be language, or linguistic, or it can be based on states or whatever divides it is, but community works with humanity. And I think what we need to do, or as he says, starting up is not that tough as it is made out to be. But what is super important is, does the founder or the founding team has the perseverance to go through the motions and make sure every step of the way we are going to be challenged. It's not going to be an easy working in a big tech company. It's the same with the startup as well, just that we ran as a bootstrap company for 6 years and then we kind of went out and raised funds for expanding globally. Otherwise, our India business would have still, we would have still been bootstrapped if we were to kind of limit ourselves to working only in India. But the point is, I'm answering your funding question as well. Funding, when there is a vision that investors see in the founder and the team, that this company is going to go global. They are not just limited to Tamil Nadu or India. Then the funding tap kind of opens up. Right? So I would recommend or suggest all the founders to think a bit global. We are always, I think, we kind of limit ourselves in thinking. So that's one reason why we feel funding is tough. But if you put the right ingredients in, I think it's not that difficult.
Yeah, this is very right. I agree with you. And I'm actually also impressed to see that it comes from a founder from India, because in Singapore, from day one, we are taught to think global, because Singapore is such a small country. James would agree with me, right? There's everything, infrastructure is in place, but there's no volume for the business. So all the entrepreneurs think global. So you need to think global. That is why also, even for our River Venture Studio, among our 15 portfolio, at least half of them are from Tamil Nadu or India, who want to expand globally. So Tamil Nadu has given them the basic infrastructure to go from point 0 to 1, and then they partner with the right global people to take it from 1 to 3 or 4 or whatever, depending on which stage they are in. So I agree with you. And I'm very, very cognizant of the time. So last round of question to all the panelists. So coming back to Arvind, STPI, software, you know, there's a common saying, like it's even in one of the movies actually, you know, in Tamil Nadu, every engineer is a software engineer, right? So, and software has uplifted people from a lower middle class to an upper middle class economy, and we all would agree with that. And now I feel that more and more software people who have gone probably 40-year-old, they are in a certain stage of life, they have actually earned a lot, seen a lot, you know, they come out to make their own startups with all the strategy and all the unmet needs that they saw while they were working for a corporate. They come out and make their own startup. So two questions to you is, how is STPI supporting these new age entrepreneurs, and how are you working with non-Mudalvan and other, you know, college or student related ecosystem to better, you know, integrate these one side 40 plus old software engineers turned entrepreneurs, and how do you give these upskilled student workforce to work with? How do you work together?
Okay, so very good questions. First, I will tell you this, you know, as a Indian, we are very opportunist, you know, opportunist in the positive sense. You know, we were not knowing anything about the computer systems. When this Y2K problem came, everybody has unbundled what is in computer, what in the system. And I think we have solved the big problem of Y2K of all the world. Well, we were having the more English speaking people. But when the problem came, we are Indian, we don't believe in that Western side. First we will create models, then we'll find solution. It will take 6 months to solve. We find the problem and we solve it. This is how we work. This is how we think. So this is, I think, very good and opportune time for our youngsters, our engineers. We have created a big startup ecosystem. And again, opportunities coming through AI, the same opportunity which we were looking at 30 years back in terms of Y2K problem. Today, a similar problem, similar opportunity we have in terms of creating startups, use of AI. And as we are, what is actually required for new generation AI is, you need logical thinking, you need data. And we are both, we are rich in both. We have data, we can capitalize this our 1.4 billion population A, and then, you know, we are logically thinks everything. We can always try to find the solution. So this big opportunity for our youngsters, our engineers to capitalize, to encash this very opportunity. As far as STPI role is concerned, we have created 24 center of entrepreneurship. We don't call it a center of excellence because we don't want to convert into publishing the paper. We don't want to convert into the basic research center. So we are not in the basic research. We are not in the applied research. We are basically on translation research. So that is why we named our center as a center of entrepreneurship. We have 24 center of entrepreneurship. And the unique thing about our center of entrepreneurship are, they are sector specific or domain specific. Like in Chennai, when we found it is going to create a very good ecosystem for fintech, banking tech or fintech. Then we have created one center of entrepreneurship is called FinBlue, very one of the most successful center of entrepreneurship in the country. Similarly, for health tech, we have created in Uttar Pradesh and Lucknow. On AI, we have created Mohali. On motion ACS system, we have created Mohali and Pune. So we have created such 24 sector specific center of entrepreneurship, and advantage of the center for when it comes to sector specific, you can meet to the similar kind of the people, you can discuss the things. And this our centers are not typical government centers. It is all collaborative approach. Academicians are there. We have entered into MOU with all big academics. We have entered into agreement with big corporates also. And in this center of entrepreneurship, it is not just we are providing incubation space. It provides 360-degree support to the startup in terms of mentors, in terms of participation and exhibition. Like you can see, around 50 startups may be participating in this very event. Similarly, they went to Thai Global Summit, they went to Bangalore Tech Summit. We have also taken many of their startup to Singapore Tech Festival. Also, we have launched a program, it is called Leap Ahead, where we provide support of 1 CR to the startup, And we also used to take them to Silicon Valley in one of the functions, generally in Thai Silicon Valley. So this whole system is very collaborative approach, where we are not only collaborating with mentors, we are also collaborating with academicians, we are also collaborating with VCs, angel fund investor. We are collaborating, but each and every person who can is the stakeholders in this startup ecosystem. And the best trend which you said, those who have become entrepreneur or startup, created startup 20, 25 years back, the best part of now to this country is that they want to connect the dots. I mean, they want to give back to the society. There's a new trend which you can see. They have a lot of money. They are billionaire. They have no region, but except that they want to connect to this country. I mean, so they want to connect the dot, and our investor can take very much advantage of that. I mean, that much I can add.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
right. I agree with you. So, James, now that you're entering into Tamil Nadu, how are you looking to empower the Tamil Nadu's digital ecosystem to a global competitiveness, bringing the Singapore model? So, how do you plan to do?
Tamil Nadu has got a lot of talents, and we have got so many world-class companies and entrepreneurs that are so successful around the world. I don't think the internet is such a leveler of knowledge. All the people here don't need me to remind them how we can be successful. But, well, I'm looking at, rather, the company that I have here is looking at bringing digital transformation into the tier 2 and tier 3 and rural kind of cities. And half of Tamil Nadu is living in this kind of cities, and a lot of these people don't have the opportunities. And we did our studies, and we think that by bringing our center of excellence, or in fact our future tech hubs, we are going to be putting something like about 10 of these hubs all over Tamil Nadu. And the purpose of doing all this is basically to raise the standard of the people who are out there. We're not thinking of being world competitive, not at that level yet. We are trying to let the farmer be more productive using drone technologies. Maybe a lady selling papadum in Tiruna Valley can sell the products all over the world, or even so many other applications that we can make use of future technology. And we are bringing all this down to them, okay, where a lot of these people do not have the capability to come to Chennai or to come to these tier 1 cities. So that's essentially what we are doing. The government is already doing a lot to make this digital vision alive. And what our company doing here is basically the catalyst of change to make this move faster.
I agree. That's very ambitious to set up so many hubs, and it's also nice to know that even instead of bringing from tier 2 to tier 1, you're bringing the world to them. Yeah. And e-commerce and Q-commerce are becoming a big thing here in India. So yeah, I think as a private party and the founders here, and also a government representative, we all, and me representing a global ecosystem builder, I think we all have to be working hand in hand to make these innovation centers and tech hubs in Tamil Nadu to work together. So yes, I would love to open the floor for questions. Yes, Anandakannan, yeah. Are we giving them mics?
Very good afternoon, panel members. And myself, Anand here, co-founder of Hakulupay Fintech Private Limited. And my question is to the Director General, STPI, Arvindji, or Mr. Prabhu. Can Chennai be the next fintech hub? So we have something in Mumbai, and we have something in the gift city. So does Chennai can I mean, Chennai can be the next fintech hub, competing the global fintech hubs like London or Dubai, Singapore, or whatever. What is your takes on that? Like, we have FinBlue at Chennai, the center of excellence, and M2P being the pioneer in the fintech industry. So I just put this question to both of you gentlemen, and could you share your thoughts on this?
Sure. Thank you, sir. So, great question. I think that's a question that we should all ask to ourselves in every industry. I think we have the potential, as Kapil and every other gentleman mentioned here, right? There's a lot of talent. All we need to do is just, punch to our weight, right? Like that's good enough. But yeah, I mean, in terms of fintech, being the fintech capital, that's in fact our motive, motivation of, keep running the company and always look at the long term. I had the privilege of meeting the Prime Minister in August of 2024. He visited our stall in Global FinTech Fest. The Global FinTech Fest in itself has become such a behemoth of an event, on par with the likes of Singapore FinTech Festival or Money 2020 in the US. And so many, bureaucrats and delegates from across the globe visit that. So India is definitely seen as a forward thinker when it comes to financial services. We kind of leapfrogged, like how mobile phones leapfrogged the landline, connecting the whole India with landlines. I think mobile phones came and just said, hey, landlines are not relevant anymore. Here we are with mobile and internet. I think we have the largest TAM. When I say TAM, I think Viveka would immediately hook on to it. TAM is the target addressable market. I think we have an 800 million population of internet-enabled users. Okay, thanks to Jio, thanks to Airtel, thanks to all the networks and the government initiatives, we now have every household in every nook and corner of the country connected. And that's the TAM on top of which we are all building solutions for, right? And when an engineer kind of passes out of college, or even if it's an arts and science student, he has such a big TAM to build solutions for. There are so many problems out there, and we are very particular. We are a B2B company. Why we remain to be a B2B company is because we think we cannot solve all the problems in Tamil Nadu or India or the world. I think we should enable innovators with tools with which people can innovate themselves, right? So that's the mentality with which we operate. Similarly, every company can come up with a version that will actually be, that will contribute to the larger cause. And yeah, we see Chennai can become the fintech capital, or it is already the fintech capital of India. Most of the relevant banks in India have their back office operating out of Chennai. SBI, HDFC, ICICI Bank, you can find so much of back office process happening. Banking is not about just the app that you see, it's always about the actual ledgering and the accounting. So we are already one of the very, very balanced population out here, working population out here. Bangalore is always seen as the tech capital, Mumbai is seen as the finance capital, Delhi is seen as the, more like a government factory. But Chennai has everything in a balance. And balance is everything for you to become. Silicon Valley has its balance, right? I think we should start calling Tech Marina or something new, right? So we have that balance here. I think fintech is something that I can certainly talk about, but there are so many other tech ecosystems that for specific industries, like I think in food tech, there are so many good companies that have been out of Chennai, which have made it really big. So yeah, I mean, like that's the motivation for me to kind of go to office every day. Thank you.
Do you want to add anything?
I think he has already replied this. When you want to create cluster of anything, whatever, if not even the technology, even the manufacturing sector, some place become the cluster of some manufacturing. When you have a raw material at affordable cost, you have talent. Same thing happened with the fintech today. Today, I think there are multiple global banks who has GCC there in Tamil Nadu or nearby. We have, as he said, back office of many Indian banks here, and you have good talent here. And I think I don't find any reason that it should not become the fintech capital of the country or even the world. This only thing you have to set up your mind. So you open one jewelry shop, the second jewelry shop comes, then one branded jewelry shop comes, that becomes the jewelry market. But it don't take much time. Same thing happens with creating any of the cluster. So Tamil Nadu has all ingredients, whichever is required to treat Chennai as a fintech hub of the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm a person who's very cognizant of time. I know we started late, but I want to end accordingly. Thank you so much. Please feel free to network with them when they come down. Thanks for taking your time. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. Let's all be connected. I think we can all work together. Thank you, all of you, for your patience. Yes, let's go for lunch if there's lunch break or whatever. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. And with that, before we draw the session to a close, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage to present mementos to our speakers, starting with our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Kumar P.V. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Operating Officer, ELCOT. Good afternoon, sir. If I may please request, sir, to present our moderator, Dr. Viveka Kalidasan, with a memento extending our heartfelt thanks. It's been a lovely session. A lot of interesting conversations set in motion right here on stage. If I may please request Mr. Sanjay Kumar to also present Mr. Arvind Kumar with a memento, extending our gratitude. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular session truly has been an eye-opening one, very fitting for the closing of the first half. Thank you very much, sir. With that, if I may please invite Mr. G. Ramesh, Manager ELCOT, to present Mr. Prabhu Rangarajan with a memento. We're here at Umagine TN 2025. And we've had some wonderful thoughts from all our panelists here on stage. If I may also please request Mr. G. Ramesh to present Mr. Kapil Dev Arulmuri with a memento extending our gratitude. If I may invite everybody in the audience to extend our heartfelt thanks to our speakers by applauding them. I'd also like to take the opportunity to invite Mr. Karthikeyan Natarajan, Project Manager, ELCOT, to present Mr. James Lee with a memento. This session focused on innovation centers, reminding us how they are the driving factors when it comes to accelerating Tamil Nadu's tech startup growth. We'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all our speakers and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a loud round of applause as we say thank you. As we step into the next part, which is a lunch break, we'd now like to request all of you to please do join us and join us back within the next 1 hour for our upcoming session, which is going to be a very interesting one. Our next session focuses on space startups and Tamil Nadu's emergence as a space investment hub. Very interesting conversations coming our way. We hope to see you back here as we begin. Thank you very much for joining us.
Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're all set, ready to begin our next session in a few minutes. If I may please request all our guests who are outside of the corridor, who are making their way inside, to take a seat and switch your phones to silent mode. Our upcoming session focuses on space startups and Tamil Nadu's emergence as a space investment hub. It's going to be a very interesting, very relevant conversation we have coming up on stage. If I may please invite everyone to take a seat and get comfortable. Thank you.
Look at those palm trees. Damn.
wait on other people to be what you've been called to be. You can't wait on their affirmation. You can't wait on their approval. You can't wait on their support. Sometimes you just got to run and
Here we go now. Batman scoop on the mic. Mix in the mix on the real deal. This is what I was fucking born to do. Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we set in motion our next session, it's my pleasure to invite all of you to join us for a lovely session focusing on space startups and Tamil Nadu's emergence as a space investment hub right here at Umagine TN 2025. Today has been an interesting one, starting off from leveraging the power of IT to pave the path to a $1 trillion economy in Tamil Nadu, to powering the progress of that particular economy with the youth leading the digital revolution, and most importantly, our final session on innovation centers. We've had a lovely start to the day. Our next focus is on this particular session, which explores the burgeoning space startup ecosystem in Tamil Nadu and its potential to position the state as a leading hub for space-related investments and innovations. Of course, with a growing number of startups that are leveraging cutting-edge technologies in satellite communications, space exploration, and aerospace engineering, Tamil Nadu is rapidly becoming a key player in the global space industry. As an extension of this, we now begin our panel. I'd like to invite onto the stage our moderator for this particular conversation, Mr. Ish Sundaram, ladies and gentlemen, President and CEO of Utpata Ventures, an early stage venture fund, and an operating executive at Tailwind Capital, focusing on industrial and technology portfolios. Of course, he is also currently serving on the boards of SolarWinds, Intelsat, and Wesco International. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. Joining us, a round of applause, of course. Joining us are our speakers, Mr. Praneeth Mehta, who's a co-founder and vice president of Galaxy Space, a deep tech startup developing the world's first multi-sensor imaging satellite constellation. We also have Mr. Srinath Ravichandran, who's joining us for the session, founder and chief executive officer of Agnikul Cosmos, which is an Indian space tech startup that was founded in 2017. Joining us this session, we are also excited to have Mr. Venkat Sathiraju, who is a seasoned professional with extensive experience in Intelsat. And of course, he's also going to talk to us about project management, technology implementation, and strategic planning. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a lovely conversation on space startups in Tamil Nadu. Over to our moderator. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Did everyone have lunch? Was it good? Amazing food, right? You know, I have to say the lunch was very authentic South Indian food, which is always my favorite. Behind everyone, the students, did you guys have lunch? சாப்பிட்டீங்களா எல்லாரும்? எப்படி இருந்தது? சூப்பரா? சரி, தேங்க்யூ. ஓகே, we have some exciting speakers. நான் தமிழ்ல கொஞ்சம் ஆரம்பிக்கிறேன். சின்ன வயசுல எல்லாரும் சிவகாசினா என்ன சொல்லுவீங்க? பட்டாசுல இன்னொரு பட்டாசு என்னது சிவகாசியில? ராக்கெட். இங்க இருக்கிற 3 பேரும் சின்ன வயசுல ராக்கெட் விட்டாங்களோ தெரியல, இப்ப ராக்கெட் விட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. அந்த சின்ன வயசுல ராக்கெட் விட்ட அசோசியேஷன் தான் எனக்கு. ஆனா இவங்கெல்லாம் இன்னைக்கு வந்து உலகத்திலேயே தமிழ்நாட்டை வந்து ஒரு முக்கியமான இடமா இருக்காங்க ராக்கெட் விட்டுறதுல. ஸோ வெல்கமிங் வெங்கட். Venkat, you are from which part of India?
Hyderabad.
Hyderabad, but you know Tamil Nadu really well?
Not really.
Speak a little bit of Tamil?
Nope.
No? Telugu?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And Srinath, you're local, right?
Yeah. Born, brought up in Chennai.
That's awesome. Srinath and I go a long way back. I also have invested in Srinath's company. Very inspiring person. He's going to share a lot of stories. And Pranit, another amazing guy. Almost all these three guys, I work with them in different ways. But Pranit, where are you from?
Born and brought up in Chennai.
Chennai, another Chennai guy. And where do you go to school?
Maharishi Vidya Mandir, and then IIT Madras.
And how long have you been with Galaxy now? You founded in 20...
We started in May 21, so it's about 3.5 years now.
Okay, super. So, first of all, give them a round of applause. In India, when you think about the big names in space, Dr. Kalam, these people are following the footsteps of Dr. Kalam in space, right? All these people have taken what, ISRO has built over the years and now taking us to the next generation of space, and it's absolutely inspiring. So I'll start with Srinath. Tell me your life journey, where you started, a little bit of your background. Why did space attract you? You wanted to be a Wall Street guy, and then you ended up in space.
Right. So thank you for having me here. Ellarkum vanakkam. Good afternoon. I grew up in Chennai, have always been a space enthusiast because too many people at home were into physics. Amma physics teacher, Chitti physics teacher, so that sort of stuck, I guess. And but when it was time to do a degree, like most parents, my parents advised me against aero. எது வேணாலும் பண்ண ஏரோஸ்பேஸ் மட்டும் பண்ணிடாதுன்னு தான் சொன்னாங்க. They were concerned that I will never get a job. So that was the 2000s India or Tamil Nadu or Chennai, I would say. But then I did my electrical engineering from College of Engineering Indy here, which was my next favorite thing. And then worked at ABB in our company. And then everyone in my friend circle, we all hang out with friends in college, and they become sort of your benchmark for what to do in life. And everyone was doing something in finance. So that is how I got into finance. I came across this degree called financial engineering. So engineering still stuck to engineering a little bit, but there was a lot of finance in it. Went to New York, studied a master's program there. That was in the middle of a crisis. 2008, we had a lot of banks shutting down in the US. அதோட repercussions was there across the world. ஸோ அப்போ தான் நான் போய் வேலை தேடுறேன் ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக ஃபைனான்ஸில். ஸோ தட் வாஸ் அ வெரி இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ். பட் ஐ காட் அ ஜாப் அட் ஆக்ஸான்னு ஒரு கம்பெனியில். பட் பியாண்ட் ஆல் தட், த மொமெண்ட் ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் ஒர்க்கிங் இன் ஃபைனான்ஸ், ஐ ரியலைஸ் மை பேஷன் ஃபார் இன்ஜினியரிங் அகேன். ஏன் இதெல்லாம் பண்ணோம், பேசாமல் இன்ஜினியரிங்லேயே இருந்திருக்கலாம் தான் தோணுச்சு. ஐ ஃபெல்ட் ஐ ஷுட் ஹவ் ஜஸ்ட் ஆல்வேஸ் பீன் தேர். But it took me 6 years to gather enough guts to quit that job, do a second master's program in aerospace engineering. But அதை முடிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே, before I finished it, moved to LA because there's a lot of noise around SpaceX. அவங்க இந்த ராக்கெட் விடுறாங்க, they're catching rockets, all these things were happening. So அப்போ தான் I realized there is a problem in the rocket industry. rockets were built for the past. Mindila satellite were really big, but rockets and sorry, but today's satellites, most of them are getting smaller. Rockets are still stuck in the past. So, angana rocket katla appadinu solli or aasa. And also realized India and definitely Chennai is a really good place to do it. Inga IIT irukku, Anna University irukku. This is where I grew up. So we reached out to a bunch of professors. One professor from IIT Madras, Professor Satya Chakravartini, he showed some interest, and with that I came back here, and yeah, one thing led to the other, and now we were able to launch a rocket. But more about that later, I guess.
That's amazing, Srinath. Such an inspiring story. Venkat, you come from a company that was number one or first in many things.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about Intelsat, who you are.
Okay.
And then tell me about yourself. You're a civil engineer who ended up in the rocket business or space business.
Yeah, I mean, my background, just to start with that, couldn't be more different from these guys. Civil engineering and then environmental engineering, and somehow I ended up in space and working for a satellite operator. More on that later, but yeah, Intelsat is world's first commercial operator, satellite operator. I think it was started sometime early 1960s. So when you think about any of the famous world events, the first Olympics, not the first Olympics, the first telecast Olympics, moon landing, all of those were actually done via an Intelsat satellite. So we've been in business for about 65 years now. Primarily, we operate in geospace. Yeah, if it used to be in CONUS, which is the American, 1 in 3 TV channels was through an Intelsat satellite. So right now, we are about, I say, 2 billion worldwide in terms of our reach from a media standpoint. Have about 20 airlines with us. And we serve about 3,000 aircraft to provide the internet connectivity over the plane. I think as of last year, we are the biggest maritime provider for the cruise ships. So yeah, all in all, anytime anybody talks about satellite connectivity from a commercial sense, they're probably talking about Intelsat.
Thank you, Venkat. Pranit, you guys put Chennai in the space map even before Agnikul started, right? Or around the same time. Or who came first? They were founded first, but you really put Chennai in the space map. I know your co-founder very well. He was here at the stage last year. Tell me about yourself. Like, what brought you into space business?
So our background, of course, came from very different, kind of places in the country. Studied at IIT Madras. Now, as founders, we met each other while building a project called Hyperloop, right? We would have seen news about Hyperloop time and again coming in. But this is a story of 2017 when Hyperloop was not even heard of as a technology in India. So up in Angor, a bunch of students, we came together and we were like, let's build Hyperloop in the country. So whoever we spoke to, they were like, why do you want to build Hyperloop, right? What is the whole point? But then we had one goal. Elon Musk was hosting a competition, the SpaceX Hyperloop competition. And that competition was something that we wanted to participate in. So we thought, if not an institute like IIT Madras, then who else? So we got together and said, let's give it a shot, right? So 2017, we were about 30 people. Courses, muchite, evening, like 3 hours, we used to sit in a lab and just do all sorts of designing. And that design was the most ambitious design we could ever think of. It had the most fancy technologies like levitation and all sorts of ultra capacitors and things that I don't understand even today. Right? That's how complex we started, because we thought engineering was all about fancy things. So that year we didn't qualify because it was not realistic. But then the next year we thought, okay, you know what? Let's have the Indian mindset. Let's make it the most simple. Let's make something that works. And let's actually go to the global platform. So that year we spent a lot of time We spoke to a lot of professors, we got some advisors and said, okay, what is the most basic version of a Hyperloop? So from a 700 kg prototype, we brought down it to like 100 kgs, built a Hyperloop prototype, which qualified to the finals of the competition to an extent where we were the only team from Asia to have qualified to the finals. And at that moment, we were like, we can do a lot of stuff that global countries cannot, right? And when I say Asia, it includes the most top-notch teams, even from countries like Japan. So we were there. And at that point, when we were there, we saw SpaceX, right? So just like Srinath was saying, SpaceX was always in the news. So we saw SpaceX, and that triggered our interest into space. So we said, okay, is there something that we can pull from Hyperloop tech and build it for the space ecosystem? And that's how we bumped into space. Figured out a problem that satellites have always been built only by ISRO, right? And coincidentally, our Honorable Prime Minister said, we want private companies to come in. So that was like our stars aligning to say, let's build vacuum tech and build it as satellites and launch it to space. So that's our story.
That is so cool. Srinath, why did you pick Chennai, Srinath, of all the places?
Three reasons I would say. One, the professor was here. அது அங்கே தான் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆச்சு. Next is, I think, for launching a rocket, you need to be close to the shore. So I didn't know if we'll be able to launch near Chennai, but at least if it'll be somewhere around the coastline. So I thought we should always solve for a coastal city. That also happened to align. Third, of course, I grew up here. So that was an added advantage, because when we first started, obviously, before we got funding and all that, staying at home helped. I didn't have to pay rental, yeah. So all those things also helped. But I think adukaprom CEG and then the amount of institutes around this part of the state. First start பண்ணும்போது with students only, you get to the next level. And at that point, getting access to students means you need a lot of educational institutions where all sorts of people are there. It cannot be, okay, only for a niche brand of engineering, aerospace engineers motto. In fact, rockets, it's almost like any branch of engineering, you will see a need to build a rocket. எல்லாருக்கும் ஏதாவது ஒரு வேலையாவது இருக்குவாங்க. So having more of that around you definitely helps. So yeah, it started off with Professor Satya, but then I realized it's actually an amazing strategic choice that happened by chance.
Right. Pranit, one of the things I was fascinated with Agnikul was the girl power. Your mission director happens to be a lady who was very inspiring. A lot of women work in your facility. Tell me about the diversity of your workforce. Are you guys attracting a lot of different background people, different colleges? Not everybody in your office is an engineer, right? Like you do attract many different backgrounds. Tell me about what your workforce looks like.
So yes, we do have a very diverse crowd. For instance, one fine day, we were having a town hall and we had to start like 15 minutes late because 10-15 people were outside. So we did a small activity to go around the table and just say that I come from this state. And our count of the number of states that people come from was 18. So we have people from 18 different states working with us, and that was a surprise for us back then. So, and this is just the regional diversity, right? Speak of education, we have people from the aerospace engineering, electrical, and there's a lot of, actually, if you see, space in general is a very multidisciplinary field. We have people from electrical, mechanical, aerospace. We also have people who've done civil engineering. For example, one of my co-founders is a metallurgy engineer, does nothing related to it, but that's the knowledge that kind of gets imparted in when you're designing the structures for the satellite and so on. And there's other non-engineering fields. We have people who've done legal and they've joined us for a lot of the space law and policy bit. And yeah, I think it's a pretty diverse group that we have like that.
That's pretty cool. Venkat, I know you have a big team in Chennai, right?
Yeah.
So what brought Intelsat to Chennai, and what do you love about our team in Chennai?
Yeah, because of the talented people that's sitting up there, that's the team. It's really the talent is what brought us to Chennai. It was not an organic establishment. We bought a company called GoGo, which had a software center in Chennai. So it was sort of almost forced upon. As much as I'd like to take the credit for all the talent, I can't. It came through an acquisition. But what we've noticed is, I think year over year, we've had about 100% growth since 2020. I think it slowed down a little bit in 2024, but we still added about 28 new heads. What we've noticed is, as much as people in India talk about Bangalore or Hyderabad, the ability for us to attract talent, we found that to be better in Chennai. And the kind of skills that we need are not traditional computer science skills. It is somewhere across between ECE, traditional electronics and communications engineering, and CS skills. So we found that through our internship program to be really good in this area. So that's sort of what keeps us here.
You also started a lot of these early days with support, and now you're moving up the chain more and more into product and development, other higher end workforce in Chennai, right?
Absolutely. It started off being a software center. I think majority of it is still software center, but in the last 2 years, we've moved solutions development here in Chennai, a lot of networking into Chennai. The goal is, obviously, we are going through a merger with another satellite company called SCS. The goal is to exponentially grow within the next 1.5 years. So I expect new openings will be coming through almost every month for the next several months, once obviously the deal has to close. So yeah, does that answer your question as to why Chennai?
That's cool.
Yeah.
Srinath, one of the things that has happened in the space business is more and more privatization is happening. But it's not just the privatization, but the partnership with the regulatory agency, like whether it's NASA or ISRO in India. That's a big cultural shift for the government to actually partner with private sector and not treat them as regulator, but a partner to work with. How has been your experience working with ISRO?
So I'll just tell a story to start how that happened, right? So when we started in 2017, so Agnikul was formally incorporated in 2017. And for the first 2 years, it was not very clear what we'll be allowed to do. Suddenly, வந்து launch பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்களோ. That was always a concern we had. We knew we are building new technology, so we can sell it to ISRO or as a subsystem, we can do something with it. But will they allow us to operate like a SpaceX? That was not very sure at that time. And then 2020, COVID happened, and we had this Atmanirbhar initiatives being announced. I don't know, எத்தனை பேர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நாமல் தெரியல எனக்கு. The finance minister was announcing initiative after initiative for each sector. So நானும் உட்காந்து பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். We're all at home, right? Lockdown. And then it was agriculture, automotive, pharma, நிறைய was going. And then suddenly one slide comes up about space tech. It's like, okay, what are they going to do? Even this, they're not going to allow us. It is what I started off by thinking. But it was amazingly positive news that an entire new body was going to be created just to regulate. And I think it's one of the best decisions to give it that much focus, because an alternative could have been to just make it one more division of ISRO, right? In which case, that would only gotten that level of prominence. But to keep it all the way independent up to the top, under the Department of Space, that's the in-space body I'm talking about, I think was a wonderful decision. So after, and literally, we being startup founders, Annik Nighte, we went and wrote an email to Chairman ISRO. That time it was Dr. Sivan, saying, we would like to launch a rocket under this program. So after that it started. Yeah, no, I think coming, fast forwarding a little to our launch in, 2024, last year, it would not have been possible without the support of ISRO and InSpace, starting from regulatory paperwork to giving us the clarity on what is needed, launch panna, because it was a controlled launch that we did. It was not a sounding rocket. So you will have to make sure that even under failure cases, it's a safe thing to fly. So say for Parakumau, what kind of safety analysis to be done, who will give, okay, all of those things were well laid out. So today, actually, I think there is enough maturity to say, if someone wanted to build a SpaceX in India, we could. At least from a regulatory standpoint, everything is clear. In fact, I think the recent set of guidelines I'm seeing, they are allowing for launching from the ocean. They're allowing for operating all sorts of satellites. So yeah, I think at least what used to be the first question that was put off to investors before 2020, today is literally the last question. That's how I see it.
Brilliant. What about you guys?
So I think a lot of things have changed, right? With privatization, life became a lot of easy decisions because we started right around privatization. So thankfully, fortunately, we didn't go through the dilemma of what could we be doing, right? We had the liberty to say that we know the government wants privatization. To our advantage, ISRO has already been building satellites for more than 4 decades. And the way that ISRO is built is, they don't do everything in-house. Right? They've always taken the industry along. So they have a lot of vendors spread all over the country. Right? Somebody who specializes in just simple nuts and bolts. And today they are listed companies. Right? There are companies that just do one particular type of wire harnessing and they're minting money. Right? So very niche technology that ISRO has developed around itself. And hence, that private ecosystem was available to us. So they were happy because they were no longer just dependent on ISRO. And we were happy because there was an existing supply chain network available to us. And that privatization made life easy for us in the sense that, okay, the tech side is solved, but could we sell that data, right? Today, when we think about data, right, all of us in our past have opened Google Maps just to zoom in and see how our homes and colleges and offices look like on map. Right? That's all a satellite image. So today you can sell that satellite image to different companies, like an agriculture company can use it to monitor agriculture fields. Utilities company can look at it to monitor the gas pipelines. All this can be done using satellite data, and policy allowed for us to even think of those use cases, which did not exist until 4 or 5 years back. So that's a major transition that we've seen, and privatization has been, I agree, right? One of the best decisions that the industry could have ever had.
Venkat, you work extensively with global landscape, right? Not just your people in India. What is your experience in the global landscape, working with different agencies, and then you come to India, now you have a team of 200 people or something like that, 150 people. Do you see a difference in working in different places? Is India easier to work with? Is India more difficult? How do you see that?
My experience, India is a little bit harder to work with. That's just an honest answer. But going back to what Praneeth said, in terms of where satellite connectivity is being used, we see that a lot globally. He referred to putting connectivity on a tractor, so that's on an agricultural land. We see mobility as one of our biggest sort of revenue drivers in the upcoming years. So there are parallels in terms of, but I think our business is still majority North America focused right now.
All right. Do we have some microphones for questions? We'll go to the students group to ask if they have any questions. Any questions, guys?
I have a question for Srinivas sir. So did you get the reply to the mail which you sent to ISRO about launching the rocket?
Sorry, did I get what?
Did you get a reply to the mail which you sent to ISRO about launching the rocket?
Yeah, very much. In 2 days itself. Yes. So we had a meeting right after that. And from then the conversation started about what we will really need and so on. Yes. Reply came in 48 hours.
He not only got an email, he actually launched the rocket too. Right, Srinath, why don't you talk about when you guys launched the rocket?
Yeah, so May 30th of 2024, we got it done actually. The vehicle, so initially when we started, it was very easy to ask about it. Yeah, we'll go launch a rocket, but then the number of nuances involved, because our propellant combination is a little different. We use kerosene and liquid oxygen. The propellant feed systems for that were not there. So they allowed us to set up all those things. So we have our own private launch pad. It's also a mobile launch pad within Sriharikota now. Then came the question of our own mission control room. So we have always been a believer in taking this whole setup wherever we want and launching from there. Of course, with authorization, but at least take advantage of what the latitude offers you, right? So in that sense, even the mission control room was ours. So allowing us to set up that and then going through the countdown, syncing our countdown with their countdown. Yeah, I think it has been a lot of learning and a lot of appreciation for all the nuances. The easy part is to see it fly. The hard part is to getting that countdown to finish. I think we also had a couple of aborts, right? The countdown went to a certain point and then the flight computer would say, sorry, fix pannuvaanga, it will say something. So going through that a couple of times taught us about all the rigor and the kind of reliability needed in these systems and so on. But yeah, I mean, that mail finally, 2020 mail resulted in a launch in 2024 with continuous work happening in between. So yeah.
That's great, sir. I have one more question if I can take to Venkat, sir.
Sure.
Sir, you said even though Srinivas sir mentioned that regulatorily, working in space, private space is much easier nowadays. Why do you say that working in India is hard? If a regulatory approval has become easier, then what is it, which aspect of it do you find hard when you are working in India?
A lot of it is security based. So if we were talking about Intelsat business with global government, the security rules that prevail in India are a little bit different, right? Obviously, security rules change from place to place. It's that ability for Indian security agencies to inspect a packet that goes through the satellite. That's what I meant by when I say it's hard. I don't mean it. The rules and regulations are hard. They're essentially the same everywhere. So hopefully that clarifies the answer.
Is that why Starlink was also not allowed to operate in India?
I don't know that I'm qualified to talk about Starlink.
Yeah, those are all very different reasons. Every government has different needs of approval process. So Starlink has a different challenge. It has nothing to do with security.
I had one question. So Srinath, this is for you. Hi. So how are you testing the rockets before you're launching them? Have you built proper test facilities?
Yeah, so we 98% of the effort before the launch is for testing only. So yes, a lot of testing facilities we either use from what is available out there. We also have our own test facility for the engines, for the entire rocket stage, and for all the autopilot software avionics that we have built. So there's a very extensive testing program. A lot of literature is there on how you could do it. ISRO has done it. So based on all of those things, yes, we went through a lot of that.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? Students.
So I have one question to all the panelists. So what is the end objective? Is it that providing some geo services or some commercial services after final launch of all these satellites?
Oh, the objective is, so a rocket is simply a transportation system. It's like a truck, or you could say at our size, it's more like a cab, automobile. It goes to orbit. So anyone who wants to go to orbit and put a satellite there can fly with us, right? So it could be imaging, it could be communication. Recently, we are hearing about a lot of other applications that are trying to use space as an environment, right? What I mean by that is, if you are in orbit, you are in microgravity. You could also position yourself to be away from direct sun exposure, which means you are exposed to low temperatures and you are in vacuum. So in vacuum, low temperature or microgravity, if any process needs this for a prolonged period of time, actually space is the best place to do it. It is very hard to replicate that on Earth. So now we are seeing a lot of new applications where people are trying to build, it's not even, it's a satellite because it goes around Earth, but it's not like in a typical communication or imaging way. You go up there to utilize these things. So, but from our standpoint, we are like a truck that delivers cargo. Anyone who wants to go to orbit, we will take it with us and go.
Okay. What are your commercial ambitions, Pranit?
So for us, it's very simple. As a lot of industries today, right, ranging from agriculture to mining to transmission lines, gas pipelines, and think of any ground asset, right? For us, it's one straightforward case where we've always looked at human resources as the final solution to monitoring, right? Let's just deploy 10 people there who will monitor and give us data. And today we're having some software tools, some IoT devices and so on, but that's still not scalable. So for us, the end objective is to simply say, we can monitor assets anywhere, anytime, and you will have information sitting on your desk, right? So if you are sitting in some office in Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, wherever in the world, and you have a farm based in some remote village, you can get information about how the farming is happening, what is the health of your farm, should you harvest, is there a potential disease? All of these things can come from satellite data. And imagine companies like ITCs and Godrej's of the world doing this at scale. That's our commercial ambition, to enable these applications grow and kind of think about that monitoring at scale, right? This is all the commercial side. And defense, of course, we see a lot of images on news channel that this is what happened in the northern borders of our country, and this is an image. So all of that is satellite image, and they're part of what we do.
Super. All right, I think we're running out of time. Closing question, Venkat. We have a lot of students here. Most of them, are engineers, and a lot of them study science. What is your advice for them to come into space? Maybe all three, if you can share your thoughts.
Yeah. So let me rephrase. I think based on, we were here for the last year's conference as well. So our CIO took the inspiration after the conference, and we launched a internship program last year. It was a sort of a strategic partnership with one specific college near Chennai.
Which one is that?
It's Vellore Institute of Technology, right? So we wanted to do a trial run to see if we were going to get the skill set that we need. So this year, there are grand goals to expand it and make it more publicly available as opposed to just, so one of the first things that I would say to the students is just go to our website, watch our space. In a couple of months, there's going to be several internships that's going to be announced. The good thing is the internships are not necessarily focused just on engineering or just on CS. It's going to be a broad spectrum. I think you referred to it earlier in the conversation as well. It's going to be networking. It's going to be talking about protocols. It's going to be product development and project management, all of the above. So it's not going to be focused just on engineering side. One thing that I would say is that from an event standpoint, Intelsat is moving into what we call an NGSO, which essentially means that we connect the GEO satellites, the MEO, and the LEO together. Well, that's a unique opportunity because it provides us, we need service orchestration skills. We need a lot of AI skills, which seems to be the theme of the conference. So a lot of new, exciting opportunities are going to be coming up in the next months. Again, as we said at the beginning, don't let the entry barrier, oh, I need to be aeronautics engineer, or I need to be this, to stop you. If me having a background of civil engineer and environmental engineer can be in space industry, any one of you can be as well.
I have a question here to any one of you, following up with what he answered. I am from the academia side. Being you pioneers in this sector for last decade, is there any new way of academic programs should be brought in to cater to your needs? A combination of all the subjects, or what do you think on how industry, how academia should be ready for this in future space? What are your thoughts on that?
Do you want to take it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I can tell you from my experience, sir. I think there are enough courses and institutions offering, at least from a hard skill standpoint, there is enough training out there in the country already. What I think could be done better is training for that mindset of what it means to be in this sector, because it's a little more on the soft skill side, and I don't mean like presentation and talking. I mean more basic things like patience. Not looking for instant gratification. Things take time, and even if you're doing really good engineering and really fast, it will still take 3-4 years. I was just answering about from the time we sent the email to actually launching 4 years of work. So that I find as a bit of a gap. So generally, I think from a hard skill standpoint, there are enough courses, and I have not, and maybe you guys could also correct me, I don't think any space company solves for only aero engineering or mechanical. It's always all over the place. Everyone has an opportunity to be there. I think what allows people to get in and succeed or grow there is this ability to actually be with the problem for some time. It could be any problem. In fact, non-engineering also takes a lot of time here, right? Because we are figuring out frameworks, like he was talking about the security aspect. You'll have to work with the government and explain to them what is okay, what is not okay. And that is probably not even an engineering problem. So I would say the soft skill part of it is actually the more, what is actually more important. So if there are trainings for that, that will be a better way to equip students to be into space sector.
And just to add, right, I think young talent does exist. It's, for instance, our team, our average age is about 25, 26, right? And these are people who've been with us for 2 years, which means they just graduated out of college, joined us, and that's how our team is today. And of course, they're enough technically qualified, right? The thing that we have to work a little more on is the interest and awareness. When we go talk to a lot of students, the most common thing is, oh, I don't want to work. I mean, I want to work in space, but I don't know where to work, right? And the common thing is, oh, let me work on something in AI, because that's the buzz right now. But if people knew that there were more opportunities in space, then I know several students who didn't have planned to join us, but then they came into us and said, hey, I'm glad this came my way, and I'm super lucky to be here. Right? So it's also a little bit about awareness in terms of saying there are private commercial opportunities, and it's not just the government when you think of space as a job. That's I think a major shift that has to come in, both from the industry side and the academic side, to say space is a discipline that you should look at as a goal.
A round of applause for the three gentlemen here. Thank you, guys. I know, Venkat, you flew all the way from Washington area with all the snow and everything, and I know you both are very busy, Srinath and Prajit. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers. At this juncture, I'd like to invite Ms. Tina, Joint Director, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to extend our felicitations and thanks to our speakers on stage. Welcome, ma'am. A lovely session on space startups. If I may invite all the members in the audience to put your hands together and extend our heartfelt thanks to our speakers who have truly given us a lot of food for thought. We begin with our moderator, Mr. Ish Sundaram. Thank you so much for joining us again, sir. I'd also like to take the opportunity to invite Ms. Tina to present Mr. Praneeth Mehta with a lovely token of our gratitude. Mr. Srinath Ravichandran, it was a pleasure having you here on stage, sir. Thank you so much. And our moderator, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our speakers and moderator. With that, our next topic that we're looking at is building a globally secured and sustained enterprise through GCC. Of course, through this session, we hope to focus on how global capability centers are playing a crucial role in building secure, resilient, and sustainable enterprises across industries. By leveraging advanced technologies, data-driven insights, and innovative business models, these GCCs are helping organizations optimize their operations, strengthen their cybersecurity, and foster long-term growth. Also, through this session, we hope to explore the best practices when it comes to building a globally secured enterprise, including key strategies for managing risks, enhancing digital security, and ensuring business continuity. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin by welcoming onto the stage our moderator, Mr. K.S. Vishwanathan, who is the Chief Mentor at Strat Infinity, a leading global consultancy specializing in global capability centers. With over 40 years of experience, Mr. KSV, as he is popularly known, has played a key role in shaping the Indian and global tech landscapes, and of course, particularly in the GCC space. Truly a pleasure to have you here with us, sir. It's also my pleasure to invite onto the stage our speakers, starting with Mr. Debashish Neogi, who is a Managing Director and Country Head of Renault Nissan India. He is also someone with 35 years of experience in the automotive industry, and he has worked with Bajaj Auto, Case New Holland, and General Motors. And since joining Renault Nissan Tech Center in 2008, he has held multiple roles in powertrain engineering, embedded software, CAE simulations, and project management. Welcome, sir. It's also my pleasure to invite, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker to join us on stage, Mr. Prashant Doresamy, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Continental India. He's a technology executive with a proven track record of driving business growth, of leading change management, and overseeing organizational transformation across various sectors. Pleasure to have you here with us, sir. I'd also like to take the opportunity to invite Mr. Bhuvan Anandakrishnan, Vice President and Country Head of Caterpillar India, a subsidiary of Caterpillar Incorporated, to join us on stage. With over 25 years in the industry, he is someone who has a proven track record as a director in the machinery sector. He's also led numerous projects driving innovation and efficiency. I'd also like to explore I'd also like to welcome onto the stage our next speaker with a round of applause from all of us in the audience, Mr. Dattatri Salagame, who is CEO, President, MD, Bosch Global Software Technologies. He's a technology leader with 3 decades of experience in software and tech, having held roles in business leadership, strategy, innovation, M&A, sales, and global delivery. He is someone who has driven Bosch's digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, a lovely conversation. Over to our session moderator. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, vanakkam to everyone. We are interesting time. There are more than about 1,700 global capability centers in India right now. And the aspirations and the expectations are in the next 10 years, India will be home to close about 10,000 global capability centers across the world making things here. Obviously, the talent, capability, and the way we are moved across has made a big difference. But today, in this conversation with the 4 eminent panelists we have, interestingly, 2 people from German background, 1 person from French background, 1 person from American background, 2 people from Tamil Nadu background, and 2 people from outside Tamil Nadu background, giving a perspective what it has made India to be the capable center for GCC in a secure environment, and what else can Tamil Nadu looks like. And we have lots of young students and faculty members present there. The opportunities were challenges for all of us to be building together a capability in Tamil Nadu, in India, for us to be seen as the destination for the future global capability center also. In that context, without much ado, I'd just like to invite my first speaker, Dattatri, or maybe any one of you. We can start with Dattatri, Dattatri from Bosch, as you know, they have a fairly large capability center at Coimbatore also, in addition to Bengaluru. Coimbatore is a very large size in thing that putting together. Is there a way you can give a perspective when the capability center of Bosch was set up, or in general when the capabilities get set up, what global priorities are you all trying to solve from an India center? What is it that cannot be solved perhaps in the home country that they believe you can do it from here?
Thanks, KSP. Very happy to be part of the program. Actually, Bosch was, we set up a capability center in India even before the word GCC came into existence. This was 92. 92, I think there were very few German companies who had set up tech centers in India, and we were perhaps one of the earliest centers to start that. Obviously, I think what attracted India was, for sure, extremely good technical capabilities. We had a host of engineering capabilities in India. And of course, very compelling, very competitive price points at which you can deliver service. So this was only the start. So we have seen 3 decades of evolution of, when I take example of our company. So the first decade, I call it as year where you need to prove to the German or rest of the world that India can deliver complex projects. And the second decade was about scaling it up, doing it at scale. And third decade is where we are transitioning ourselves into owning products, owning customers, being responsible for innovation, delivering cutting-edge innovation out of our center for the world, not just for India, for the world. I've seen all the 3 transitions happening in the last 3 decades. And you mentioned Coimbatore, KSV. There were a lot of eyebrows raised when we said we will set up our center in Coimbatore, because Pune was very popular, and people used to go to Bhubaneswar and many other places. When we chose Coimbatore, perhaps we were seen as taking, we were ahead of time, very early in the game, etc. But we are extremely happy with our decision. Our Coimbatore center is close to 10,000 people today, and they deliver some of the finest projects and some of the most advanced products out of Coimbatore for the world. If somebody is still contemplating whether they should go to Coimbatore, I can recommend that you can go to Coimbatore.
Very good. Debashir, from your side, you are managing 2 countries, both Nissan in Japan and Renault in France, all right? So you must be, the different global challenges. From your perspective, how are GCC solving some of the global challenges, and how is Renault Nissan solving that problem?
Thanks, KSV, and happy to be in this convention. We have been in existence for the last 17 years. And obviously, for automotive company, Tamil Nadu is the, very attractive destination. We call it Detroit of India. Almost 1/3 of the supplier base of automotive is here. This supplier base brings the technology, right? And then the very big, good ecosystem of talent which is existing in Tamil Nadu. And on top of that, we have great universities around us and a startup ecosystem. We just had the discussion on startups. So altogether, Renault Nissan decided to put all the entities in Tamil Nadu, whether it is the manufacturing plant, Renault Nissan plant, which is in Orgadam, or the tech center, which is 17 years, and it is 10,000 plus employees, means it is one of the India's largest auto OEM tech center. The challenges which we have taken is, as Dattatreya said, our journey has been similar. We started doing local projects to launch cars in India. The car Quid, made in India. And then, as we proved our capability to launch local cars, we gain in confidence and capability, and now we are a global car maker, right? So from local car maker to a global car maker. And what we want to do next is taking the benefit of the new evolution like artificial intelligence, software-defined vehicle, digital twins, and with the great talent of digital know-how in India, we want to go to, let's say, our third leg, or we can say GCC 3.0, if I can say, to bring faster time to market, great services in and around the car.
It's a great point you're making. He says the center in Tamil Nadu, center in India, capabilities in Tamil Nadu and India, it has reduced the time to market for the power. You were telling me sometime back, perhaps the newer cars, which is going to come in 2026 globally, they're all designed from India, engineered from India. Can you throw some light on that? And Tamil Nadu.
Exactly. So we are able to work hand in hand right from sketching the car, right to industrialization of the car, right? And the talent and capability exists. Of course, it takes time. So for the first decade, we acquired all these technologies, all this know-how. And now the main topic in automotive industry is how we can do faster. Earlier, the car development process used to take 3 years. Now everybody is aiming for 2 years. The Chinese are doing in 2 years. So how to do the car making in by 1 year less? Then the power of AI, the power of digitalization, simulation is very much important. And I think in India, India has the highest number of AI professionals and software professionals. There couldn't be a better place than to do this quick time to market and digital acceleration to launch the products.
Coming to you, Prashant, this is an era of geographical disturbances, disruptions, etc. What has worked, the paradigm that has worked in the past, perhaps are not suitable for the current year's paradigm. So how is Continental looking at disruptions from India, presenting itself as an option to consider and making the difference?
Sure. Thank you, Kesri.
If
Good
you can
afternoon,
contextualize a little bit more from Tamil Nadu, it will be good.
Thank you. And also, it's a pleasure to be part of this eminent panel. And if you see the evolution of automotive over the last 2 decades, 20 years back, cars used to be purely mechanical. You could see metal, steel, plastic. Slowly, we started adding electronics to that. With that, electronics came in software. That's how it started to get much more complicated. And all this transformation, what you see, which is happening globally across the companies is happening. Added to that, since now our reliance on the electronics from other countries have really gone up. So that's the context, So every company was going through difficult challenges. From the Continental perspective, yes, when we started as a sort of a back-end work order-based projects, then slowly migrated to projects. And then with that came in the application engineering, where the products were developed elsewhere, but we were doing sort of an application. Now, over a period of time, we are able to take the complete responsibility of developing a core product development, which is from the scratch. So this has helped in multiple aspects. One, certainly, I think India gives, I think nobody can ignore from the availability of talent pool perspective. At the same time, cost is also a challenge. But we don't want to remain or tagged as a cost arbitrage country or a company. And that's where the focus is on in terms of going from subsystems to systems level under the complete core development responsibilities. With this now, we have few products to our advantage where we are able to develop the complete product here, though it's not used in India, but it's getting applied somewhere else in other parts of the world.
Just to build upon this, you're saying that the future of automobile is changing. The future of automobile is changing. There is a base which is available in India. India could leverage that. Since we have a lot of academic professors and capability, the students present here, if you were to seek a way they should perhaps contribute to this change, what would that be?
Okay. Before even coming to the that question, maybe I want to give a context in terms of the availability of pie. The size of automotive in 2020 was 2.75 trillion. And they projected to go up to 5.4 trillion by 2030. So that's almost 2.5 trillion. All this 2.5 trillion is coming from software and software as a service. So that's the huge opportunity what India could certainly explore on further. Today, what GCCs contributed about $65 billion last year with about 1,700 GCCs and projected to be about 100 billion plus by 2030. I think the opportunity is even much more. So now coming back to, given that opportunities, what is that we could do? I think certainly we alone cannot continue to rely on the available talent pool. I think that's where each one of us have to work with universities in developing that pipeline of talent and also take advantage of the developments, the research which is happening in the industry. And the second part is also how do we collaborate with startups and also some of the research institute where we can really co-create some of the innovations.
Bhuvan, coming to you, just addressing on the theme of this summit today, there is an element of sustainability, there is an element of cyber security importance in industry, especially your GCCs can contribute to the global enterprises, right? Sustainability is no more that fashionable word that you talk in a conference and talk about it and go. It'll be a good idea if we can give a perspective how Caterpillar is looking at your capabilities in India to build, enable, secure an environment for Caterpillar in a secure and sustainability environment and through cyber security and information security and data security environment.
Absolutely. So I was having, thanks for having me part of the panel. I was having lunch with KSV. So I said that ask me any question, I will answer. But what he did is he went out of subject. He has asked me a question that he did not give me before. But what I did not say to him is that whatever question you ask, I have a set of answers. I'm going to give only that answer. So with that, so Caterpillar, I'm not sure how many of you know about Caterpillar in here. Caterpillar.
You may also give your numbers, what you have in Chennai.
Chennai, we have around 5,000 people working in Chennai. We have a pretty large operations from a GCC standpoint. That's there in the World Trade Center, Brigade World Trade Center in Perungudi. So that's where a major portion of our operations is. And on top of that, we do have operations in Asandas, and we are also part of the IIT Research Park. We have been having that collaboration for quite a long time. So a little bit about Caterpillar. We, this year, we're completing 100 years as a company. And so we just announced it, 100 years. So, Caterpillar has been having its products in India right from 1930. We've been selling products in India from 1930, and we had our first manufacturing operations in India in 1971. So we have completed 53 years, 54 years of manufacturing in India. So how the GCC got created in India? In 2001, we said that we wanted to do a little bit more of engineering because there was a lot of new products that we are building. Right around that time, we had a need for additional capability. That's when we wanted to leverage India. So Caterpillar decided to have its operations expanded. The first thing that happens is we look at our manufacturing facility. We have a pretty large manufacturing facility in Thiruvallur. So we started our engineering center in Thiruvallur. So we are a pretty large, what we call as a ER&D segment company, engineering, research and development company that primarily relies on core engineering as its foundation. How many of you here are mechanical, civil? I see one hand somewhere there. Okay. So, ours is a lot more core engineering focused. So we started our product development. I won't say engineering, product development first step by having our mechanical engineering design development. Actually, they call it as detailing, checking, releasing activity. Started in our center in Tiruvallur. That's where we started. And from there, we continue to expand. So when it comes to ER&D, product development, I would say that we need to start from the core. That's a core that we started. We had some level of advantage because we already have our products being manufactured here. As a product development company, it is very important that we need to understand what is the product that we are building. That's number one. The second thing that we need to understand as a product development company is to understand who are our customers. Right? So we have pretty large customer base that was there in India. We leveraged that as well. We understood what was needed from our customer standpoint. And we also had our employees, whoever we are hiring, go around the world and understand our customer base. So that's the other thing that we did. We made our employees understand our customer base. And with that, we have built a pretty strong product development workforce. And that actually helped us in developing our product. So from 2001 to now, we are 24 years. And in the last 24 years, we have grown a lot in terms of the level of product development that gets done out of India. Initially, it started off as more of a support activity. From support activity to where we are now, we have global product accountability in multiple areas. And we also do complete product, end-to-end product development out of our center. So the basic product development, right? And then on top of that, we need to add technology, right? So it's not about just the mechanical engineering alone. Once you have product development DNA set in, then you can actually make improvements to the product, right? So it's not about just doing or developing a product that has been asked of us to deliver, right? It's about improving the product. So we kind of started doing that as well. That's how we have evolved over a period of time. As we are evolving, KSV asked about sustainability, right? So there's a lot of electrification or electric machines that are coming up as well. So there is a lot of work that's happening on electric drive machines that are designed, that are developed out of our centers here, right? So, and similarly, there's alternate fuels that is there. So there's a lot of alternate fuel-based machines that's done out of our centers here. So those are the kind of activities that are done here.
That's a great point, a great point. And just this question to all four. I'm going to start with you, Debashish, this time. You know, I'm building up the Indian academic system. Tamil Nadu engineering colleges, engineering college all over the country are having a fixed curriculum. They're generating the best of graduating students for the industry. And you are harnessing them to suit your requirements to be made global relevant. If you can throw light, how are you making the engineers India to global ready talent?
It's a very relevant question. There is a big gap between what we teach in colleges and what the industry wants. But I think we are working, all of us are working very closely with the universities on three fronts. First is we are doing a lot of internships, 6 months of internship programs. That means we are encouraging students from colleges to work for 6 months with a real life project, learning by doing, learning by doing. That's one. Second one is we have curriculum which are tailor-made with the university. So I give one example. The very first batch of MTech Smart Mobility, which has been co-created with faculty of VIT and RNTPCA Renault Nissan Tech experts. This MTech program first batch will start soon. So this is just an example, but we are working with many other universities also. And the third one is we are also having exchange program where our subject matter experts go to the universities on a specific topic like AI or a steering or braking system of a car, combustion, IC engine development, etc. So on multiple folds we are engaging so that when the student come and joins us, I'll not say they are fully ready, but at least they have a flavor of what the industry wants, and the lead time to skill them up is reduced. So more or less in 6 months to 1 year, they are operational with the initial engagement which we have.
Datta, in your comments, you have also gone through this experience. You have built a lot of such capabilities, co-creation with the academic institutions. How does that work for you to leverage the global talent required for the global processes, the global businesses?
Absolutely. I think I agree with what he said. That's just a process that all of us follow. I mean, you have your own academies, you incubate them in your academies. We call it as T-Hub. They come into T-Hub and they learn context-specific knowledge that we add to the students who come in. To be honest, I think the quality of talent that is available for me in and around Coimbatore is fantastic. Because I know we work very closely with GCT, we work very closely with PSG. As we speak, we are working with PSG on fuel cell, vehicle development. I mean, this is not some topics which are very trivial. They're actually very important topics for us. It's not just to engage the university, but it's actually they are going to the product portfolio later. And to an extent where some of our visitors who come to our center in Coimbatore, actually they visit these universities directly, not just our campus. So, of course, they also learn, the language proficiency, how to interact in a global context. They learn German, and I think I wouldn't say that we retrain them as much as we keep saying that there is a gap. Let's look at engineering as a, hygiene, basic knowledge that we need, but we have to contextualize them to your needs, and we all do that. The co-innovation part is what I'm excited about. For example, PSG has, you can spawn entrepreneurs, startups inside PSG even today, and we actually, incubate these startups in PSG. So, I mean, exciting times really being in Coimbatore.
Yeah, Prashant, you may like to give beyond Coimbatore example also. That Coimbatore is good. Now, from a point of view of how are you harnessing the talent for global challenges, global requirements, global readiness?
Sure. I think with the rapid evolution of technology, I think for GCC to get here, skill is very, very important so that we can do iron jobs. Having said this, couple of things what we have been doing. Certainly one, how do we work with universities to develop a curriculum which really, when they pass out, we are able to absorb them and they start kicking. So if you ask me 5 years back, it used to take about 1 year. Any fresh graduate out of college, it used to take 1 year for us to do the trainings and then put them on the job. I can tell today we are able to do that in 6 months. So one, by defining the curriculum, working with universities. And second, also what we have seen, some of the professors who teach at the universities also don't have exposure to new technologies to make it effective. So what we do is we also take them on 2 months, put them a sort of on-the-job training in our institutes. When they go back, their ability to appreciate the technology and train the students are much higher. And the third part is, while they are studying, we also give some of the small projects to these universities for students to solve problems. So that this also helps us in terms of identifying the talents well in advance. And the fourth is, once you are in, I think reskilling, upskilling, side skilling is becoming very, very important. Maybe in automotive, you talk about the skills required for an engineer maybe 10 years back, is no more relevant today because cars have moved towards more connected, more autonomous, and the new sets of skill. So can you depend on external agencies for you to skill your own people? That's where we started about 5 years back, something called Software and Engineering Academy, where we have own course curriculums, which help us to upskill some of the existing employees to the new technologies.
Bhuvan, any comments on this?
So I think we do very similar to what every other panel mentioned, but ours is a little different segment because our machines don't, many of our machines don't run on the road, right? So they run on big mines. So we do specialized programs in partnership with multiple universities. Recently as well, I posted one of the programs that we have done with the Indian School of Mines, where we are creating mine champions that are specifically focused on mining related technology. as I said, when it comes to product development, it is important that we understand our customers. We understand how our product is used for us to uh, be relevant globally and making uh, true product level improvements or designing new and better products. So we try to make sure that we make our employees, whoever is joining from the college, understand our customers, understand our product, and understand how they are used. And that makes a huge difference in terms of making the future for the talent that we have hired here.
Before I go to the next segment, allow to check with the audience if we have any questions for the panelists we have, what we heard. Yes, I see 2 hands. I'll do 3. I'll come to 3. So fantastic. Any mics may moved around in the beginning? Yeah. I think as they say in airlines, the mic is behind you. Don't look in the front, okay? You can point out whom are you asking this question good. Feel to ask any questions. Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamirovya and I am from Cubotica. My question is directed to all members of the panel. What do you think is the role of AI in pushing GCC forward and in extension the global enterprises? And my second question to you would be, what would your advice be to companies like us who provide AI and RPA solutions in the development of the same?
Hold on. I'll just pick up 2 more questions and I'll just try to put all the answers together. Yeah, do you have a question? Yes, sir. In the front. Yeah. So understood. AI is one question. How are you leveraging capacity? AI, once again. Note down. Yeah. You're not audible. Yeah.
Check. Can you please share some new AI age governance metrics which you guys have incorporated in the past couple of years while you are transforming through this AI cycle? Is there something at a GCC level where you closely monitor?
You ask AI governance.
AI governance metrics, new AI age governance metrics.
Okay.
So which will help to enhance your GCC capability and deliver it more productively.
Great question.
Efficiently.
Great
Thank
question.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I am actually from an incubator and I don't understand what is the difference between a GCC and an incubator. So what is the fundamental difference and can we integrate these 2 things?
So let me rephrase all the 3 questions. A, where are the GCCs moving in adoption of AI is one question. Second, if I take your question, says, how could GCCs engage with incubators to take some of the solutions take forward is the second question. And the third question is, how is the governance, the GCC evolved to the metrics goals which is taking place, etc. Okay, throwing it open. Anyone to start? Yeah, Devashish is starting.
So we are right now, as the question has been raised, our AI journey has started about a year back, so I can share some experiences to you. So basically, we are looking at AI in 2 aspects. One is AI used in day-to-day life, how to improve productivity of our work, how to make it more efficient, more to augment ourselves like a co-pilot. So there are a set of tools we are trying to deploy and trying to democratize AI so that overall efficiency of the organization goes up, irrespective of the type of job, right? I'm sure many of you are using ChatGPT from time to time. So we have a set of tools. So that is one aspect. Second, because as GCC, we have to be competitive also. So using the power of AI, how we can be more productive and efficient so that we keep our competitiveness with the rest of the world. And the second aspect is using AI in product development. So I think AI, especially in automotive industry, is cutting through all the phases of development of the car, right from sketching, the first sketch, to generation of drawings can be auto-generated. And as we all saying, there is a lot of software in the car. So auto-coding the software also AI is able to help, right? So I can tell you many cases, but just to give you a flavor, throughout the development cycle, AI can play a role. Just to tell you, it can reduce the car development process by 6 months, literally 6 months, by AI only. And the overall efficiency can improve by 20 to 25%. So this is my take. It's a long journey, right? But it's a key enabler, and I say it's the key enabler for GCC 3.0.
And the question she asked, perhaps she didn't want to ask so bluntly, do you leverage capacity from outside to build your AI capabilities?
Yeah, definitely. We are engaging ourselves with AI startups. We are engaging to get AI skilled, fresh engineers from various academic institutions, because our requirement is huge and we have to leverage the ecosystem of India to build the AI capability. So we cannot do everything by ourselves. We will leverage the ecosystem
Excellent.
of India.
Prashant, any comments?
Maybe just to answer that lady, a couple of examples where it's used. You know, autonomous mobility, ADAS features, right? Implement any of the features, it requires about 1 million kilometers of testing, though not physical, virtual testing, but at least about 100,000 kilometers of physical testing. Just imagine if you have to have a mileage of 100,000 kilometers to capture the data. It's a lot of efforts required. That's where the AI application can really help us in developing the synthetic data, which we could use and reduce the development cost as well as development timelines. That's one example. Second, from the manufacturing perspective, you know, the products which we make, most of these are advanced technology products. Finally, once you assemble, it goes through something called AOI, automated optical inspection. There, invariably, still you have some false calls. So how do you reduce that false call? False calls is a waste. So what happens if there's a false call, you take that component, go check it in physically, then if it is okay, then put it back. But still, there's some amount of risk, yeah? Because it's human error, still you can pass a part which is not really good. So how do you reduce that false call is where Magic AOI is also used, where our ability to teach the equipment with multiple learnings also reduces the false call. These are two real-time examples what being used in our daily life, I would say.
Yeah, I want Datta and others focus the other two questions people ask on governance issue, if you have.
Maybe I can throw some light on the governance. It's a very good question that you brought it up, because we can generate a lot of code. We can use a lot of open source LLMs available in the market. But when you have to deliver this as a final product to your end customer, you have to have a very strong governance within your enterprise. So it's very early stage, because we are still deploying, industry is deploying AI at scale at this stage. They were figuring out how to have development standards, engineering standards, which are relevant to the new tool landscape, new development standards which are emerging with AI first as an engineering approach. So the governance principles are not drawn completely or etched in stone yet. It is in a development process. But we are very careful about it, because you develop a lot of safety relevant features for vehicle. So though you can generate code, you need to stick to a lot of standards. So you need to have an overlay of governance to ensure those standards are met, though you generate a lot of code. Similarly, what kind of models that you use, there are a lot of LLMs available in the market. If you use some of them, are you allowed to use in your enterprise? So it's a very important decision to take. What are the LLMs that you can use in your enterprise? So we have a governance structure, what is allowed and what is not allowed. So these are early days, but I agree with you that we need a very strong governance principles for AI first engineering. That's work in progress as we speak now.
Bhuvan, you may choose to answer these questions already answered, and also the question on incubator, how are you leveraging incubators?
So on the governance, right? So one of the other thing is our intellectual property protection, right? So the IP protection. Many times when it comes to AI generated code, we have a challenge with respect to who owns the IP. So that's something that we are very concerned about. So the amount of usage of AI-based tools are are a lot more controlled because of that purpose. So I'll get to that question on incubator. GCC has multiple incubators. We do a lot of things, right? So, and we do have a few incubators that are focused on our company's needs. But when it comes to incubators, standalone incubators, they are focused on one area for development of that area uh, for the ecosystem, right? Whereas the incubators that we have within GCCs are focused on our own company. For example, we have an user experience incubator, right? So that's focused on user experience. We have an AI incubator that focused on developing AI, but that's a lot more focused internally within our company and how we are going to develop that capability for the company within our organization. And we also partner with external incubators. A good example is the relationship that we have with the IITM Research Park. Right? So we have our facility in IITM Research Park. We collaborate with multiple companies that are there. We collaborate with professors who are there. And we work on research. And there is a lot of additional research that we do. We have one of the largest patent filings, right? So we have around 450 patents that we have filed the last many years. So not many companies do that level of patent filing. It's because of the amount of products and the amount of innovation that comes out of the company. So that's the difference between GCC and incubation.
There's one more question there. I know I missed you last time. Sorry for that.
No problem, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sid Ahmed. I'm President and Group CEO for the Vida Group of companies. We run our GCC based out of Trichy. I have a question which is around, let's take it as a statement. Hiring is a challenge in India. Companies which have existed for many, many years in India, like the brands like the TCS, Cognizant, and all of these, they've been able to attract talent. But I also read GCCs have a big challenge of hiring talent in India because they are lesser known brands. There was a case study about John Deere, a company which existed for more than 135 years, had a big challenge of hiring, all right? So how are you, and I'm sure all of you senior leaders also took a plunge to join these organizations at some point in time because these are lesser known brands in India and people in India generally inclined towards joining these kind of brands. So my question to you is if you can throw in some or shine the light on how you are addressing hiring as a challenge, as a brand, because there are 1,700 GCCs.
No, just one quick question. Did
Sure,
you
please.
say, when you said, are you saying the GCCs don't have brand presence in India?
That is a challenge indeed.
So essentially, your question is twofold.
Yeah.
How are you presenting your brand to attract? And once you attract, how do you attract?
Absolutely. How do you attract and retain as well? That is the challenge.
And I'll answer the first question first, leave it to them. I
Sure,
always
please.
thought they have a best of brand to attract, but nonetheless, that brand probably is not enough to attract the kind of talent they want. So let me start with that maybe. What are your hiring challenges and how do you hire the kind of talent you require for yourself?
I think, see, if you go for skills, if your conversation with the talent market as acquisition of skill, of course you are competing with everybody in the market. Now the GCCs have advantage and a bit of a baggage, right? There is a certain degree of brand diffusion that happens because there is a very big global brand which exists, and your brand identity in the region is a bit diffused because of the big brand. At the same time, you can leverage the big brand to hire talent. You know what, when I go to the market to hire talent, I don't ask them, I need embedded engineers with AUTOSAR knowledge, right? We speak to them saying that, can you make a Porsche vehicle go 50 kilometers per hour faster by developing more optimized software for us? It's a very different conversation that you have with the talent market than to say that I need embedded programmers who have AUTOSAR knowledge, right? So you don't speak in terms of skills, but you create imagination about some of the finest products that go around the world. But we are free to create brand in India. If you see our company, while the big brand is Bosch, we are called as Bosch Global Software Technology Limited, which means, we are a global organization, we do software, we do technology. So you create brand which is relevant to the market, depending on what you do what is your nature of activity and how you relate to the region and the talent market in India. So you create I would say a subsidiary or a brand which is in alignment with the big brand. So you could do this, you would still have this leverage. So honestly, we have not struggled to say that I have a problem acquiring talent.
So if I can add, right? So
Yes.
so we there are what attracts people, right? So it's a sense of purpose, right? So when we go to most of the campus, we share with them the company that they are going to work for, what is that we are going to achieve, right? So with the work that they are doing, right? So that kind of a purpose makes people get attracted and come in and join, right? So that's one portion of it. And the other one is for a company like Caterpillar, we are a lot more of a mechanical company, but not many people know that we do a lot of work related to autonomy. We have mining machines that are running autonomously around the world, and we are a very high technology company, right? So it becomes a challenge for us to go and explain to them the level of technology work that's happening within our company. So we do that as well. For the campuses that we go and hire, we are making sure that we are bringing some of the students. And we also have the campus alumni that's already there, that's working on some of these technologies. We kind of have them go and give a talk in these campuses. And last, we actually pay well. Okay, so most of the GCC companies, the pay is pretty high.
Maybe just to add, Datta talked about attraction, Bhuvan was talking about retention, yeah? Just to give another example of retention. Some of our products, what we make are active and passive safety systems. So we have vision, something called Vision Zero. Zero fatalities, zero injuries, zero accidents. So that's the purpose which we would like to bring that so that each employee can take pride in terms of developing their products and saving lives every single day. So that's very, very important. One from the content perspective and also from the purpose perspective. That's another example.
You know, just to conclude this question, you know, today's younger boys and girls coming to the campuses, they're also looking for an alternate kind of way of doing things. Even they are not very keen to pursue the same kind of jobs what has been offered in the past. Our experience has been, as these leaders talked about, now I'll take Debashish's comment also on this, if you present the kind of task they'll be doing to solve, it attracts them more to apply to create the brand, rather than saying, I need 100 Java skills, 100 .NET skill. That phase is over. If the campuses also can facilitate the kind of competency required, like the industry has now said, this is the kind of work that we do, it is building the change. I know you have more questions. I have to request you to pause. I will take a final comment. No, you stood up, so I was worried. There was more question coming on the way. Thank you so much. Any comment on this?
No, I will just compliment all my colleagues. Employee value proposition, EVP, this is what we are looking at, the full value proposition which is requested from that job. So it means what future avenues, what career path, what learning opportunities, and as my colleague said, the bigger purpose. So I think it's a 360-degree approach to attract talent. And brand building is one of them, but not the only one.
I know I'm running short of time, but I'm going to run through a set of questions, my leaders. That I want to start you first. What has been an experience in Coimbatore?
Fantastic. Been a big fan of Coimbatore.
Debashish, how do you promote innovation in your company?
360-degree innovation, looking at all corners, startup, academia, academic research institutions, and also internally. And of course, my supplier base. 360-degree approach.
Prashant, customer experience and digitization, how are you contributing to parent enterprises?
So when you talk about this customer experience and digitization, one caution, yeah, for GCCs, yeah, I think sometimes we tend to overlook this. How do we give that experience to our employees, the customer-facing jobs? That's very, very important because otherwise, at times, unfortunately, it remains as happy engineering. So it's very, very important for a leader. How do you bring in that urgency so that you become more agile? And the second is customer facing, so that your ability to really understand what you are developing and how it's getting deployed, and your ability to improve further, which will be much higher, I would say.
Bhuvan, how are you putting cultural integration?
Cultural integration. When it comes to Caterpillar, the best way we do cultural integration is to make sure that our employees go work with our customers, work more with our product, to make sure that they understand what the product is doing and how it is making a difference for the world.
Excellent. Any final question anyone has before we wrap up this panel? Okay, so thank you. So what did you hear today? What did you hear is, there is a talent pool available, don't worry about it, right? And the GCCs are not focusing on just getting 500s and 600s and 700, but they want good 20s, good 30s who understand the purpose, what they can do. Brands are strong, but they continue to innovate time to build a larger purpose that is required. We also heard people like Datta, who's got a very strong presence in Coimbatore. Tamil Nadu has helped them at 50% of the total workforce what they have. What we are also hearing from Prashant is in terms of the larger purpose and what could be done. If that could be done, the talent transformation becomes easier. He talked about innovation being the core to their function, how they're reducing the time to market with the car, all happening from GCC ecosystem in Tamil Nadu. And my friend Bhuvan explained to you what else can be done from India. With constraints are there, but despite constraint, what else can you bring towards sustainability, towards security, and towards safety? What else can we look for? We are there in the forward journey. Tamil Nadu has made a big, significant contribution. I'm sure we'll continue to focus on this, make us the great GCC destination of the world. Thank you all. So I request you to give me a big round of applause to thank them.
Thank you, gentlemen. Along with that, we'd also like to take the opportunity to extend our heartfelt thanks by presenting our speakers with mementos. May I please call upon Mr. G. Ramesh, Manager ELCOT, to present our moderator, Mr. K. S. Viswanathan, with a memento, extending our thanks. Thank you so much, sir, for driving this session. Mr. K. S. Viswanathan, our moderator. Thank you so much, sir, for making this a wonderful, thought-provoking conversation. May I request Mr. G. Ramesh to present our speaker, Mr. Debashish Neogi, with a memento extending our thanks. We also have one final session for the day, and we'll be joined by Mr. Debashish. So if I may please request sir to remain on stage. It's also my pleasure to request Mr. G. Ramesh to present Mr. Prashant Doresami with a wonderful expression of our gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to invite Ms. Aruna Devi, Deputy Manager, ELCOT, to do the honors and present Mr. Bhuvan Anandakrishnan with a memento. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. I'd also like to invite ma'am to present Mr. Dattatri with a wonderful memento, extending our heartfelt thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we also have a final session starting in a couple of minutes. If I may please request our speaker, Mr. Debashish Neogi, to remain on stage while we extend our thanks to all our speakers on stage with a loud round of applause. Please join me as we congratulate them for a brilliant session. Our next session talks about innovation as a growth catalyst, Tamil Nadu's role in India's tech future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a session that's going to highlight the role of innovation when it comes to driving growth and shaping the future of India's technology landscape, with a keen focus on Tamil Nadu's emerging leadership. As one of the fastest growing technology hubs in the country, Tamil Nadu is harnessing its rich talent pool, its robust infrastructure, and strong industry collaborations to fuel these tech advancements. Through this particular session, we're going to take a deep dive into how innovation is acting as a catalyst for economic development, for creating job opportunities, and also positioning Tamil Nadu as a key player in India's tech future. We begin the session by inviting on stage our moderator, Mr. Bhaskar Varma, ladies and gentlemen, Regional Director for Karnataka and Tamil Nadu at NASSCOM, where he heads initiatives for global capability centers, IT services, BPMs, and SMEs. If I may request all the members in the audience to invite Sir on stage with a loud round of applause, Mr. Bhaskar Varma. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Absolutely known for his strong leadership and strategic planning experience, he also serves as a board director at Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Our speakers begin with Mr. Nat Malupillai, ladies and gentlemen, who is the Group CEO of the IIT Madras Research Park, the Incubation Cell, and the Rural Technology Business Incubator. He is also known for driving the commercialization of research while also collaborating with the academia industry and startups. Welcome, sir. May I also have the wonderful opportunity to invite on stage our next speaker, Mr. Shiva Padmanabhan, who is a Managing Director and Head of the Global Innovation and Technology Center at AstraZeneca. He leads the establishment with the platforms and solutions when it comes to the global, and he's also been instrumental in transforming AZIT since joining in 2014. His expertise, as we will find out, includes insourcing IT services, building leadership, and developing data and digital capabilities. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to welcome back on stage our speaker from our previous session, sharing his wonderful expertise in this as well, Mr. Debashish Neogi. Welcome back, sir, Managing Director and Country Head of Renault Nissan India. I'd also like to invite onto the stage our final speaker this session, Ms. Ambika Natarajan, Senior Vice President at HCL Technologies, a global IT services and consulting company. In her leadership role, Ms. Ambika is responsible for driving strategic growth, overseeing key business initiatives, and managing HCL Tech's global operations, while also including client relationships, delivery excellence, and innovation across various sectors such as healthcare, financial services, manufacturing, and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a session that's going to focus on innovation as a growth catalyst. Over to our moderator. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. I know it's going to be very tough. It's a last session. And the topic is also about the innovation. I was just listening to the last panel. They were talking about innovation. It was GCC. Now I am privileged to have all my panelists coming from IIT Madras Research Park to GCC to IT services. So I think we will have a complete holistic view of what we are talking about and how Tamil Nadu is going to play a very pivotal role on the journey of innovation. So before I get deeper into the subject, I would like to start with all of you. What is your definition of innovation? If someone asks me very briefly, creating something new, and definitely I will add up for the betterment of life. So maybe I will start with ladies first, Ambika.
Thank you. The advantage of a ladies first. Probably I'm going to cover a lot of the points, right? So innovation for us is actually white spaces, and white spaces that emerge from either undermet or unmet needs. So looking at those white spaces, giving a dimension, it doesn't have to be a blue ocean. And this is something that I tell, whenever I'm speaking to our clients and partners, it could even be a blue lagoon. But at the end of the day, how do you identify that? And that's where the opportunity space is, because once you do that, then there is the whole potential to make it really, really big. So it's either an undermet or an unmet white space into which we can have an opportunity to build.
Fantastic. Debashish?
Just to complement, I would say innovation is not only related, you associate innovation with a product, but it could be a process, the way of doing things, or a service over a product. So it's encompassing a lot of areas. So it's everywhere and it can come from anywhere.
Fantastic. Siva?
I would think of it as you started, Bhaskar. It has to be something new and different, right? So that is one important piece. The second piece is it has to be delivering substantial value to whoever it is that is using it. So I would start from the output and say, is it delivering a substantially higher level of value or output or differentiated output from the solutions that are there currently, right? And also then the process piece, which is how do we get there? Is there a different way to get there? So that would be
That?
Yeah, good evening. So I think I agree with everything that's said. I think that putting on the patient capital, social capital point of view, I would think anything that's new, that's bold, that's product, service. And I think I'll add another component to it, which is behavioral innovation, right? One of the things that we don't talk enough about is risk capital. I mean, how particularly living in Tamil Nadu, we are risk averse is what we are told. And how do we change behaviors as we get into next generation, ability to take risks and risks being rewarded, it's okay to fail. And how a parent treats a child in terms of there are times when you act as if you're a parent and child versus now your friends, teachers versus students. I think these are all innovations that's important that will create real hard innovation in the marketplace. So I would also want to talk enough about it. So, and all this will go towards creating better outcomes, but I'll wait. To me, the focus is more on inputs and processing, that are you thinking about problem solving in different ways, going back to first principles, and the net effect will show itself later on, but that's kind of how I would want to define it.
No, fantastic start. The second one, and this is with, also I will share my experience. When we talk about innovation, sometimes it's with a set of people or set of employees, those who are only focused on innovation. And you call them as an innovation group or whatever. So if you have to embed this culture of innovation within the DNA of your organization or academia or students or overall as a citizen of India, so if you can touch upon how you are building culture of innovation within your organization, maybe I will start with you, Nat, first. How you see how we can embed this culture of innovation, and if you all can also share some specific examples, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, just to pick where I left off, I think it is about telling people it's okay to fail. It's allowing them to dream big or encouraging them to dream big, right? I think we have we brag about the diversity that we have, but I don't know if we take enough advantage of it, right? Be it within the society or within schools, colleges, or corporates as well. And for the longest, we've spoken about delivering a service that's given as instructions to us. This is what we want to take to market. And I think increasingly I've seen companies dedicate time, spend 5, 10%, 15% of your time just thinking about what can be better, be it a process innovation in a shared service model or a GCC model to something that's more hard science oriented. How do you crack open a very wicked problem using science, engineering, or whatnot that comes up with it, and taking the time and prototyping and so on, right? So there, I think the culture of innovation is about giving them unfettered space, giving them the patient capital, investors not breathing down their neck or executives not breathing down their neck, and allowing them to do multiple iterations, fail, improve, but give them guardrails that allows them to move forward. I think that's something that's extremely important because innovation does not happen on one's whims, right? It takes, an idea, the time has to come, as they say. So I think once we get the right people getting out of the way and allowing them to do their best job is something that we practice within IIT Madras Research Park as well. Even as we incubate companies, we say there is really no time-bound way to incubate. We'll give you space for 3, 5, 7 years till you think the market is ready and some commercial investors come in. So I think that, to me, is a starting point of how you do this culture of innovation, and it's okay to fail. That's kind of how I would center my response now.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting one, a very good one. That whole area, that whole question is, because it's very difficult, right? If you look at large organizations such as GCCs or service companies, you're talking about thousands of people and you're trying to change culture. And as Nat just said, If you just went 20 years back, the mantra of our services industry was, we deliver certainty or something like that, right? Some of the companies, right? It's about how do you deliver consistency, predictability, repeatability, same results every time. So that's what we have used to over decades. And now you're asking the same workforce to innovate. So it's a huge shift, right? And I would say three things. One is it has to start at the top. So the leaders have to also be thinking and behaving and doing innovation in the way they lead, right? So that is very important, because then it starts to signal that it's okay to do things differently, and there are rewards for doing things in a smarter way and so on. So I think it's to start with leadership. Then the second mantra for me is innovation is for everyone, right? And that's what so in our company we say innovation is for everyone. It's not just for the innovation group. It's just not for the AI group. It's everyone, because innovation can be in everything you do, like what Debashish said. It can be in the process, right? If you're just doing invoice payments, you can do that faster. You can do that more accurately. You can do that, differently with innovative technologies and tools. So it's really about making sure everyone sees that it's pervasive, right? It's not restricted to just a part of the organization. And then the final thing is, where are the boundaries, right? So you do want some processes, especially in industries like biopharmaceutical and so on. You want some things to have that repeatability, predictability, consistency, which can be validated, right? So you don't want innovation to change the outcome, the output consistency, but you do want innovation in the process in those cases. There are some other areas where you can actually find a new product or a new solution or a new way of doing things. So that's a different, so you have to sort of make it clear to the organization, where do you want them to innovate, and where do you want them to follow the consistency and predictability and scaling.
Debashish? And because I was also hearing in the last session, if you can also throw some light on any specific examples, what you are doing from Renault.
I think I'll try to give a different spin, that now we have so many new levers coming which will enhance innovation. I take a simple example of XR, like AR, VR. I talk about AI, which we discussed about. I talk about digital twins. So I think with all these new levers which is coming, we can democratize a lot the innovation, as we all said, that even small things which make small differences should also be recognized. So what we have done in a different way is, when we have an annual innovation award, we not only award the big ones which has gone into the car or into the factory, but also small things are recognized. So we give the impression that even small innovation in our day-to-day working, whether it's a process or a small innovation, is also recognized. So the idea is to democratize it and give as many tools in the hands of the people to think innovation on a regular basis.
Fantastic. And Ambika, over to you, because when we talk about HCL, huge number, huge employee headcounts, and it's not going to be easy to build a culture of innovation for everyone. Right. So what's your point of view on building the culture of innovation and how it's happening in HCL?
So a couple of things. I'll probably give some examples so you'll be able to relate to it better. So in HCL Tech, we are not called HCL Techies. We are called Ideapreneurs. So if you see in the Employee First, Customer Second book that Vineet Nair had published way back, so the identity of an employee itself, right from onboarding, is that of an ideapreneur. What that means is that the ecosystem is very conducive for you to not just ideate, but take that ideation to fruition. So the systems, the processes, the training, the leadership top-down, which is wherever you go, whether you're a fresh hire or you're a lateral hire to the organization, there is an entire ecosystem which propels that ideation forward. So it's like a big tick, it's beyond a tick in the box, it's a big pat on the back actually. So that's one. So culturally, if you see, HCL Tech's DNA, ideation and taking it to fruition is inoculated in the DNA. So that's one part of the story. And the second, if you see, over the years, so many decades, if you see, whether it's in terms of the nature of workforce, the nature of work, new entrants, if you see, we've always been very transformational in nature. I want to specifically call out a program which is talked about quite a bit now, if you see in our annual reports as well, and that's a Tech B program. So the Tech B program, the ideation came from Mr. Nadar, Mr. Shiv Nadar himself. And we were asked to envision the whole thing. So the ideation, the seeding happened in 2016, the idea seeding. It took me about a year, along with our team, larger team. So we blueprinted it for about a year. We went live in 2017. So this is high school students, and we piloted it in Madurai and Lucknow. Now, interestingly, the very first lot of students who joined us, who came through our selection process, I have interviewed each and every one of them because it was our first pilot. Almost all of them were first generation learners. So that was the first thing. The second thing was the hunger in the belly that they had, because once we taught them relevant technology, removing all the fluff and frills otherwise, what it resulted in is we did an internal kind of a Finding Nemo equivalent kind of an event, and we just let them bring their own ideas and enable them to prototype it. And I'm talking 2017, 2018. And that time, drones were just getting mainstream. So there were conversations around drones. And these high schoolers, the kind of prototypes they made, aerial seed dispensers, right? A soil testing, remote sensing of soil quality, because they all come from farmers' families and other such families. So every such tech be brought in prototypes. They built prototypes which was aligned to where they were coming from, which is actually the white space, the everyday problems that they face, right? And then we took it forward, of course. So that's why I'm saying when we say ideation, it's very aligned to the culture of the organization and how that culture is inoculated into every nook and cranny, which is the projects, the divisions, right? So just another example that I wanted to share.
No, fantastic. And now I will move towards the theme of You Imagine, what we are talking about. It says inform, innovate, and inspire. So my next question, and maybe I will start with you, Siva, first. And the other thing which government of Tamil Nadu is talking about, building through IT. So what is your point of view, or what is your advice in terms of not only the organization, but also to academia and students? What are the different technologies they can prioritize? Because that is going to build or make a difference rather. And the second thing, because when we talk about technology, it has to be go hand in hand with the business. Technology cannot be standalone. So what is your advice? Because this is something which not only academia, organization, but government will also focus on. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good one too. So I would say, I think it's good to start with the end in mind here, right? Which is to say, what is Tamil Nadu going to be known for, you know? And we have such a strong base of various industries here, and services as well, and software. So given those strengths, you know, where do we want to be in 2030? And that then propels backwards to say, okay, if you want to be there, then what are the types of business value that we need to create, right? Not only in the companies that are based here in Tamil Nadu and are doing business globally, but also those global companies that are doing business in Tamil Nadu or have GCCs or other types of presence here, right? So if you look around the state, you know, it's got a tradition of innovation. So if you think about things like single-use shampoo, you know, that came from Tamil Nadu, right? If you talk about the Shiva PC, right, which is one of the first early low-cost PCs, that came from here. Number of the SaaS companies that are now competing globally, they came from here. So we have a rich tradition of actually that driving innovation, thinking out of the box, thinking differently, and moving things forward. So if you just look across the industrial base, you know, we are very strong, for example, in healthcare. If you look at, you know, the hospital system here in Tamil Nadu, it is the 50% of the medical tourism actually happens into Tamil Nadu, right? So that just gives you sort of the strength in that whole sector. And then you have big insurance companies. So if you look at the whole healthcare value chain, you have providers, you have payers, and you have pharma companies. So you have a lot of that value chain already in Tamil Nadu. You look at automotive, you know, you have a very, very leading position there. Software as a service, that's another one. So if these are the industries of the future, then what are the problems that we need to solve for those industries with the innovation and with the technology? And that's where I would then come back to which technologies should we therefore invest in. Of course, at the foundation of everything is things like AI, right? That's required for almost literally every industry. But if you then look at some specific industries, like and what they need, and that's where you start to think about the automotive industry and the industry 4.0 or 5.0 that's going to come, 6G and those types of communication technologies. You think about software industry, you think about quantum computing. You think about things like augmented and virtual reality for the automotive and manufacturing industries. So you've got, therefore, those sets of technologies that then align into those verticals, where I think an investment is not just investment in technology education, but it's also investment in building an industry ecosystem. Because the days of the horizontal are gone, right? Where you used to be an infrastructure person or a software person or a data person. It's now the world of the verticals. Are you a healthcare person, or are you a financial services, or are you an industry and an automotive person? That's how we have to think about our careers in the next 40 years. And therefore, when you look at it that way, then you sort of bring together the industrial strength and domain knowledge and strength you need, and the technologies that play into that. So that's where I would think of that.
No, and very rightly said, Siva. And I will move to Debashish. Before you respond, Debashish, I just want to add one more top up on my question, which is more towards, as Siva rightly said, it's not, right now we are talking about a plain vanilla kind of technology or horizontal, but how you can create a niche for yourself or for the state. So your advice or suggestion, how we can create that niche which is going to be a differentiator, because it's a healthy competition going among all the states which you talk about. What is a differentiator for Tamil Nadu?
So, very good question, Bhaskar, because niche means, if I talk of my industry, automotive industry, what the automotive industry is requesting is to reduce the lead time to launch the car, right? So there is a lot of innovation which is required to shorten the lead time of development of the car. That's where a lot of new ways of working, as you said, using AR, VR, AI, digital twins to shorten the lead time. And there is a lot of innovation in the way we design a product and the way we simulate and the way we test. Ultimately leading to a business outcome, which is reduction in the lead time to launch the car, which makes a big differentiator actually, because there's a rat race on how fast we can launch the cars. Then now the car industry is moving to more services in and around the car. So that means you have the connectivity with 5G, the cloud, and then you have software defined vehicle. And so it's like a IoT on wheels or a data center on wheels. And then around that, there's a lot of innovation, how innovative services you can bring to the customers, right? Then if you put an AI on that, then the AI is able to learn the customer habits and make the car to behave suiting the customer. So there's a hyper personalization of customer experience. So I think all these technologies are opening a big avenue of great customer experience, shorten the lead time of development of products, right? And then a lot of services to monetize and gain additional revenue channels for the company. So I think innovation with all these digital techniques is going to go multifold in what it can create for the customer and for the society as a whole.
Well, thank you, Debashish. Ambika, your point of view, your suggestion, what niche or a differentiator we can create from state of Tamil Nadu?
Tamil Nadu. But before that, Devashish, the personalization bit is awesome, because on the highways, when you're driving for long without a break, it always pops up saying it's time for a coffee break. And we just love that. So from a niche point of view, so Tamil Nadu, and I'll speak about our Madurai story, because Madurai was set up because we believed that we should start taking work to where the workforce is and not bring the workforce to where the work is. And that's how we started expanding. HCL Tech as an organization started expanding in these cities. And we found there's no dearth of talent there, right? So that's one. So in Madurai, for instance, we set up the Center of Excellence for Mechanical Engineering. We also had the first all-women financial shared services ODC with 300 women. So, which means by moving there, we gave opportunities for very, very qualified women who otherwise had mobility constraints to join the workforce and become mainstream. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is, given this, see, the engineering appetite has always been very strong in Tamil Nadu. And why I say that is, for instance, from the Madurai Center, we do quite a bit of new product development. And some of that new product development includes probably re-engineering medical devices, right? So that we can bring down the cost. The client wants to bring down the cost of the equipment so that there is a larger reach of that equipment, especially to the geographies where there are many more have-nots there, right? So how do you get that reach? So that's a second thing. And the third thing is, today, by and large, just about in every vertical, we have brought in a penetration of AI. So AI has, and this is not a new thing, we've been doing AI for a very long time, but the way technology itself rapidly evolved, we've been very quick to take the change in technology. So that's happening in all parts of HCL Tech, not just Tamil Nadu. But I'm saying with our very large presence of almost over 50,000 plus of the workforce that we have is from Tamil Nadu, which is Chennai, Madurai, and some part of Coimbatore. So that's the kind of lay of the land we have in Tamil Nadu. So that's one. The second important thing that I wanted to emphasize is the way we bring in talent itself. So our talent absorption strategy in Tamil Nadu, whether it's the engineering or the what we call as the polytechnic or the Tech B model, if you see, we've got many of these models so that the appetite to bring in innovation and the whole grooming and orientation and capability building to contribute to the innovation agenda of the client. So that starts early. So catch them young, watch them grow, bring in innovation in a sustained manner. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Nat, I will not give you that question because I have actually a niche question for you. And this is based on, I have attended multiple sessions today. And in most of the conversation, they have referred IIT Madras Research Park. And the reason being, if you will see the conversation, they are talking about how we are innovating with you, how we are collaborating with IIT Madras Research Park, and how many number of patents they are filing along with you. So my question is more towards, when we talk about innovation, it's also about creating IP. And how you see, one is creating IP, which is a number of patents or IP you are creating from India. The second bit, which we are not very vocal about it, it's also going to contribute to the economy of the country or the state. And the third piece is how you can commercialize, because one is the commercialization, second is the royalty. So how you see what state of Tamil Nadu, already I know you are doing a lot of work in this field, but your suggestion or advice on this?
Sure. Yeah, brilliant question. I think that's really everybody's grappling with it. And I think the statistic that I saw is, I think India pays about $15 billion in royalty payments, and we get about $1.5 billion back in terms of for our IP, right? So that's a staggering number, and it's grown significantly the last 10 years, from 2014 to 2024. We made significant progress, but still wide gap. And it's not just an India story. I spoke to Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. They have the same issues as well. So it is a global problem, and the way I think about this is two-pronged. One is, the IP strategy is itself like a guerrilla warfare. I mean, companies who are keen to do IP and have deep pockets to do IP try to make sure there's a lot of IP that they create so that people don't come anywhere close to infringing on it, right? So it is more of a defensive mechanism that they take. So by design, how much you monetize will be a fraction of the IPs that you create, and that's okay. But I think even within that, we have a long, long way to go in terms of how we monetize. So the reason the research park and places like that exist is to, look deep within your labs and say, what kind of IP have we filed TRL 3 to 5, and how could we take it further up? Because a lot of the IPs that we have are in the TRL 1 to 3 type of a segment, right, which is not ready for market. And the corporate R&D that comes to us says, it requires another 7 years worth of work before it can be monetized, right? So there is a lot, and within that, there are interesting discussions about who owns IP, the joint IP, and how do you monetize and all that, right? And these are things that you solve for, but I think it's a tricky affair. And again, depending on which sector that we're talking about, there are different models in play, but if you've gotten really good at it, in IIT Madras, we talk about one IP a day, right? That's what the institute does. And our job is to say, how could we now bring it back to from the labs to more of a research park ecosystem where you have startups and corporate R&Ds, and how could we put it out there in a hackathon type of model, say, can we pick it up? who has a use case to take it to market. So that's exactly what we do. So we have incredible success in terms of being able to bring all of them together. Some of them, large corporates, they have capabilities to do it. With startups, we work really hard in terms of getting them like labs and equipments and the IIT faculty or postdocs to say, this is the concept that we've broken so far, and this is how we would now test it in the market. And we have multiple student teams, about 4 or 5 student teams or postdoc teams who are going at it. And a couple of examples that I'll probably present here. I mean, there is a company called Zyma, which do sensors, right? I mean, these are things that is used for really high, very hostile condition, like a steel plant, right? You go talking about 1,500, 2,000 degrees centigrade where you melt them and so on. Sensors actually don't last more than half an hour. So these guys came up with a very interesting innovation where it could go up to 15 days, right? This again is a very classic example of, we have Tata Steel with us in the same in the facility. We have this group. So there is ability that we can test with them and actually take it to market, and now they're global. So that's one example, and there's several such things. E-plane is a good example. Agnikul is a great example of how do you do rockets. How do you find a white space where Tesla is not able to provide, or SpaceX is not able to provide opportunities for smaller satellite providers. And these guys saw an opportunity to say, here is a way we can test this out and do something at about $15,000, $20,000 per kg payload, right? Whereas others charge $40,000 or so. So very, very interesting things to go. And this has significant IP consequences. And they're able to do this, and they're able to take it to global markets and so on. So I think it's we've just the tip of the iceberg. I think going back to the Tamil Nadu question, I think the bigger opportunity is how do we keep these guys back in Tamil Nadu? We have some great inventions, innovations happening, but some of them find their way back to other states or even other countries for whatever reasons. I think that to me is a big challenge that I would ask all the leaders to look at and say, how could we provide them the first order, be it the state government, be it the large companies that are here, to keep them interested, to help them grow, bring more investments for them, and create a very, very interesting ecosystem, because talent is available in abundance. I don't think we do justice to seeing them all the way through. So that's would be.
No, interesting. And I got an opportunity to talk to Agni Cool guys, and he told me at the day of launch, he was having 103 fever, and there was some issue during the launch. Then they actually postponed it for 2 days, and then they launched it. So, and he was talking about what you see, which is a success, but we know what kind of number of days failure we have gone through, and I can see that passion on their face. So that was amazing what you guys are doing. Now this is, because you all have talked about, and Debashish especially talked about hyper-personalization. So this is my hyper-personalization question now, and I will start with you, Siva. From your organization, AstraZeneca standpoint, how you are leveraging the tech ecosystem in Tamil Nadu, and what is your vision?
Yeah, so we have, so AstraZeneca as a global capability center has been here in Tamil Nadu for 10 years. This is our largest. We have a network of 7 or 8 centers around the world, and this is our largest one. So we've been, very successful in Tamil Nadu and in Chennai specifically in these last 10 years to grow from, we were about 300 people to almost more than 3,500 people at the moment, and across a wide range of technologies, services, products, capabilities that we build in the center. So there is several elements of the ecosystem that have been really worked really great for us. One is, of course, the talent availability. We have partnerships with some of the best academic institutions in the state, and you have a whole range, because of course now not just technology, we're also doing R&D services, we're doing supply chain, we're doing go-to-market. So you see a lot of creative talent, you see a lot of clinical kind of talent. So you see a wide variety of talent in different areas besides just technology. And the willingness of the academic institutions to partner and tailor courseware and so on for their students, so that before they even graduate, they are already got some expertise in things like clinical data management and so on. So that's been a really big cornerstone. Another big one has been the collaborations with the startup incubators and the startups in the state. So again, we've had some very good examples of how we've taken them across India, but also across the world, where they've been able to scale, right? So that's another really important dimension of the whole ecosystem that is here, and then the institutions such as, of course, IIT Madras, NASCOM, and others, and the ITNT and others. So I think that's a very rich ecosystem for sure here in Tamil Nadu. That's got all the different elements that you need to really drive innovation at scale. For global companies that come out of here. The one thing that we need to work on is the whole mindset, right, of the talent here to really think out of the box, to challenge the norm, to really think, to really not necessarily provide an answer or a solution to a question that's being asked, but also ask questions, right? Questions back, for example. So that's something that I think is a very soft thing that's very important for in an innovative economy that I think we all collectively need to work on, including the academic institutions, the GCCs, the service companies, and so on. But we have a very good, all the ingredients, that are present there that we have been able to leverage in our GCC quite extensively.
Devashish, same question from you, how you are leveraging the tech ecosystem from Tamil Nadu, but also because you have talked about different innovation and advanced technologies you are utilizing and how it's creating an impact in the overall scenario at a global level. If you can share your thoughts, please.
So we are part of Renault Nissan Technology Center. So Renault has already decided to make this center as one of the innovation hub, apart from one in Israel, one in US, one in Korea, and the other in Paris. So this speaks a lot about the capability which exists in Tamil Nadu and the areas which has been earmarked, because each center has its own pole of competencies, which has been marked as, considering that Tamil Nadu has a lot of ecosystem around batteries, because 70% of EV two-wheelers are from Tamil Nadu. So battery research, e-machines is part of it. In fact, in IIT Research Park, we have a battery research lab, which is in existence in the last 15 years, where a lot of material research on batteries happening already for the last 1.5 decades. The second is, with a strong manufacturing know-how, Industry 4.0, 5.0, like how to use AI for predictive maintenance, or how to use the computer vision for improving quality checks, or using AI for process automation. So that's another area which we are looking at. And the third is human-machine interface, right? How to use the talent which is available in India and specifically in Tamil Nadu for a better customer experience. And material science is also one of them. So these are the areas which we have earmarked considering Tamil Nadu's capability and India as an ecosystem as a whole. So very proud to say that.
No, thanks a lot, Devashish. Ambika, if I move the same question to you, the role of Tamil Nadu, because when we talk about HCL Technologies, it's a global brand. You are working all across, even you have multiple offices across India. But what are the things you are leveraging from Tamil Nadu and what is the plan more towards the innovation side?
So what are we leveraging from Tamil Nadu? Definitely the talent pool, that is one. Second is, if you see our centers in HCL, the HCL Tech centers in Chennai, Madurai, we have built significant number of labs. And these are technology-centric labs over and above what we have as customer-centric labs, which are driven by customers or our clients. So the exposure to labs, therefore, makes it very easy for us to look at a full-stack innovation. So as a company, we're probably one of those very few organizations which can look right from design to PCB, to the board, development of the board, writing the entire software to talk to the board, do the integration piece, host it on the cloud, create the data analytics layer around it, right? So it's a full stack development. And that is where the advantage of our distributed presence in different verticals gives us what I call as the intersectional innovation opportunity, the Medici effect as we call it, because we can talk to each other and get the best and create those spaces. So that's an advantage. And our long presence in Tamil Nadu, therefore, gives us that advantage position, right? To take in anything that comes as an industry disruption or change and absorb it. And obviously our partnerships. Today, from a talent perspective, we work heavily with the Tamil Nadu Skills Development Corporation. with other skilling missions of the country as well we work. So we know from a talent ecosystem, whether it's entry, mid, so what are some of those hot spots where we can go and tap in, right? So this, everything put together, the investment in labs, the way we do our talent development within the organization, how it's prioritized, how do we look at fungibility of capabilities itself so that our talent stays relevant and kind of mitigating the obsolescence problem that people have. All of it comes together for us to really foster the innovation agenda.
Fantastic. If I move to you, Nat, because obviously you are playing a very significant and a different role, I'd say. If you can share your thoughts in terms of how IIT Madras Research Park is helping or contributing in fostering the innovation culture, maybe very specific to Tamil Nadu and also overall India. You are not specific to Tamil Nadu, but how you are helping that?
Yeah, I think I'll start with quoting what the IIT Madras director talks about. I mean, he's made it IIT for all, right? There is a very significant movement towards opening up IIT to everybody, including sports quota, now people with classical music, those kinds of skill set, right? Which is a fantastic initiative in terms of, you know, allowing people to come in and experience what IIT is about. And I think even last week we had opened up IIT Madras to public for children from schools and colleges to come and take a look at it. So there's several such things that happen on a regular basis. I think that the belief is once you come into such environment where you see people in action, you give them exposure to the labs that's there, you show them how people do lab-grown diamonds, right? These are very unbelievable things that you only hear about as terminologies. To actually come to a lab and see that, it inspires young minds. And we do that on a very regular basis. We probably get the, you know, a significant set of business tours and visitors to Chennai come to IIT Madras Research Park. So I think that's one way we do it. But we also have very deliberate interventions with colleges. We work with about 15, 16 colleges to go and do some interventions in terms of build clubs and maker foundation type setup to say, how do we really understand engineering, right? I mean, how do we do reverse engineering? How do you, get innovators' mindset? So there are people that we work with, there are organizations that we work with to get them ready, and we bring them as fellow startups in our incubators as well. And I think the other thing we have talking about, we spoke to ITNT, TIDCO, how could we play a role in terms of shaping more incubators, more research parks in Tamil Nadu? It's not about IIT Madras Research Park itself, right? It's just a great success, but I think the real success in being able to be a ladder for others to come up as well. So we are very conscious saying, how could we do this in NIT Trichy? How could we do this in PSG Coimbatore? How could we do this in Tyagaraja College, Madurai? These are all efforts that are ongoing to say, because one of the things we look for is the hustle, the energy. It's not just the intellect all the time, because sometimes ideas are dime a dozen. It's about your ability to stay on course and execute really well. And do you have the ability to, get up from a failure, right? And that we see enough evidence in tier 2, tier 3 cities and villages as well. So I think we are incrementally making the investment. Even within IIT Madras, about 60% of the startups are from outside IIT Madras. They're not graduates of IIT Madras, they are from outside. So I think there is a lot that we do to promote it, but again, it's just a start. We just need to do so much more, and our intent is to actually be, participate with the IT Ministry in Tamil Nadu, Industry Ministry, ITNT, and say, how could we do this more deliberate moves across and get some 10, 15 unicorns in the next 3 to 5 years? We need role models of success to get more.
No, definitely. So I have a follow-up question, Nat. And before our panel, I was just sitting there, and one of, I will not say young student, young brain, he has asked me a question, and he was talking about this particular panel. And this goes to all of you. The question was, he is running an incubator. He's a first-year student. How he can reach out to any leader in the industry or IIT Madras Research Park, and how he can get or she can get an idea what they should prepare when they are out from the college, because those kind of forums, maybe it exists in bits and pieces here and there, but how we can do that? Because this was something which stuck to my mind. If somebody's in college, they don't have access. Maybe these kind of platform, they can give some access, but if any thoughts on that, maybe I will start with you, Nat. Because you see on a daily basis this kind of situations.
So let me, so your point is how somebody in college can access these kinds of services and incubators. So I think I'll broaden the question a bit more as well. I think I'll also throw in a statistic. I think we have about 1,000 plus incubators in the country, right? We have about 1 lakh plus startups. And what I'm told is about 8 to 10% of the startups come through incubators, right? That's a number that we're talking about when we talk about India. But although the survival rate for startups who come through incubators are very high, I think we boast about an 80% survival rate, and IIM Bangalore talks about a 70% survival rate, right? So there is significant benefit in being part of an ecosystem in terms of nurturing, in terms of visibility, in terms of learning from other failures, investors' outlook and all that, right? So I think that's that. But we also have several incubators that are not able to do it. Some of them are there, just like our MSMEs, right? They are opportunistic entrepreneurs. There are aspirational entrepreneurs. We talk about over 64 million entrepreneurs. Incubators also have sprung up just because there are government grants in Startup India. I don't think they are quite mature yet, many of them. So we have a responsibility to work with them to say, you know, not just putting funds against it and having a quota and meeting a metric, but how do we actually look for outcomes in them, right? I mean, this is something we speak about. And a lot of these, be it IMA Ventures or IMB, NSR Cell, we also have a vertical integration aspect to these incubators, you know, from doing entrepreneurship in residence or doing research case studies, then doing incubator, accelerator, maybe a seed fund, and then a large fund. These are all things that we do just to make sure we have a good idea of what the funnel is. I think the previous discussion talked about the top of the funnel, bottom of the funnel. That's a very, very relevant part to it. So you need to have really, really rich funnel to be able to pick from the best, but we also need to make sure the ones that come through the funnel are well nurtured and their success to show for it, right? So that's something that we are able to do, but we need a lot more of it. I think the numbers that we see for a country like India is far too less. So I think there are opportunities that exist. They can reach out to any of us. I think, again, Chennai now is becoming a very fertile place, thanks to the GCCs, to be able to, for the talent to come up and for them to step out of the large structure and think and create solutions for the society, right? I mean, to me, it's not so much being an entrepreneur. It's about having a problem-solving mindset, right? Can you take up a problem in your backyard, own it, and find a solution to it? Is kind of what we inculcate even in our boot camp type programs.
Yeah, and Siva, before you start, I'm giving a scenario wherein, let's say, any student who is interested and aspiring to get into a healthcare industry, and obviously who could be better than AstraZeneca and others, do you think how we can formalize that channel that they can build their career? Because I don't have any answer at this point in time. This just stuck to my mind just 10 minutes before. Can we formalize some channel which can help us in next 3 to 4 years to get people, those who are specialized into healthcare industry? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly similar thoughts I had, Bhaskar. So in terms of, like, I think the GCCs can play a very important role in the whole innovation ecosystem because of a couple of things. One is many of these startups want to scale globally, right? They're not just looking at the Indian market. And when you want to scale globally, then you need to understand how these global companies work. How does innovation actually diffuse or get adopted within a global organization? What are some of the things that you need to think about other than the core of the problem solving, such as privacy, security, compliance, scalability, architecture, integration, so many other things that we can bring to the table. So that is one piece. And then the other piece is also the domain, right? Like how does that industry work and what are some of the big problems? Because you need big problems to create big ideas and big innovation, right? So I think we have a very important role to play as GCCs in the innovation ecosystem to bring the mentorship in terms of how to scale an innovative idea globally and the domain expertise. And can we do that collectively is a really interesting one, because a single GCC cannot do that. But if there are multiple contributors, not just GCCs, but Indian companies, it could be academic institutions, it could be the government. The government has a huge health system. I mean, Tamil Nadu health system is one of the best in the country, the primary health care system that we have in the state. So if we bring these things together, I think we can really create a pipeline of problems, which is as important as a funnel of startups, is a funnel of problems or a pipeline of problems then can actually sort of guide all of these companies towards something that's more targeted, rather than just based on the technology that's trying to find a problem that is then trying to find a solution is where we should go, right? So that's really where I think we should put our heads together and see how we can all come together to really create. So I think we talked about the industry innovation clusters when we met in NASCOM in Hyderabad, which is really this whole idea, which is say, for that industry, is there a whole innovation ecosystem we can create specific to that industry, where all of these things can come together and drive that on a fixed scale, right? So it's not like endless, but every year there is a whole cycle, or every 6 months there's a cycle where we do that. So that's some thoughts there. Yeah.
Debashish from automobile industry.
I think my colleague said it all. So what I would say is that coming to academia, to the student, we have launched a program recently where we have tied up with 150 academic institutions, and then some unmet needs of the customer or some used cases which has a potential. So we have tied up with an institution called Link. It's an international institution who are specialized in making industry and academia come together, animate the inathons, I would say, inathons with students and industry. So we are trying this concept. The first season is now, and I am very hopeful that this inathon between academia and industry with unmet needs of the customer brings big results. This company, which is Link, has done it in Europe, and we are taking their expertise of their success story in Europe to replicate it in India, and we are trying it this time. So let me see how it pans up.
Well, definitely we would wait to hear from you about the success. Ambika, you cut across as a HCL Tech, you work in different domains, you have different clients. Your thoughts, if we can create something like this, because this is going to build the future for us. You are nurturing and building an army after 3-4 years. Those who are specialized not only in technology, but also they are very much relevant towards the domain and the business. Your thoughts, please.
So, Bhaskar, I'm part of the EdTech line of business where I manage the customer success, the product innovation, and the solution portfolio. So our line of business does many things in the entire technology transformation landscape, right from consulting to other things. So we have put together a set of curated programs, which is of course constantly we're adding, removing, where it's all for students to reach out. And right from ideation to a complete project-based solution is something that we teach. We also have something known as entrepreneur skills for business, which is like a 101. It can be plugged into an MBA program because it's very practical. Coming from HCL Tech, one of the things we've done is like, I heard first principles thinking coming up, right? So it's all about first principles, either construct or reconstruct to put together something and make it relevant for the marketplace. So we've touched some of the components which has been left unaddressed. For instance, we talk about design thinking, but we started in 2016 when we took this agenda of expanding to Madurai, Lucknow, we brought in design appreciation. So I said, let's start the journey with design appreciation. And then if you have the appetite, bite for design thinking. So fundamentals like these, which can come together so that even if you have an idea, using that entrepreneur skills for business, you'll be able to bring it together to a small project. And that's where the whole incubation starts, right? So we are offering these kind of skilling, upskilling, capability building programs. And that's the way we want to empower the youth so that they can manifest what they have, right, as ideas to solutions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Our time is up. So I don't want to delay it because the last session. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I thoroughly enjoyed. So back to you to MC. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. Before we draw the session to a close, if I may please invite Ms. Vishnupriya, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to present our speakers and moderator with a token of our gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with our moderator, Mr. Bhaskar Verma. Thank you, sir. Mr. Nat Malupile, thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts and insights. It's been a wonderful session. If I may please invite all the members in the audience to join us with a round of applause. Mr. Shiva Padmanabhan, thank you so much, sir, for making this truly a thought-provoking session. Ms. Ambika Natarajan, if I may please request Ms. Vishnupriya to do the honors. Thank you, Mr. Debashish. Ms. Ambika Natarajan, if I may please request ma'am to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful day one here at Umagine TN 2025. Of course, with this session, as we conclude the day, we also have to take the time to truly appreciate the wealth of knowledge that's been shared here on this very platform, the valuable insights that we have gathered. And I think today is also a wonderful reminder and a great testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and forward-thinking leadership. It's a fantastic tone for not just today and tomorrow, but the entire journey ahead. We have Ms. Vishnupriya presenting our speaker, Ms. Ambika Natarajan, with a token of our thanks. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your wonderful thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speakers on stage. This has been a lovely end to a fantastic day. Of course, on behalf of the entire team, thank you so much for joining us here on day one. We truly hope that you have a great evening, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. As we begin day two of Umagine TN 2025, we continue to take deeper dives into the future, into the world of technology and innovation and leadership. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow once again at 9:30 a.m. Until then, thank you very much for joining us. Have a great evening.